Jiang Xia unexpectedly found himself transported to a world besieged by a survival game, only to discover that he possessed the remarkable ability to rewind time upon death, allowing him to navigate perilous situations with ease. After successfully completing a quest using this extraordinary ability, he inadvertently gained the reputation of a top-tier player among online users in the real world. I never imagined this was the secret to clearing the game. How did Jiang Xia come to know this? Such meticulous thought and terrifying insight. Truly, he is remarkable. Do not be deceived by his humble demeanor. He possesses profound thoughts and intricate logic, deftly controlling the situation. I shall refer to him as Jiang Xia. Unbeknownst to him, had Jiang Xia been aware of the peculiar imaginations of the online community, he would have protested in earnest. You misunderstand. I am not a master. My ability to clear these bizarre quests relies solely on my repeated deaths. Chapter 1. Shanlian Game. On the planet of launching, within the realm of Daxia, regrettably, whose city has been completely contaminated, no living soul may enter the forbidden zone. In the early hours, this announcement from the authorities sent shockwaves throughout Daxia, flooding the internet with reactions that HU City is the second largest metropolis in Daxia. How could it be entirely contaminated so swiftly? Just a month ago, only one district was affected. A year prior, an app known as Shanlian had insidiously infiltrated every individual's electronic device. The Shanlian game randomly selected players for live survival challenges. Whenever a player failed to clear a quest, the city of their nation would suffer pollution. Once fully contaminated, it would become a forbidden zone. Conversely, successful completions would gradually eradicate the pollution. The extent of pollution and its removal was entirely contingent upon the difficulty of the quests. Meanwhile, in the urban area of Jiang City, that a black-haired youth blinked, his expression one of confusion. I have crossed over. Jiang Xia could hardly fathom that such an extraordinary event had befallen him, especially since just moments ago he was languishing on a cold hospital bed. Wow, such a handsome guy. By the roadside, a group of fashionable girls erupted into giggles upon spotting the delicate Jiang Xia. Girls, wait for me. I'll ask for his contact information. One red-haired girl scampered towards Jiang Xia, but the next moment, her astonished exclamation transformed into a shriek. Xiao O, come back. He has been chosen by the Shanlian game. Be careful not to get involved. Keep your distance. Quickly move away. Bystanders avoided Jiang Xia as if he were a plague. Shanlian game? What is that? Jiang Xia furrowed his brow, unease creeping into his heart as he faced the pointing fingers of the crowd. He had no inkling of what they were discussing. Following their gazes, he was horrified to find himself enveloped in a crimson light, which intensified until he vanished from sight. Solo quest. Unexpected visitor. Objective. Escape from Xiao Ming's house before the rain ceases. Where am I now? Jiang Xia opened his heavy eyelids, feeling as though his mind had been shattered and reassembled, throbbing painfully. After surveying the unfamiliar bedroom, Jiang Xia was astonished to realize he was in a strange room. The bedroom appeared to be quite old, with walls made of rough stone, merely coated with a layer of paint, some of which had peeled away to expose the underlying bricks. The room was dimly lit, with a slight dampness in the air and the sound of light rain drumming against the window. Suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Once he processed these strange recollections, Jiang Xia understood the gravity of his situation. He had been selected by the Shanlian game, thrust into a live survival challenge as a player, with the only means of survival being to clear the quest. How could I be so unfortunate to be chosen by this Shanlian game right after crossing over? How could one be so cursed? Jiang Xia was perplexed. Cursed be this damned Shanlian game. He muttered his grievance to AT that moment. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xia, several scattered comments floated by. This newcomer seems rather foolish. Another rookie. How boring. I'm off to watch Wanshan. The Shanlian game selected newcomers daily, and with a vast number of both novice and veteran players, it meant that the attention bestowed upon newcomers was minimal. Many sought to learn from the seasoned players, hoping to gather invaluable experience, for no one could guarantee that they would not be the next selected. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it and strive to survive. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xia resigned himself to reality, taking a deep breath as he sat upright on the bed. A musty, damp odor hung in the air, somewhat unpleasant. Pinching his nose, Jiang Xia rose and opened the window, allowing the fresh breeze to disperse the foul scent from the room. Outside in the courtyard, low earthen walls enclosed an ordinary farmhouse. What is that person doing lurking there? Jiang Xia's expression changed as he leaned forward at the window. He spotted an individual standing outside in the rain, their head bowed, motionless. A most eerie sight. The rain blurred his vision, preventing a clear view. What could they be staring at? Is there something on the ground? Jiang Xia wondered curiously. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the yard, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. In that instant, a flash of white light illuminated the figure. Jiang Xia clearly saw a deep gash across the person's neck, almost severing it entirely. He even glimpsed the stark white bone and crimson muscle at the wound's edge. Only a thin layer of skin remained connecting the head to the body. What the hell? Jiang Xia exclaimed in shock, quickly crouching down. Such a deep wound. A living person could not possibly survive. Yet, he had just seen that person's head turn slightly, making it appear as though it could fall at any moment. That moment. A terrifying thought crept into Jiang Xia's mind. Was that being human or ghost? Slowly, he lifted his head once more to gaze out the window. In an instant, Jiang Xia's heart raced violently. The figure had vanished. The courtyard lay empty, devoid of any trace of the person. Yet through the bedroom window, he could only see part of the yard. The other side remained obscured. Jiang Xia suspected that the figure had hidden away on the opposite side of the yard. Cautiously, he leaned closer to the window to peer around the corner. Dripping eaves, wet steps. His gaze found no sign of the figure, but Jiang Xia felt no sense of relief. Rather, he grew tenser. He could not ascertain whether the strange individual had concealed themselves or entered the house, though he noted that the large door outside had been closed, and he had not heard any sounds of it opening. Bang, bang. His heart began to beat uncontrollably, and Jiang Xia suppressed his fear to look out the window once more. He dreaded the thought of that person suddenly appearing before him. Outside the window, the rain appeared to intensify, blurring the distinction between day and night. I wonder when this rain will cease. If the rain stops and I have yet to escape this abode, does that signify a failure of my mission? And what does failure entail? Death? Jiang Xia rose from the bed and scrutinized the room. The dimly lit space, with its shadowy corners that were devoid of light, instilled a sense of unease within him. Opposite the bed stood a desk cluttered with disordered textbooks and educational materials. Beside the books lay an empty photo frame, while a backpack rested on a chair, its zipper ajar, revealing 2 comic books and 3 crumpled certificates within. Adjacent to the bed was a wardrobe filled with disheveled garments. Aside from a few commonplace items, the bedroom yielded no useful clues. Yet, deep within his subconscious, Jiang Xia felt an inexplicable absence in the room, an unsettling peculiarity that he could not quite articulate. He shook his head and approached the bedside, crouching down to peer beneath the bed, finding nothing. However, his hand inadvertently brushed against the pillow, causing it to shift and reveal a corner of a photograph hidden beneath. Chapter 2. The uninvited guest. Jiang Xia removed the pillow and held in his hand a photograph, which had slightly yellowed with age, its edges marked by creases and signs of wear. The dim light within the room compelled him to bring the photograph closer. It depicted a family portrait, a stern father gazing intently forward, a loving mother looking fondly at her child, and a small child obediently standing between them, an entirely ordinary family of 3. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept over Jiang Xia. He hastened to the desk, aligning the empty frame perfectly with the photograph. Why had Xiao Ming removed the photo from the frame and tucked it beneath the pillow? After putting the photograph away, Jiang Xia resolved to venture outside. He stealthily approached the door, pressing himself against it. And only after confirming that the outside was devoid of any movement did he cautiously open the door a crack. This newcomer appears quite cautious. I am beginning to have high hopes for him. May he succeed in this scenario. Through the narrow opening, he discerned a square table, upon which a candle flickered, casting a large, undulating shadow upon the wall. The presence of the candle illuminated the living room far better than the bedroom. Jiang Xia peered through the door gap and glanced at the floor behind the wall. Upon confirming the absence of any shadow, he slowly pushed the door open halfway and crouched into the living room. The living room was modest in size, sparsely furnished with only a square table and 2 lonely stools, while a dark staircase led to the second floor. To the right lay another bedroom, and to the left, the kitchen. A chilling atmosphere pervaded the empty living room, prompting Jiang Xia to rub his arms incessantly. He had not felt the cold in the bedroom, but it struck him with full force in the living room. Anxiously, he scanned his surroundings, and the image of the person standing in the rain resurfaced in his mind. In an instant, he felt as though ants were crawling all over him, every pore oozing cold sweat. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, he could not shake the feeling that something was watching him from the shadows, its gaze laden with pure, unmasked malice. Jiang Xia attempted to quell his tumultuous thoughts. Suddenly, an odd sound pierced the silence, instantly heightening his senses. Tap, tap, tap. The sound, initially faint, reverberated in the stillness of the living room, amplifying into an unsettling echo. It resembled the sound of water or small steel balls falling to the ground, and it was alarmingly close. Fear engulfed him. In that moment, Jiang Xia felt his back drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling with a chilling terror, every hair on his skin standing on end. Tap, tap, tap. The sound persisted, tormenting his mind with dread. Was death imminent? He slowly turned his gaze toward the wall before him, and to his horror, he noticed, in addition to his own shadow, a larger dark silhouette looming ominously. In a daze, he perceived that the shadow had opened its mouth wide and was about to devour his own shadow. Jiang Xia's heart ached violently. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he gradually turned his head, yet his peripheral vision revealed nothing terrifying. His dazed pupils refocused as he raised his gaze to the ceiling. The strange sound had originated from above. What horrifying secret lay hidden on the second floor? I dare not open my eyes. Can someone reveal the outcome? I'm terrified. I thought a face would suddenly appear. This scenario is truly frightening. I've already curled up in my blanket, too scared to let my feet out. The emotions of the live-streaming audience mirrored a roller coaster ride. Jiang Xia took a step forward, his legs weak and nearly collapsing beneath him. He dragged his numb legs to the table, where he noticed, apart from the red candle, a drawing lay scattered with watercolor pens. The drawing depicted a small figure seated at a table, flanked by two adults, while the remaining blank space was filled with yellow watercolor, giving it a warm ambience. However, Jiang Xia observed that the adults wore smiles while the small figure's mouth turned downward. The atmosphere, which should have been joyful, felt jarring with the contrast of the small figure's frown against the adult smiles. This drawing must have been created by Scumming, with the two adults representing his father and mother. What does this drawing mean? I find it perplexing. Can someone explain? Considering the family portrait and the peculiar small figure in this drawing, I suspect Scumming's parents are deceased. The speculation above is entirely accurate. Have you not noticed how desolate this home feels, devoid of any signs of life? Upon observing the drawing, Jiang Xia arrived at the same conclusion as the live-stream audience. Scumming's parents were likely dead. He belatedly recalled what was missing from the bedroom: the warmth of life. The bedroom was chillingly sterile, lacking any semblance of vitality. Jiang Xia picked up the drawing, and by the dim candlelight, he furrowed his brow. He had just noticed an overlooked detail in the drawing, possibly due to the lighting or angle. Behind the small figure, a hasty red watercolor shadow loomed. Peering at the figure, as Jiang Xia stared at the shadow for an extended period, an eerie sensation washed over him. It felt as if the shadow was not observing the small figure in the drawing, but was instead fixated on him. He immediately set the drawing down, finding it too unsettling. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled his clothing, extinguishing the candle on the table. Jiang Xia turned to find that the living room door had somehow swung open. He distinctly remembered closing it. With the candle extinguished, the living room was plunged into darkness. A cold wind brushing against him, sending chills down his spine. He approached the door, intending to shut it, but the bedroom to his right creaked open. Creak. The sound was grating. Jiang Xia sensed something rapidly approaching him, drawing nearer with alarming speed. In that moment, fear surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf Jiang Xia. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to grimace as blood trickled down. Gasping, Jiang Xia jolted awake, sitting up in bed, perspiration streaming down his forehead. He examined his unscathed body, feeling a mix of joy and shock. He was alive. He had felt as if that terrifying entity had killed him in a brutally cruel manner, leaving him to suffer agonizingly. And yet, it was undoubtedly not a dream. But why had he survived? Did this newcomer experience a nightmare? His psyche appears rather fragile. Look at you. If you entered a bizarre scenario, you wouldn't fare better than him. The scenarios are categorized into single-player and multiplayer formats, the latter being relatively forgiving for newcomers, as having teammates provides some solace. However, single-player scenarios demand a greater resilience, and unless one possesses a particularly morbid psyche, most newcomers are likely to panic and inadvertently trigger the death rule, leading to their demise at the hands of a specter. The mortality rate in solo instances is alarmingly high. Chapter 3: Unexpected Visitor. The kitchen, where not only did I survive, but I also returned to the very beginning. No, to be precise, I had already perished once. That excruciating pain was undoubtedly not an illusion, but a tangible reality. Even now, he could feel a faint ache coursing through his body. After calming his racing heart, Jiang Xia glanced out the window. There stood a familiar figure in the rain, head bowed in deep contemplation. Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes, a complex expression flickering within them, for he was certain that the one who had just taken his life was unequivocally this very person. What is this newcomer doing sitting on the bed? Hurry and search for clues. And that strange person from earlier appears rather unsettling. Fate, retreat. Retreat. The barrage of comments floated past as Jiang Xia sat on the bed, deep in thought. The moment of his demise had been triggered by the wind blowing open the door, extinguishing the candle on the table. Wait, the candle. This candle seemed to be a life-saving talisman. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Jiang Xia devised a bold plan. He rose from the bed, opened the door in one fluid motion, and approached the table, seizing the red candle. The flickering candlelight cast a wavering glow upon his half-visible face. Oscillating between light and shadow, this young man is exceedingly audacious. Why not search within the room? There may well be clues. This new player is truly reckless, daring to roam in a bizarre instance, seemingly unafraid of an early demise. I don't think it's merely bravery. Haven't you noticed his intentions are quite clear? I believe he possesses a certain depth beyond his apparent boldness. The comments split into two factions. One deemed Jiang Xia reckless, while the other believed him to be perceptive. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xia was intently scrutinizing the peculiar candle in his grasp. Unlike ordinary candles, which felt soft and smooth to the touch, this one was somewhat sticky, as though someone had deliberately coated it with a viscous substance. Jiang Xia leaned closer, inhaling the mixed scent of blood and decay. Ugh, he nearly retched. However, he could not afford to dwell on the candle's oddity. Prior to his death, he had heard the sound of a door opening in the room to his right. It was evident that the apparition was likely concealed within that very room. Seizing the moment before the specter could enter, he intended to sneak into the bedroom in search of clues. Cautiously, he approached the door, suddenly inhaling sharply as he caught a whiff of a scent reminiscent of the candle. The odor wafted from beneath the door. A moment of trepidation gripped him as his gaze wavered, contemplating whether to open the door. The danger was unknown. He had no idea if he would be able to resurrect should he perish once more. Let it be, he thought. If he encountered that ghost, it would be the end. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he took a deep breath and pressed down. The door did not budge. He pushed harder, causing it to creak ominously, yet still, it remained shut. Damn it, this door won't open. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia turned and hurried back to the bedroom, his heart racing to the point of nearly leaping from his throat. He shut the door behind him, placing the candle on the desk as he approached the window, cautiously peering out towards the location where the ghost had stood. It was gone. The apparition had vanished, nearly resulting in a face-to-face encounter. Jiang Xia exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the bed. Though he knew that with the candle in hand, the ghost might not be able to harm him, facing it directly was certainly not a favorable prospect. What is this newcomer doing? I can't comprehend his actions. Why didn't he go inside? Now he's back in this bedroom. It seems the door wouldn't open, and the figure standing in the rain has disappeared. This newcomer is truly inept. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. You won't even give me that chance. If I were to go, I could surely perform better. I truly wish I could crawl through the internet cable to your home. After resting for a moment, Jiang Xia stared at the ceiling, his eyes vacant, feeling a bit vexed. So far, the clues he had gathered were scant and scattered. No, he could not succumb to despair. Jiang Xia steeled himself. This time, he resolved to investigate the kitchen, saving the second floor for last. As his hand rested on the doorknob, an eerie sound echoed from the ceiling. Jiang Xia rubbed his chin, brows furrowing. This time, he heard it clearly. It was not the sound of dripping water, but rather akin to metal balls dropping onto the floor, reminiscent of the sound of droplets. What peculiar entity lurked on the second floor? Jiang Xia gazed up at the ceiling, murmuring softly as he lifted the candle. Opening the door to step outside, a gust of cold wind rushed towards him, and he instinctively shielded the flickering candle, its flame dancing perilously close to extinguishment. Once the flame steadied, Jiang Xia noticed his back was damp. Glancing at the candle, a sudden realization struck him. He returned to the bedroom, fashioned a makeshift windscreen for the candle using a rolled-up certificate, and resolved to inspect the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he was met with numerous bloodstains. And following these traces, he arrived at the stove. There, he discovered a clay bowl, beneath which lay a peculiar piece of paper. The bowl contained a dark red, viscous liquid, somewhat greasy, with dark spots around its edge. Jiang Xia lifted the bowl to his nose, recoiling at the acrid stench. The substance within bore a striking resemblance to the odor of the candle. Frowning, he toggled his gaze between the candle and the bowl on the stove. What is this grotesque substance? It resembles natto, doesn't it? Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. No, don't you think it looks like a mixture of blood and oil? The comments erupted into speculation regarding the contents of the bowl. Chapter 4. Unexpected Visitor. The woman at the door. Jiang Xia's complexion shifted dramatically, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. The contents of the bowl appeared to be a ghastly amalgamation of corpse oil and blood, and more horrifyingly, human. How could there be such sinister remnants in Xiaoming's home? Hastily, he set down the bowl and held the candle closer to examine the strange paper pressed beneath it. The paper was covered in numerous eerie, peculiar symbols, densely packed. The text was blood red, appearing even more sinister in the candlelight. Jiang Xia grasped the paper, feeling its fine, smooth texture, a chill creeping up his spine. A chilling hypothesis surfaced in his mind. This paper was fashioned from human skin. Jiang Xia's face blanched as he quickly returned the paper to the stove, candle in hand, and exited the kitchen. The substance in the bowl seemed to be the very material used to create the candle, while the purpose of the paper eluded him. Now, apart from this bedroom, only the second floor remained. The bedroom was temporarily inaccessible, leaving him no choice but to ascend to the second floor. Gathering his courage, Jiang Xia stepped onto the staircase. At that moment, the sound of small metal balls dropping echoed from the ceiling once more. Tap, tap, tap. What could possibly be lurking on the second floor? The courage he had painstakingly mustered evaporated in an instant, and he stood frozen, gazing up at the ceiling, retracting his foot from the threshold. As the rhythmic knocking and a woman's voice echoed from outside, a sense of urgency gripped Jiang Xia's heart. Please, open the door, she pleaded, her tone laced with desperation. The unexpected visitor startled him. Hastily, he approached the door, cautiously creating a narrow opening, barely wide enough to slip a finger through, limiting his view. Through the crack, he observed the relentless rain, and indeed, a figure stood outside, incessantly rapping on the door. My goodness, I wager this woman is far from normal. Now then, let us hear something we do not already know. Attention, the man is called Xiao Shui, and the woman outside is known as Xiao Mei. Please, let me in. The woman continued, pacing at the threshold, her knocking unwavering as she peered into the courtyard. Suddenly, her expression brightened. Young man, please, open the door. Jiang Xia was taken aback. It seemed she was aware from the very beginning that someone was inside. Typically, a person would inquire if anyone was home after knocking. Yet her constant refrain was an earnest plea for him to open the door. Was she referring to him? That seemed implausible. Perhaps it was merely a test of her own. Confusion settled in Jiang Xia's mind. The knocking grew more fervent, her voice turning increasingly pitiful, evoking an image of a delicate beauty. At this moment, Jiang Xia envisioned a striking woman, her alluring eyes gazing at him with a mix of longing and vulnerability. Her voice quivering with despair. He stepped out, taking refuge under the eaves, and gazed at her from a distance. The rain cascaded down into the small courtyard, the stone path leading from the concrete steps to the wooden gate now slick with water. Venturing out was out of the question. The storm raged outside. And should the candle extinguish, the malevolent spirit in the bedroom would surely emerge to claim him. The thought of such a fate sent shivers down his spine. If only he had an umbrella. Just as he contemplated his predicament, his peripheral vision caught sight of an umbrella standing nearby under the eaves. It was a stroke of fortune. He opened the umbrella, holding it aloft with one hand while carefully balancing the candle with the other, stepping toward the courtyard gate. The door was an ordinary wooden barrier, and there stood the woman who had been knocking. Her long, dark hair was braided and draped over her left shoulder. Her skin pale as porcelain, and she wore a flowing white dress. Young man, you are truly kind. Please, let me in. Thank you, she implored, her voice dripping with sweetness and sorrow. Jiang Xia halted, making no move, the candle in his hand wavering precariously. He could sense that her expression was likely one of delight, for her face was hauntingly beautiful, yet grotesque, dominated by a gaping mouth. An absurdity lay in her countenance. Yet her lips were a perfect shade of red, her teeth immaculate. As his gaze drifted downward, he noted the long dress falling to her knees. But what caught his attention were the deep purple marks around her ankles. One foot was shod, while the other lay bare, the white skin sullied with mud. Please, let me in and hide me. Someone is pursuing me, and I am terrified. The woman's voice grew increasingly desperate as she glanced over her shoulder, her tone tinged with urgency. Jiang Xia's eyes scanned the rain-soaked distance, but the whiteout obscured any sign of a pursuer. Young man, save me. Please, he is coming. He is almost here. Her voice trembled with fear, a stark contrast to the eerie calmness of the storm. You will not abandon me to my fate, will you? The woman's alabaster hands gripped the door's edge, her fingers whitening with exertion as her face pressed against the door panel. Stepping back, Jiang Xia caught a clearer glimpse of her visage. Her skin was ghostly pale, marred by a network of blue veins. You are correct, he replied quietly. You are indeed a good soul, and I knew you would not forsake me. Please, let me in, she urged, her tone shifting to a chilling whisper. If you refuse me, you shall meet a most dreadful end, but I can save you, if you simply open the door. Doubt clouded Jiang Xia's mind as he regarded her. How can I trust you? Very well, but you will suffer greatly, and I eagerly await the sound of your desperate cries. They will surely be more melodious than the death of a mere mouse," she retorted, stepping back with a sinister smile. The woman's words chilled Jiang Xia to the bone. He had endured such torment before and had no desire to relive that pain. As she began to retreat, Jiang Xia called out, "Wait, what? Have you changed your mind?" He shook his head, removing his coat to shield the candle from the rain, then extended the umbrella toward her. "You are soaked. Take the umbrella." "Thank you. You are truly kind," she replied, momentarily taken aback, her voice sultry, a smile forming on her lips. Were one to obscure the upper half of her face, the lower half would certainly evoke the image of a goddess. As she reached for the umbrella's handle, she murmured, "A good deed deserves a fitting reward. Your flesh must be quite delectable." Her tone turned eager, her gaze fixated on Jiang Xia's hand that held the umbrella, a glisten of saliva forming at the corners of her mouth. "Young man, you are a true gentleman." Suddenly, her demeanor darkened, and she lunged forward. Anticipating her move, Jiang Xia swiftly retracted his hand, wary of her intentions. Such malice, a betrayal of gratitude. "You," she shrieked, a frenzy overtaking her. Her smile stretched unnaturally, revealing sharp teeth stained with crimson remnants. "This woman is utterly terrifying. Were I to encounter her, I would surely be driven insane." "Indeed, let us hear something unknown. What are those remnants in her teeth? Surely not human flesh. Be cautious, young man." The audience held its breath, the woman's rapid transformation catching them off guard. Jiang Xia's expression shifted as he beheld her horrifying visage, an icy dread creeping up his spine, prompting him to retreat. The wooden door was subjected to a cacophony of scratching and banging, reminiscent of a fragile vessel tossed upon a tempestuous sea, on the verge of capsizing. He was certain that this flimsy barrier could not withstand the fury of the vengeful spirit. Yet why did she not force her way inside? The only plausible explanation was that she feared the presence within the house. Turning his gaze toward the ominous doorway, his heart sank as he noticed a shadowy figure at the second-floor window. It appeared a frail silhouette had just vanished as he turned to look, leaving him to ponder whether his eyes had deceived him. Jiang Xia gazed upwards, the curtains adorned with orchids swaying at the window, uncertain whether it was the wind or something more sinister. Chapter 5. The uninvited guest echoed ominously in his mind. "You will die? A dreadful demise awaits you. And only I can save you. Open the door, quickly, open the door." The woman banged on the door, her voice dripping with malice and resentment. Jiang Xia was certain that should he grant this specter entry, he would be met with despair far worse than death itself. The female ghost's screams were terrifying, he thought. Perhaps a gag would silence her cries. Only the brave can confront the ghost. If you are capable, then step forth. What does a dog bark for? I am incapable. I suffer from impotence. Gradually, the sound of knocking ceased. The woman fell silent, merely standing outside the door, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xia. Despite her lack of eyes, he could feel her malevolent resentment piercing through him. Suddenly, she let out a chilling laugh, her gaping maw returning to a semblance of normalcy. The smile lingered for 3 or 4 seconds before she turned away, her frail silhouette vanishing into the curtain of rain. Jiang Xia watched her departure, his taut nerves refusing to relax. Beyond the ghostly figure, there lurked something even more terrifying on the second floor, an unknown entity. The clues he had gathered were scant and fragmented, lacking any coherent connection. A family portrait, a painting, candles, a foul bowl, and human skin paper. These items bore no relation to one another, rendering it difficult to draw any conclusions. A headache enveloped him. The bedroom on the first floor was temporarily inaccessible. He had no choice but to ascend to the second floor. Jiang Xia raised his gaze once more to the second floor, where the curtains fluttered as if they were strips of human skin in motion. He hoped the earlier sighting was merely an illusion. Yet upon recalling the strange sounds from the ceiling, his mood plummeted like a roller coaster spiraling downward. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shattered the stillness, a fierce wind sweeping in and altering the rain's trajectory. The downpour struck him head-on. Jiang Xia quickly shielded himself with his clothing, though he was drenched in the deluge. He bounded up the steps, seeking refuge beneath the eaves, shaking off the water that clung to him. Soaked to the bone and shivering from the cold, he returned the umbrella to its place, clutching his arms as he pushed the door open. The gust of wind had caused it to slam shut. Creak. The door emitted a jarring noise as it swung open, reverberating through the quiet environment like a ghost's wail, sending a shiver down Jiang Xia's spine. He glanced at the door hinge, now rusted and unrecognizable from its original hue. Upon entering the living room, he scrutinized his surroundings. There was little change from when he had left. The solitary chairs, the bench, and the painting on the table remained unchanged. Damp footprints marred the dry cement floor, creating a disarray of impressions. His sodden clothing dripped incessantly, forming a trail behind him. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He quickly lowered his gaze to the candles. Their flames flickered wildly, growing stronger, casting a warm glow that illuminated his pallid face and dispelled the chill in his heart. As long as the candle burned, he was momentarily safe. I can hardly bear to look. Someone please inform me of the outcome later. Damn, it's still pouring at this hour. Stop it already. I lie in bed, yet I sense a presence beneath me. Is it merely my imagination? I dare not look. The barrage of comments flew past, while Jiang Xia continued to observe the living room intently. Then, his gaze locked onto the painting on the table. He hastily approached and held it closer to the candlelight for a thorough examination. The painting appeared unchanged, lacking any discernible clues. However, his sense of unease intensified. Something was amiss. He forced himself to remain calm, scanning the living room for the source of the anxiety that had emerged the moment he stepped inside. What was wrong? Suddenly, Jiang Xia noticed the footprints on the ground. One glance sent chills racing down his spine, and his pupils dilated. These footprints were unmistakably from two different individuals. Yet he was alone in the house. In that instant, he felt the chilling presence of unmitigated malevolence lurking in the shadows, its palpable malice raising the hairs on his neck. Jiang Xia raised the candle in his hand, but this time, it faltered. Cough. A ghostly hand seized his throat, lifting him gradually off the ground. He lowered his head, striving to glimpse the visage of the specter, but soon he was suffocating, losing consciousness. Thud. The candle tumbled from his grasp. Jiang Xia awoke in a panic, touching his neck, the terror lingering long after. He had returned to the beginning once more. The fear in his eyes had not dissipated, leaving them vacant. He had been slain by the ghost again. What had caused it this time? Why had the red candle lost its power? What is wrong with this newcomer, shouting and making noise? Isn't he afraid of attracting the ghost? He must be stunned. This newcomer seems dull. Let us watch the seasoned players. Jiang Xia, still in a daze, instinctively turned his gaze towards the familiar figure in the ring. He stood there, head bowed. This was the third encounter. Jiang Xia had grown immune, and his eyes sparkled with unexpected brightness. For just moments ago, he had conceived a potential means of escape from Xiaoming's abode. Chapter 6. The Uninvited Guest, Lost. Jiang Xia's gaze pierced through the rain curtain, fixated on the figure before him. As with the previous two occasions, the moment the lightning struck, the gruesome gash on the man's neck became visible, with only a sliver of skin connecting it to his head. Though Jiang Xia had braced himself for this sight, the familiar horror gripped him anew. Despite his fear, he was determined to understand how it vanished. Previously, he had looked away in fear, only to find it gone upon his return. Jiang Xia propped his eyelids open with his fingers, his gaze unwavering. It moved. In the rain, the man clutched his precarious head with both hands. Under Jiang Xia's scrutiny, he reattached his head to his neck, staring intently in Jiang Xia's direction. My goodness. Jiang Xia's heart raced. He crouched down, feeling as if his blood had reversed its flow. What is happening? Are we engaging in a heartfelt exchange with a ghost at the outset? Oh my. Tonight I shall surely have nightmares. What a thrill, utterly exhilarating. Who wet themselves and splashed on me? Admit it, it was you. The comments erupted in a flurry, filled with exclamations and shock as viewers were left breathless, especially the women who shrank beneath their covers in fright. After a few minutes, Jiang Xia dared to slowly lift his head. Just like before, it had vanished once more. Jiang Xia swiftly rose from his bed and approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently to the sounds beyond. After some time, the familiar clattering of small steel balls striking the floor echoed from above. Thud, thud, thud. Prolonged exposure to this noise weighed heavily on his heart. Moreover, the timing of the sound seemed to coincide with the man's sudden disappearance. Without further contemplation, Jiang Xia opened the door and stepped into the hallway, hastily reaching for the red candle on the table. After securing the candle, he fashioned a makeshift windbreak using Xiaoming's certificate, then strode to the entrance and forcefully kicked the door open. Having encountered death at the hands of a specter twice, this kick was infused with a measure of resentment. What is wrong with this newcomer? His aura of grievance is more intense than that of a ghost. A cold gust swept in as the door swung open, but thanks to the paper windbreak, the flame flickered momentarily before settling. Jiang Xia furrowed his brow. Grasping the umbrella in the corner, he held it aloft with one hand while balancing the candle in the other as he ventured into the ring. What does this newcomer intend to do? Surely he does not plan to simply leave. This is an eerie scenario. Players who attempt such a thing often meet dire fates. Foolish one, return. The erratic rain pattered against the umbrella overhead. Jiang Xia raised the candle and opened the wooden door, sprinting out without a backward glance. His heart pounding fiercely. The mission was to escape Xiaoming's home before the rain ceased. He wished to see if he could escape the house before the female ghost knocked on the door. After a frenzied sprint, fatigue set in, and his pace began to wane. Nearly 7 or 8 minutes had passed since he left, and he estimated he had run about a kilometer. Throughout his escape, he remained vigilant, only to discover that within a kilometer radius, there were no other houses besides Xiaoming's. The surroundings were shrouded in a white haze with no end in sight. Could this method truly be ineffective? Jiang Xia's nerves tightened again when he turned to glance back. He found Xiaoming's home had vanished from his view. No, this cannot be. Jiang Xia frowned. He had turned around several times, and just a minute ago, the house had been in sight, yet now it had disappeared. I knew it. This eerie scenario is far from simple. Monsters, depart. Do not harm my foolish one. Your flesh will surely be delectable, your blood exquisite, your entrails delightfully chewy. Amidst the rain curtain, Jiang Xia spotted a woman with braided hair, clad in a white dress. One foot shod, the other bare, her toes glistening in the rain. She giggled innocently, reminiscent of a child who has just received candy. Though her words sent chills down one's spine, Jiang Xia turned to flee, but the woman moved with alarming speed, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. The distance between them vanished, their faces nearly touching. Up close, he could see the gaping maw filled with crimson strands of flesh and tangled hair. The woman opened her mouth wide, and Jiang Xia was engulfed. He awoke to find himself once again in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, devoid of hope. It seemed preferable to lie there and await death, prolonging it as much as possible. What is this newcomer doing, looking so dazed and foolish? Foolish one, rise and seek out clues. Do not languish in idleness. Ah, he is moving. Jiang Xia suddenly sat up, scratching his head in frustration. Clues, clues. He resolved to calm his mind and ponder the clues he had gathered. The female ghost lingered near Xiaoming's home. Without confronting her, escape was impossible. But how to confront the ghost? What did the strange sounds from the ceiling signify? And the shadows on the second floor? Human skin paper, a stinky bowl. That painting, an inaccessible second floor, and malicious eyes lurking in the dark. Everything lacked a crucial clue to connect them. Jiang Xia racked his brain, feeling as though his thoughts were about to combust. If anyone were present, they would see smoke rising from his head. To the viewers in the newly open livestream, this newcomer sat cross-legged on the bed with closed eyes, motionless, a plume of smoke billowing above him. Is he cultivating immortality? I told you. There are cultivators in this world. Once, I glimpsed a naked man clinging to a window on the 26th floor. In an instant, he vanished. Could he have fallen to his death? Suddenly, Jiang Xia opened his eyes, as if he had grasped the crucial clue. Xiaoming. It is Xiaoming. Whether it be the candle, the corpse oil, the human skin paper, or the painting, all these elements were entwined with Xiaoming. His gaze shifted back to the window, where he once again beheld the familiar figure, head bowed, rain cascading over his body. This marked the fourth encounter, and Jiang Xia felt less fear than before. Silently withdrawing his gaze, he began mentally replaying his deaths. The first death occurred when the candle extinguished, leaving him vulnerable to the rain-soaked figure. The second death was brought on by the ghost's ambush from behind. The third, while fleeing, resulted in his demise at the hands of the female ghost. Wait. During the second death, it seemed a critical detail had been overlooked. Jiang Xia sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his palm in deep thought, oblivious to the rainwater splattering onto him from the windowsill. What could it be? After a lengthy contemplation, a chilling hypothesis began to form in Jiang Xia's mind. To validate this theory, he rose from the bed, opened the door, and hastened to the table, raising the candle and retrieving the painting once more. He brought the candle closer, the dim flame illuminating the painting's details. His gaze fixated on the red shadow looming behind the small figure, his heart sinking as he recognized the unmasked, unadulterated malice emanating from it. As he lingered on the eerie figure, he sensed it offering him a disturbing and sinister smile. Yet, upon closer inspection, that moment appeared to be an illusion. Indeed, what began as speculation now approached confirmation of a truth he was reluctant to accept. Xiaoming's home housed two spirits, one being the rain-soaked figure, the other residing within the painting. He deduced that he had been slain by the ghost within the painting during his second death. But what rule of death had been triggered that time? The ghost within the painting could not have the power to kill him at will. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times. There must be some specific condition that activated it. Was it the water? Did coming into contact with water lead to death by the ghost within the painting? Reflecting on it, The only difference between his first and second deaths was that he had ventured outside the room and had been drenched by the rain. The candlelight flickered across Jiang Xia's face, illuminating his features in a dance of light and shadow as his eyes darted between the painting and the candle. In the tranquil living room, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard, alongside the rapid heartbeat and the faint sound of rain. Yet Jiang Xia remained oblivious to it all. Suddenly, the shadow on the wall flickered, as if it were frightened and yearning to escape, but it was firmly pinned to the wall. Behind Jiang Xia's shadow emerged a terrifying, grotesque apparition, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, stealthily approaching. In a moment of disorientation, the ghostly figure grinned widely, revealing a chilling smile. "Foolish child, there's a ghost behind you. What the hell? What is this player doing? Hurry and run, the ghost is right behind you. Run, run. That ghost has made its move. This is disastrous. I've witnessed yet another novice player being killed. Let us mourn. I wonder which city will be tainted this time." The barrage of comments was filled with warnings to Jiang Xia about the ghost lurking behind him. Yet he was completely unaware. At that moment, he was still lost in his previous speculations, enveloped in silence. But suddenly, he felt a chill creep down his back, and terror washed over him like a tidal wave, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. This sensation was familiar, reminiscent of the initial icy grip that had ensnared him, with bone-chilling spikes piercing every inch of his skin, blood gushing forth. With a scream, Jiang Xia lost consciousness. Jiang Xia gritted his teeth and awoke once more, his pupils dilated, his eyes filled with overwhelming dread. He had died again, marking his fourth demise. Was his ability to resurrect truly infinite, or was there a limit? Until now, he had been unable to grasp the true nature of his power. He contemplated three possibilities. 1. Infinite resurrection. 2. A limited number of lives, as he had already perished 4 times. 3. Limited resurrections within a single scenario. Jiang Xia hurriedly sat up, securing the window tightly. He had previously overlooked this detail, allowing rainwater to splash onto the windowsill and onto his face. This had been the cause of his prior demise. In earlier instances, he had not been doused by the rain, causing him to neglect this issue. He had once again fallen victim to that ghostly apparition. Death was indeed an unpleasant experience. Jiang Xia let out a bitter laugh. Every muscle in his body still ached, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, sitting on the bed and tugging at his hair. There were 2 ghosts in the house, and outside in the yard lingered a female specter. How could he possibly escape? 3 entire ghosts. Was this scenario not excessively cruel for a novice? Outside, the rain poured down. Even with an umbrella, it was impossible to remain entirely dry. Once he was caught in the rain, that ghostly figure would strike. Even if he evaded the ghostly figure, there was still that female specter. Jiang Xia lay back on the bed, sinking into deep despair. This was an utterly fatal situation, for one could not contend with ghosts. Even Lin Jingying would be reduced to pulp. No, there must be a way to escape. Jiang Xia suddenly sat up, his murky gaze gradually clearing, fear dissipating as he regained his resolve. He could not perish here. He had fought hard to traverse to this realm, tormented by illness long enough. He simply wished to become a normal person and live a good life. Chapter 8. The uninvited guest. Jiang Xia turned his head and once again saw the familiar figure outside the window. This marked the 5th time he had seen it. His fear had diminished, replaced by a sense of familiarity. Instinctively, the corners of his mouth curled upward. However, to the viewers watching the live stream, this smile appeared somewhat unsettling. Why isn't this novice player afraid of the strange figure standing in the rain? He.s. even smiling. That's a bit creepy. Creepy individuals are either exceptionally strong or meet a tragic end. That's the conclusion I've drawn after watching this scenario for so long. I wonder which category this player falls into. Jiang Xia sat on the bed, peering through the rain-drenched window at the figure outside, motionless, as if in deep meditation. This time, he desired to discern its face. It's not the time for sage mode. Hurry up and search for clues. The comments flooded in, all questioning Jiang Xia's peculiar behavior. Suddenly, lightning struck, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Jiang Xia's pupils widened. Disbelief etched upon his face as he clearly glimpsed the visage of the person in the rain. How could this be possible? Jiang Xia lowered his gaze, murmuring to himself, his expression shifting between shock, confusion, and doubt. That face was indelibly imprinted in his mind. He quickly retrieved the photograph hidden beneath his pillow, his gaze fixating on the stern face of Xiao Ming's father. He closed his eyes, the face from his memory gradually merging with that of Xiao Ming's father. The individual bowing in the rain was Xiao Ming's father. Yet, judging by the horrific wound on Xiao Ming's father's neck, he had certainly not died a natural death. Why had he turned into a ghost? Jiang Xia was troubled, his confusion only deepening. The astonishment lingered in his eyes as he scanned the room, finally resting on the books scattered across the desk. Perhaps there were clues regarding Scumming. Had he overlooked something? Jiang Xia hastened to the desk, meticulously rifling through the books. There were 4 volumes in total, and when he reached the third, a piece of paper tucked within caught his attention. He picked up the paper, his pupils dilating in shock. This was the truth behind the appearance of ghosts in Scumming's home. The paper slipped from Jiang Xia's fingers, the aged crimson text sending a jolt through every viewer in the live stream. The note detailed the method for summoning spirits. By staining a white candle with blood to turn it into a red candle, and then lighting it while silently reciting the name of the person one longs to see, one could indeed encounter them. Sincerity begets power. Wishes can be fulfilled. Upon reading the note, Jiang Xia pondered briefly and quickly deduced the terrifying truth. After his parents had passed away, Scumming must have stumbled upon this note. In his desperation to see his parents once more, he had utilized the method described, only to inadvertently attract a malevolent spirit. Could the female specter lingering outside the door be Scumming's mother? No, that was incorrect. Jiang Xia swiftly dismissed this notion. They were not the same person based on the photograph. Scumming's mother had a fuller figure, while the female ghost appeared somewhat slender. The drawing on the desk was likely created by Scumming during the summoning process. In that moment, realization dawned upon Jiang Xia. Now he only needed to explore the bedroom and the second floor. Jiang Xia quickly pushed open the door, grabbed a candle, and returned to the door, gripping the doorknob and pressing down firmly. Creak, creak. The door remained shut. This door still wouldn't budge. Jiang Xia felt a bit disheartened and could only proceed upstairs. He gazed at the dark staircase, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within him. Visions of earlier events resurfaced in his mind, the fluttering curtains, that fleeting shadow which inexplicably caused his heart to race. Could the entity upstairs be Scumming's mother, or was it the 4th ghost summoned during the spirit invocation? Jiang Xia was startled by this thought. If this is the case, this bizarre instance is truly terrifying. If it weren't for his ability to resurrect, his body would likely be decomposing by now. Jiang Xia stood at the staircase, lingering, as the faint candlelight illuminated the uneven concrete steps ahead, their edges worn smooth over time. Should he ascend? Jiang Xia felt a surge of fear. The excruciating pain was etched in his memory, causing him to involuntarily gasp for breath. He truly did not wish to die again. Yet, should he refrain from climbing, he would be unable to find an escape route, leaving him seemingly without choice. Jiang Xia took a step forward, his heartbeat pounding rhythmically, echoing like raindrops on the ground, growing louder and more intense. In the darkness, an invisible hand seemed to tighten around his throat, suffocating him with discomfort and anguish. Having already died 4 times, what harm could one more death bring? Jiang Xia steeled himself, crossing the threshold of fear within his mind. Oddly, he found himself unburdened by hesitation. He ascended the stairs with a steady rhythm. However, at that moment, he halted. Creak. He heard the sound of a door opening. The door to the room on the right swung ajar, and Scumming's father emerged. Jiang Xia glanced down at the candle in his hand, the flame flickering. He slowly retreated. There was only one chance. As long as the candle remained lit, Scumming's father could not harm him. He aimed to enter the bedroom in search of clues for escape. The candlelight illuminated the steps beneath him, and to avoid stumbling, Jiang Xia kept his head lowered while descending. His shadow danced on the wall, appearing to bow deeply, almost level with his body. Upon reaching the final step, Jiang Xia turned, still unable to lift his head. Suddenly, he beheld a pair of worn leather shoes, yellowed at the edges, old and speckled with mud. A jolt of fear surged within him. Instinctively, he looked up, and that glance seized his heart, sending chills through his scalp and tightening his entire being. Terror threatened to engulf his reason, rendering him voiceless. A ghastly visage, with lifeless, gray eyes devoid of any spark, stared back at Jiang Xia. The pale face was marred with livor mortis, and a mixture of fluid and blood dripped from the severed neck onto the floor. Drip, drip. Jiang Xia finally regained awareness, struggling to open his throat to emit a hoarse sound. He moved his numb legs backward, the dim candlelight dispelling a trace of chill within him. Bowing his head, he raised the candle above his head. The flickering flame enveloped him entirely as he sidestepped the man beside him, heading toward the bedroom. Yet, before he could draw near, a putrid stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a pile of dead rats. Chapter 9. Uninvited guest. The suffocating stench pervaded the air, prompting Jiang Xia to hastily cover his mouth and nose, his brow furrowing. The room was shrouded in darkness, the curtains drawn tight, rendering it nearly impossible to see. Jiang Xia stifled the urge to retch, lifting the candle to illuminate the room, yearning to discern its contents. Strangely, it seemed as though an invisible barrier lay ahead, suffocating the candlelight, allowing illumination for barely half a meter. Jiang Xia turned to find Xiao Ming's father standing ominously behind him, his gaze murky and filled with resentment. The guilty have their fate, and the debtors their due. It is not I who caused your demise, so do not seek me out, Jiang Xia muttered to himself, indifferent to whether Xiao Ming's father comprehended his words. With that, he plunged into the room. In the oppressive darkness, the feeble candlelight appeared to dissolve like ink in water, vanishing without a trace, as if it could extinguish at any moment. The noxious odor of decay penetrated his nostrils, intensifying as Jiang Xia ventured further into the room. The floor beneath him was exceedingly sticky, and he cringed, uncertain of the substance that coated it. He grimly suspected what it was. It was the fluid of corpses. This substance spread across the entire room, leaving him to ponder the sheer number of bodies required to create such a harrowing scene. As Jiang Xia tread upon the viscous cadaverous fluid, a shiver ran down his spine. Yet, he was plagued by questions regarding the origins of so many corpses. He tugged at his hair in distress. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was flooded with cries of horror. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit. I'm about to lose my stomach. Is this a hell on earth? It's sheer hell. I can't watch any longer. If I do, I'll truly be sick. I'm out. The majority of viewers expressed admiration for Jiang Xia's bravery. Were it a typical person in his place, they would likely have succumbed to terror. Just then, as Jiang Xia stood in stunned silence, a sudden loud noise drew his attention. Bang! He turned to find the bedroom door had been shut. In the dim room, Jiang Xia could barely make out a tall figure standing motionless by the door, the atmosphere heavy with foreboding. It was Xiao Ming's father. Jiang Xia quickly deduced Xiao Ming's father's intent, to trap him in this bedroom, waiting for the candle to extinguish, after which a grim fate awaited him, one more agonizing than death itself. You wish to kill me, but I shall not grant you that opportunity. Jiang Xia's gaze was as deep as an abyss, calm and composed. So handsome. Stupid darling, don't die. I'll follow your stream from now on. Does no one care why this ghost isn't attacking the player? Why? Great one, please explain. I feel utterly confused by this newcomer's actions. It's due to that candle. It has a restraining effect on ghosts. This ghost is confining the player here, and once the candle burns out, the player is doomed. How did I not notice that? A player who cleared 3 instances once encountered this bizarre instance. He also deduced that the candle had a restraining effect on ghosts. Yet he ultimately perished. The bizarre instance is not singular. Completed instances vanish, while those yet to be cleared continuously attract new players until they are conquered. Great one. Does this player truly have no hope of survival? None. He is in a dire predicament. Send him some healing potions. My dear darling. In the bedroom, Xiao Ming's father stood immobile at the door, while Jiang Xia began to search the room, stepping through the sticky, repulsive cadaverous fluid. Jiang Xia raised the candle as he approached the bed. Drip, drip. A steady stream of yellowish-brown fluid dripped from the bedside onto the floor, causing Jiang Xia's heart to sink. He brought the candle closer, and the horrifying scene that unfolded before him sent a tremor through his entire being. Illuminated by the candlelight, the bed was strewn with a multitude of decaying corpses, their decomposed flesh melded together. Yet, the heads of these corpses remained intact, each mouth agape, as if they had witnessed something extraordinarily horrifying before their deaths. Where could so many bodies possibly have come from? Jiang Xia was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced toward the towering figure at the door, his mind swirling with questions. Shifting his gaze away, he continued to scrutinize the corpses. Among them were both men and women. Although their bodies had rotted, their clothing remained intact. Judging by the styles, these deceased individuals did not appear to be the original inhabitants of this place. Could it be that these corpses, like himself, were also players? Jiang Xia was astonished by his own thoughts. Just how perverse was the difficulty of this bizarre scenario? Suppressing the fear within, he suddenly heard a crackling sound behind him. What was that noise? Jiang Xia quickly turned around. Before him, the curtains were aglow. He drew them aside to reveal a cabinet tucked away in the corner, atop which sat an old, bulky television. It was this television that emitted the sound. How had it been concealed there? Had he inadvertently activated a switch? Why did the television illuminate? Jiang Xia gazed at the screen with uncertainty, and suddenly, the image flickered, transforming into static. Then, the picture abruptly appeared, displaying a news report. Recently, a severe storm had struck the area, causing a bus filled with passengers to plunge from a cliff, leaving no survivors. The screen flashed one gruesome image after another. Unpixelated. A woman clad in a white dress bore deep lacerations from shattered glass, her ponytail drenched in blood. In another scene, A man's head was wedged in a window. And more horrifyingly, a sharp rock fell from above, striking him, nearly severing his head from his neck. This was the tragic truth behind Xiao Ming's parents and the female ghost. A bus crash into the abyss. Chapter 10. Uninvited guest on the second floor. The news continued to loop on the television. The flickering light illuminated Jiang Xia's face as he sat in silence, watching the repetitious images, reminiscent of a lonely elder, listlessly observing the monotonous scenes. The candle burned down, wax dripping steadily, gradually shortening. Yet, Jiang Xia paid little heed, glancing at the candle only at intervals. At the doorway, Xiao Ming's father stirred. Bones cracking, he seemingly remained in place. Yet in the next moment, he was closer to Jiang Xia. At a distance of merely a meter, Xiao Ming's father finally halted. Perhaps wary of the red candle in Jiang Xia's hand, he loomed over him, his gaze filled with resentment and venom. His pallid, corpse-like face sent shivers down Jiang Xia's spine. At such proximity, Jiang Xia distinctly observed Xiao Ming's father part his lips several times. It was as if he had a mouthful of sand, his voice grating, hoarse, and chilling, causing Jiang Xia to tremble. Kill you. The uninvited guest who intruded into my home. Uninvited guest. You cannot kill me. Jiang Xia's eyes remained devoid of emotion, his tone flat. He averted his gaze from the lifeless eyes and instead focused on the candle in his hand. After prolonged use, the candle had dwindled to the size of a thumb, the flame flickering weakly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. In contrast, the oppressive chill in the air thickened, reminiscent of an impending storm. Kill. Uninvited guest. The hoarse voice resonated clearly, as if whispered directly into his ear. The air of death grew ever more palpable, so dense it felt almost tangible. In the fleeting moment before the candle extinguished, Jiang Xia lunged toward the television. Bang! Blood gushed forth, and Jiang Xia collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. Just before closing his eyes, he smiled. My foolish darling, did you truly take your own life? What a man! To commit suicide, I must admit I lacked the courage. Impressive. The barrage of comments overflowed with admiration for Jiang Xia, yet only he knew he could revive, though uncertain of how many times. Jiang Xia awoke, staring vacantly at the ceiling, his dazed pupils rapidly focusing. He had died 5 times. Instinctively, Jiang Xia glanced outside, still familiar. This time, he hesitated no longer. Rising from the bed, opening the door, taking the candle, and marching up to the second floor. What is this newcomer doing? It feels even more familiar than home. Heading straight for the second floor, without searching for clues on the first. Be silent. I suspect this player is a master. Jiang Xia ascended swiftly to the second floor. Unlike the first floor, the entire second floor was laid with wooden planks. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of marbles hitting the wooden floor resonated clearly in Jiang Xia's ears. The marble rolled further away until it came to rest at his feet. He picked it up from the floor and turned to the small shadow by the windowsill. Who are you? Who are you? A somewhat childish voice responded, prompting Jiang Xia to pause, seeking verification. Are you Xiao Ming? Yes. How do you know my name? Jiang Xia trembled, as if struck by lightning. It was indeed Xiao Ming. He had not perished and had been hiding on the second floor all along. Jiang Xia approached Xiao Ming, his footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. Thud, thud. In the dimly lit room, a delicate, pale, youthful visage appeared before him. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming looked up, nodding gently, his eyes reflecting an unusual vigilance, not typical of a child. Who are you? He countered, his pupils flickering in the gloom. I am a teacher from your school. You haven't attended for many days. The school asked me to check on you. Many days? Xiao Ming tilted his head, somewhat puzzled, and explained, Teacher, you must be mistaken. I only missed school today. Jiang Xia furrowed his brow. How could that be possible? Was Xiao Ming lying? Yet, gazing into those sincere eyes, doubt crept into Jiang Xia's mind. He began to suspect that Xiao Ming was trapped in this perpetual day, where if a player was killed, the scenario would reset, along with everything within it, time and space alike. Yet, why had the corpses on the bed not vanished? Jiang Xia pondered. If the scenario reset, those bodies should have disappeared. Confusion enveloped him. Was it a deliberate act by the scenario, and what purpose did it serve? Merely to frighten the players? Why didn't you go to school today? Could you share that with me? Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Xiao Ming's face. Teacher, I cannot go outside. If I do, the monsters will eat me. Why? Xiao Ming sobbed. This is all my fault. If I hadn't cried for candy, my parents wouldn't have died. But I missed them so much, day and night. One evening, on my way home, I met an old monk. I told him everything, and he said if I followed his instructions, I could see my parents again. He even gave me 2 items. I believed him. Jiang Xia contemplated and asked, the items the old monk gave you, Were they a red candle and a bowl with a piece of paper underneath? Xiaoming looked surprised, nodding, then shaking his head. It was a white candle. He told me to dye it red with the contents of the bowl, and once lit, I could see my parents. To remember them, after lighting the candle. I painted everything I saw, but, as he spoke, Xiaoming wept even more intensely. I didn't know it would attract that terrifying creature. Jiang Xia gazed at the sobbing Xiaoming, unable to suppress his frown. The clues are now largely clear. The shadow seen through the window was indeed Xiaoming, and the figure in the rain was his father. The ghostly figure in the painting and the woman knocking at the door were summoned by Xiaoming through a seance. In reality, the old monk did not impart methods for summoning spirits, but rather for invoking evil. Behind that unyielding bedroom door lies a collection of players who had perished in previous eerie realms. The human skin paper and candles were given to Xiaoming by the old monk, but why would the monk engage in such actions? Buddhism advocates for compassion. Yet such malevolent and sinister artifacts raise questions about the monk's true nature. Could it be that he is not a monk at all, but rather a devil masquerading in a cassock? Chapter 11. The uninvited guest. Now everything is clear, yet how does one escape? Without resolving the issues with the ghost in the painting and the female spirit, escape from Xiaoming's home is impossible. Jiang Xia tugged at his hair, troubled, wondering if he had overlooked something. After a moment of contemplation, he crouched down to look at Xiaoming and patiently said, "Xiaoming, I have a few questions for you, and you must answer honestly." Xiaoming obediently nodded. Jiang Xia produced a small steel ball. "What is the purpose of dropping this steel ball on the ground?" "Teacher, it is to remind you," Xiaoming replied. Jiang Xia furrowed his brow, pondering, and uncertainly asked, "Are you trying to remind me to go upstairs?" Xiaoming nodded, weakly adding yes. "Then why didn't you call for me?" Upon hearing this, fear flickered in Xiaoming's eyes as he shook his head vigorously, exclaiming that calling would attract that entity. "Attract what? Are you referring to the being in the painting?" "Yes," Xiaoming confessed, guilt-ridden, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. Suddenly, he broke down in tears, apologizing profusely, expressing that had it not been for him, Jiang Xia would not be trapped in his home, worrying if Jiang Xia was hurt. Xiaoming anxiously gazed at Jiang Xia, his eyes filled with remorse. "I am fine." Jiang Xia, looking at Xiaoming, suddenly recalled something and asked, "Xiaoming, how do you know the second floor is safe?" "I don't know. But Dad told me to go upstairs and warned me not to come down." He looked very anxious. Jiang Xia recalled the eerie grayish man with lifeless eyes. It was indeed Xiaoming's father who had prevented that ghostly figure from ascending. This line of thought led him to a shocking realization. Xiaoming's father had gone to great lengths to eliminate him, mistaking him for an uninvited guest intruding upon their home, believing him to pose a threat to Xiaoming. "Teacher." Xiaoming suddenly grew anxious, tugging at Jiang Xia's clothing. "What is it?" "Teacher, did you see my dad downstairs? Is he hurt?" "Your father is fine," Jiang Xia reassured him, confident that Xiaoming's father would not be intimidated by the ghostly figure. Otherwise, it would have already ascended. Hearing this, the tension in Xiaoming's face eased, and he smiled, revealing a pair of small canine teeth. Jiang Xia regarded Xiaoming, carefully choosing his words, gently stating, "Xiaoming, haven't you noticed that your father seems a bit different?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoming slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating what his teacher meant by different, eventually shaking his head. "No, Dad is still as stern as ever, his face tightly drawn. I wish he would smile more." Jiang Xia struggled to maintain his composure. Thus, it appeared that Xiaoming's father, in an effort not to frighten his son, presented a normal facade in front of Xiaoming, while appearing rather terrifying to outsiders. Jiang Xia gazed intently at Xiaoming, suddenly conceiving a possible means of escape. If he took Xiaoming with him, Xiaoming's father would undoubtedly intervene to protect his son, which would inadvertently assist Jiang Xia. The greatest challenge now lay in how to take Xiaoming with him and gain the consent of Xiaoming's father. After some contemplation, Jiang Xia concluded that perhaps he could leverage his position as a teacher. He crouched down, patiently stating, "Xiaoming, do you want to return to school? I will take you back." "Yes, I want to see my classmates, my teachers, especially Teacher Lu. She always sneakily gives me treats that the other students don't know about." Xiaoming's face lit up with joy, clearly fond of Teacher Lu. However, his expression soon dimmed, and he appeared dejected. "I can't go back." "Why not?" I can't leave my dad here. What if I take you downstairs to find your father?" "Really?" "Teacher." Xiaoming looked up, his previously dim eyes sparkling with hope once more. Indeed, Jiang Xia held a candle in one hand while taking Xiaoming's hand with the other, leading him downstairs. As they reached the bottom, Jiang Xia encountered Xiaoming's father. Due to a previous reset, Xiaoming's father did not recall his prior attempt to harm Jiang Xia. This time, he appeared less terrifying than before, resembling the photograph, with a serious yet affectionate expression towards Xiaoming, his hair a mix of black and white, dressed in faded clothing, and his shoes free of mud, presenting himself as an entirely ordinary person. Xiaoming, Dad. Xiaoming broke free from Jiang Xia's grasp and ran into his father's embrace. Xiaoming, why are you down here? Quickly go back upstairs. No, Dad. I will not go back. I can't leave you alone downstairs. That thing will. Before he could finish, tears streamed down Xiaoming's cheeks. By the way, Dad, this is a teacher from school. Since I didn't attend, the school specifically sent a teacher to inquire about the situation. Xiaoming's father shifted his gaze, eyeing Jiang Xia with suspicion. You're a teacher from the school? Yes. Xiaoming hasn't been to school for a day, and we couldn't reach you as parents, so the school sent me to ask about the situation. Jiang Xia feigned anger. Teacher, which school does Xiaoming attend? What grade and class? The abrupt question sent a jolt through Jiang Xia's heart as he met the cold, chilling gaze of Xiaoming's father, feeling a sense of dread. He had first-hand experience of Xiaoming's father's terrifying nature. The previously warm atmosphere turned suffocating. He sensed that failing to answer this question could lead to a dire fate, far worse than before. Fortunately, this question was not beyond his capabilities. He had seen the school and class information in Xiaoming's homework notebook. What kind of parent forgets their child's school and class? Taiyang Primary School, Grade 2, Class 1. You parents really ought to understand that a child's education is paramount. Missing even a day can set them back significantly. Xiaoming's father lowered his head, his expression softening as he lovingly ruffled Xiaoming's hair. Xiaoming, go back to school with your teacher. No, I want to go back. Teacher, please take good care of Xiaoming at school, Xiaoming's father pleaded, rapidly expressing his concerns about Xiaoming's well-being. He then affectionately stroked Xiaoming's head, reluctant to let him go. Teacher, you must take Xiaoming and leave quickly. Suddenly, Xiaoming's father's tone grew urgent. Jiang Xia could clearly see the rapid change in Xiaoming's father's expression. A grayish-blue corpse stain gradually emerged on his face, and the whites of his eyes swiftly consumed the entire eyeball. In a vague sense, Jiang Xia felt as though some equilibrium had been shattered. He quickly scooped up the weeping Xiaoming and dashed out of the house. As he burst through the door, a resounding bang echoed as it was forcefully shut behind him. Inside, a chilling wail of an enraged ghost reverberated. Outside, torrential rain poured down, and Jiang Xia dared not linger, plunging into the curtain of rain with Xiaoming in his arms. Yet, before they could escape the courtyard, a soft, gentle yet terrifying voice whispered ominously in his ear. Your flesh must be delicious. Your innards must be succulent. Your blood must be sweet. The woman, clad in a white dress with a ponytail, appeared at the doorway. Xiaoming, run back. Jiang Xia released Xiaoming's hand and pushed him back. Teacher, hurry back. This is bad. I thought we had escaped, but there's another lurking here. What the hell? Why does this woman only have a mouth? Or have her nose and eyes gone? Don't you find it strange? This player seems quite familiar with this instance. Indeed, I find it rather odd. I have no idea how he knows those clues. Is he just guessing? Like the school and class Xiaoming attends. The viewers in the livestream were astonished at how Jiang Xia knew so many clues. At this moment, Jiang Xia glanced at the woman, who was also gazing at him with a smiling face. You look so delectable. Jiang Xia wanted to retreat. Yet, in the next instant, the wooden door swung open on its own, and the woman, barefoot, stepped onto the bluestone slab. In the midst of Jiang Xia's terror, she opened her bloodied maw wide. Chapter 12. Uninvited guest. Jiang Xia lay on the bed, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling. He had died 6 times, leaving him utterly drained. Was there truly no escape? The difficulty of this bizarre instance had escalated to such a degree. Jiang Xia felt an overwhelming sense of despair, akin to striking a soft surface with his fists. However, it was not entirely fruitless. At least he had learned from Xiaoming's father how to deal with the ghostly apparition. As he attempted to take Xiaoming away, the lurking specter could no longer restrain itself, and while Xiaoming's father battled the ghost, the female specter became emboldened and targeted Jiang Xia directly. The balance was utterly disrupted. To escape, the sole obstacle now was to eliminate that female ghost. But how could that be achieved? Jiang Xia tugged at his hair, deep in thought. Red candles proved ineffective against the female ghost, and Xiaoming's father could not stand against 2 ghosts alone. The situation seemed to reach a deadlock, with no room for retreat. What is wrong with this newcomer? He looks utterly exhausted and feeble. This is pointless. I'm leaving. Suddenly, as Jiang Xia lay on the bed, a possibility dawned on him. Humans cannot combat ghosts. Only ghosts can confront ghosts. He had overlooked one crucial person, Xiaoming's mother, who had not appeared and must have failed in her summoning. However, If they could summon her once more, the situation could be reversed, 2 ghosts against 2 ghosts. But undertaking this task bore significant risks. Should the summoning go awry again, it could summon an even more malevolent specter. He had to take the gamble. Dying once more was a small price to pay. Jiang Xia understood the key point and immediately got out of bed, opened the door, grabbed the candle, and rushed upstairs in one fluid motion. Xiaoming, who are you? I am your teacher. You haven't been to school for a day. Jiang Xia reiterated his conversation with Xiaoming. However, this time he posed the critical question, looking earnestly at Xiaoming. His voice calm, yet his trembling hands revealing his inner excitement. Xiaoming, do you wish to see your mother? Yes. Xiaoming replied decisively. He had expected Xiaoming to hesitate. He had underestimated the magnificent brilliance of love. Xiaoming, your mother must miss you dearly. Here is a candle for you. You know how to use it, right? Yes. Xiaoming accepted the red candle with both hands and then sat on the ground, closing his eyes to silently chant his mother's name in his heart. After a while, Xiaoming opened his eyes, his gaze reddened, tears swirling within. Did it work? Jiang Xia asked anxiously. Xiaoming, however, looked aggrieved. After Jiang Xia had posed that earlier question, his reddened eyes could no longer contain themselves. He burst into tears. Whoa, teacher, is it because I was disobedient that my mother doesn't want to see me? Does she dislike me? Woo, I will be good from now on. If I am obedient, my mother will see me, right? I miss her. Xiaoming sobbed, suddenly feeling warm hands covering his head. He looked up to find it was Jiang Xia. Teacher? Jiang Xia gently reassured him. No, your mother must have been delayed by something. She cares for you greatly and wishes to see you. Really? Truly. Comforted by Jiang Xia, Xiaoming ceased his crying, though the tip of his nose remained red. Xiaoming, let us go downstairs. All right. Jiang Xia took Xiaoming's cold little hand and led him downstairs. Unsurprisingly, they encountered Xiaoming's father. Father. Xiaoming dashed into his father's embrace. Jiang Xia relayed the earlier conversation to Xiaoming's father once more. Teacher, you need to hurry and take Xiaoming back to school. Father, I want to go. Good boy, listen to me. Hurry and leave. Jiang Xia lifted Xiaoming and once again burst through the door. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully shut, the balance shattered. Jiang Xia did not rush to flee. He quietly fixed his gaze upon the door in the courtyard. Through the rain, the woman with the floral braid and pure white dress appeared, just as he had anticipated. Knock, knock, knock. The woman raised her hand and knocked on the door. Young man, please open the door. Someone is chasing me. The woman frequently glanced back, knocking more forcefully. Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes. This woman, no? The female ghost was deliberately trying to toy with him. Teacher, that Sister Xiaoming's eyes flashed with terror, and Jiang Xia felt his hand tighten. Before Xiaoming could finish his sentence, Jiang Xia interrupted him. She is not a sister. She is merely a vicious woman. Jiang Xia's lips curled into a mocking smile. What? What did you say? A torrent of resentment erupted, the woman's voice dripping with malice. I will kill you, kill you. Creak. The wooden door opened of its own accord, and the woman, barefoot, stepped onto the bluestone slab, advancing toward Jiang Xia with deliberate steps. As if the rain itself recoiled in fear. I will peel your skin off entirely, and chew your bones to bits. Xiaoming, close your eyes. Xiaoming's small body trembled incessantly, yet he obediently shut his eyes. Jiang Xia tightened his grip on Xiaoming's hand. Smiling serenely at the woman who was now mere inches away, his eyes as still as a tranquil well, devoid of any ripples. You're not afraid of me? Why should I fear you? Just look behind you. Jiang Xia pointed towards the woman, who, driven by curiosity, turned to look in the direction indicated by his finger. Behind her stood a voluptuous woman with an elegant hair bun, clad in a crimson dress, her skin pale as paper. Jiang Xia gazed upon her. Recognizing the resemblance between her brows and eyes and those of Xiaoming, it appeared she was indeed Xiaoming's mother. The summoning had been successful. Jiang Xia sighed with relief, feeling an overwhelming urge to proclaim his advantage. What intentions do you harbor towards my son? The woman's beautiful eyes glimmered with a chilling, murderous intent, fixating on the ghostly figure. A bone-chilling aura enveloped the small courtyard, yet curiously, as it approached Jiang Xia, it halted, as if an invisible barrier shielded him. Another meal has come knocking, the woman remarked with a playful smile, her mouth opening to reveal a crimson tongue. 1/2 meter long, dripping with viscous saliva. Of course, I intend to consume him, but your flesh also appears quite delectable. I would not mind feasting upon you as well. The woman's face was frozen in frost as she stepped forward. You shall pay the price. In the moment her words fell, she appeared before the ghostly figure, seizing her neck with a fierce grip. The ghost stood frozen, immobilized by her control. Xiaoming, hearing a familiar voice, opened his eyes. Upon seeing the one he had longed for, tears streamed down his face. Mom, young man, please take my son and leave quickly. No, I won't go, Mom. I want to be with you. Xiaoming, listen to your mother. Xiaoming, hurry and leave. Jiang Xia, fearing any delay, was uncertain how long Xiaoming's mother could hold her ground. He lifted Xiaoming onto his back, braving the torrential rain, and ran without looking back. Xiaoming cried out behind him, and Jiang Xia could only run while attempting to restrain the struggling boy. Teacher, put me down. I want to find my parents. Don't go, it's dangerous. After running for 10 minutes, Jiang Xia, carrying the weight of the child, felt as if his lungs would burst, icy rain pouring into them, intensifying his discomfort. Exhausted from crying, Xiaoming ceased his sobs, his eyes red and vacant, lost in thought. Xiaoming, may I set you down? Can you run on your own? Xiaoming remained silent, but nodded slightly. Jiang Xia released him, only for Xiaoming to immediately break free and dash back. Teacher, I want to go back. I want to find Mom and Dad. I didn't listen to them. I'm not a good child. But I don't want to be separated from them again. Teacher, tell Teacher Lu that I miss her. Xiaoming's voice dwindled. Xiaoming, Jiang Xia shouted. Xiaoming ran swiftly, and Jiang Xia, utterly exhausted, could not keep pace. The heavy rain obscured his vision, and before long, Xiaoming's figure vanished into the downpour. Jiang Xia gazed toward the direction of Xiaoming's escape, a myriad of emotions swirling within him as he sighed deeply. Where should he run now? The surroundings were shrouded in white mist. Could this not also be a means of passage? Just as despair settled in, Jiang Xia was astonished to find his body gradually becoming transparent, ultimately disappearing within the rain. Dungeon cleared. Pollution eliminated in the area, Lishui Villa District. Chapter 13. The Villa District. After Jiang Xia vanished, the audience in the live stream seemed to have reached a silent consensus, plunging into a profound stillness, with not a single barrage of comments. This silence lasted for 2.5 minutes before erupting into chaos, a flurry of question marks flooding the screen. No, someone explain. How did he get through? In the last recorded moment, the viewers witnessed Jiang Xia ascending the stairs to assist the NPC Xiaoming in making a wish, then descending to encounter Xiaoming's father. During this time, something truly terrifying seemed to transpire. After Jiang Xia fled with Xiaoming, they encountered a faceless woman, and just as they feared for Jiang Xia's life, the situation took a sudden turn. Xiaoming's mother appeared, exerting control over the ghost, allowing Jiang Xia to escape the courtyard with Xiaoming, only for Xiaoming to run back again, thereby concluding the dungeon. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 10 minutes. Does anyone know how long it took from the start to the clearance of this dungeon? 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Wow. Lishui Villa District. This was a deserted villa area, enveloped in mist, creating an illusion of isolation akin to an island in a fog-laden world. On the balcony of a 2-story villa, Jiang Xia fiddled with an astronomical telescope. Done. Once the telescope was calibrated, he eagerly began to use it. The view was shrouded in gray, dust particles floating in the air. As he adjusted the lens, a massive blood-red moon suddenly came into view. The moon radiated a scarlet halo, but the aura possessed an unsettling quality. Jiang Xia magnified the lens to focus on the halo. Upon discerning what it truly was, his pupils constricted. Those were not halos, but a multitude of intertwined, writhing blood vessels, and what he thought was the moon was, in fact, a human eyeball. As if aware of being observed, the eyeball suddenly opened wide, slowly rotating until it fixed its gaze directly upon Jiang Xia, its lifeless eye erupting with a terrifying crimson light. Locking eyes with the orb, Jiang Xia felt his blood run cold, hastily distancing himself from the telescope. Yet, the desire to look again was insatiable, drawing him back. He cautiously approached the telescope once more, peering at the blood-red eyeball hidden within the mist, which had closed its eye, seemingly descending into slumber. However, this time, Jiang Xia beheld an even more shocking and colossal, bizarre creature. Above the heavens soared a winged being, its wings spanning 100 meters, as pure white as snowflakes. Yet eerily, it bore no head, blood gushing from its smooth neck. On a golden throne sat a bejeweled Buddha, serene and benevolent, surrounded by a radiant aura. Yet the beads hanging before him were crafted from human heads strung together. There were also human-goat hybrids, human figures with goat heads, and 1,000-armed guanyin, human-headed balloons. Jiang Xia's face displayed shock after shock, yet after each wave of astonishment came a deeper dismay, until finally, his expression settled into numbness. This state of numbness did not last long as information began to flood Jiang Xia's mind. It turned out that the Misty World was a realm tainted by the failure to clear the dungeon, inhabited by bizarre creatures known as pollution sources, which fed on humans. Due to the successful clearance of the dungeon, the Lishui Villa district, now free from pollution, served as his birthplace, remaining here guaranteed absolute safety. For those bizarre entities could not invade this realm. However, should a player step beyond this boundary, they would be met with an onslaught of terrifying anomalies ready to claim their life in an instant. Moreover, regardless of the injuries sustained within the dungeon, as long as one returned to their birthplace after clearing the dungeon, all wounds would heal. Therefore, as long as he remained in this villa district, he would be completely safe, with no concerns for sustenance. As Jiang Xia stepped into the villa district, he stumbled upon a vending machine, which he discovered replenished its offerings endlessly after consumption, but only provided food and drink. Unfortunately, electricity and the internet were entirely inoperative, rendering all forms of entertainment useless. Jiang Xia sighed, feeling the weight of his inability to relax, which left him in a state of distress. If there were ample food, drink, and activities, he could easily remain indoors for a month. Yet, despite having sustenance and a luxurious abode, his material needs were satisfied while his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Returning to his bedroom, he lay on the soft bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of loneliness, akin to being trapped on an isolated island shrouded in fog, enduring great torment. Meanwhile, outside, the world had erupted with excitement. As the internet buzzed with news of Jiang Xia's triumph in a challenging instance, it had gone viral, surpassing 100 million views within just an hour. Chenju, witnessing the staggering numbers, couldn't help but smile. The video was titled 100% Mortality Rate. The eerie instance uninvited guest completed in 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Before the advent of the Shanlian game, Chenju had been a popular streamer of the Lianming game, gaining rapid fame through her exceptional expertise. Following the emergence of Shanlian, streamers across platforms transformed their content. Once popular gaming influencers fell into obscurity overnight, while Shanlian became a global sensation. Riding this wave of success, Chenju diligently adapted her skills, quickly becoming a sought-after streamer on the platform. Due to the unpredictable nature of the Shanlian game, no one was exempt from being drawn into its eerie instances, not even those in high positions. In this game, everyone stood equal. Consequently, most people, aside from their daily routines of eating, sleeping, and working, indulged in watching live streams. Viewing these broadcasts could indeed impart valuable knowledge, offering some degree of preparedness should one find themselves unfortunate enough to be selected for an eerie instance. Chenju could not resist clicking on the video she had watched multiple times, which continued to garner immense attention, featuring her own commentary. The eerie instance, with its 100% mortality rate, was completed in a swift 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Chapter 14. Commentary. Here we go, viewers. This video recommends wearing a breathing apparatus. It's an adrenaline-packed experience. As players enter the instance, external viewers can watch the stream from any perspective. Chenju opted for a first-person viewpoint, creating an immersive experience that allowed the audience to quickly engage. Amidst torrential rain, Jiang Xia awakens from his desolate, dimly lit bedroom, the windows creaking slightly under the force of the wind. Attention, viewers, high-energy moments ahead. The comments section was abuzz with activity. A figure hunched low appeared through the curtain of rain, illuminated by a flash of lightning, revealing the ghastly wounds of a strange individual. A user commented, "I peed myself." Another added, "I've seen this new streamer's broadcast. It left me utterly bewildered, but now I'm here for the commentary. Do you comprehend the significance of 9 minutes and 8 seconds? Significance? It's just luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Jiang Xia overlooked the strange figure in the rain, got out of bed, and walked into the living room, disregarding the odd sounds echoing from above. Without hesitation, he grabbed a candle and headed straight for the second floor. Pay attention, viewers, this part is crucial. I didn't understand this part. Someone explain. I don't get it either. Why didn't he search for clues on the first floor? Let me clarify. A normal person would assume danger lurked on the second floor upon hearing that sound. But Jiang Xia took the opposite approach. He headed straight upstairs from the outset, which certainly involved a gamble. However, I believe Jiang Xia was confident that the second floor posed no threat and that it was key to clearing the instance. The candle on the table provided him with a clue. A candle? A candle gave him a clue? I don't understand. Can you elaborate, please? On her bed, Chenju wore a smug smile, thinking, even if you rack your brains, you won't comprehend. Initially, she too was puzzled by Jiang Xia's decision to ascend to the second floor rather than seek clues below. She pondered over meals and during her breaks until she nearly drove herself mad. It was only after repeated viewings that she noticed the candle on the table, leading to a sudden epiphany. Dear viewers, this instance actually left behind a crucial clue: the candle. Have you observed the candle's length and the wax solidified on the table? If you did, you would understand that this candle was lit within 1 to 2 hours. Combining this with previous players' experiences in the instance: 1. Xiaoming's parents perished. 2. The candle is a life-saving tool. 3. The peculiar painting. One could deduce who in this household would be the last to light a candle if Xiaoming's parents were deceased. So it's Xiaoming. My goodness, how intricate. Upon seeing that candle, Jiang Xia deduced this information and surmised that Xiaoming was hiding on the second floor. The strange sounds emanating from the floorboards confirmed this, though the dangers involved were unimaginable, especially given that the instance had a 0 clearance rate prior to Jiang Xia's entry. Since the launch of Shanliang, the Daxiao authorities swiftly established a Guiju bureau dedicated to overseeing the game. This bureau cataloged the eerie instances and tracked the number of participants, creating a leaderboard. The leaderboard featured instance difficulty and player strength, with the uninvited guest instance ranking among the top 20 in difficulty. The player with the highest strength was named Ning Zhan, who had cleared 13 instances, followed by Qing Ling with 12 and Ruan Baijie with 10. Jiang Xia, having completed 1 instance, found himself ranked 99th, and successfully cleared instances would vanish, never to be repeated. Jiang Xia's completion of the uninvited guest instance meant it would disappear entirely. Some commented, I think the strength leaderboard needs revision. It shouldn't solely rely on the number of instances cleared, but also their difficulty. I believe Jiang Xia's abilities should place him among the top 10. Anonymous remarked, why should someone who lucked into completing an instance be in the top 10? The players there are widely recognized as masters, each having cleared at least 6 instances. A player stated, I find it hard to compare Jiang Xia's abilities to those of the top 10 masters. Although he completed a challenging instance, he has only cleared 1, and that is a fact. The leader of a group declared, I don't care, Jiang Xia is amazing. Chenju also noted these comments. In fact, she believed Jiang Xia's prowess was sufficient to rival the top 10 masters. His composure, decisiveness, and boldness during the instance were evident in the details. His performance was far from that of a novice. In contrast, some seasoned players appeared less competent than he. In summary, she holds great optimism for Jiang Xia. The video continues, depicting Jiang Xia ascending to the second floor, where he unexpectedly encounters Xiaoming and persuades him to lead him downstairs, culminating in a meeting with Xiaoming's father. Here, dear viewers, is a crucial detail. When Jiang Xia reaches the second floor and sees a shadow, he instinctively calls out Xiaoming, thereby confirming my earlier speculation that Jiang Xia was aware of Xiaoming's hiding place from the very beginning. Dreamer, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. What a remarkable detail. Sleepless Count, I'm astounded. This is the difference between me and the great ones. Had I entered such a bizarre instance, I would have perished before even leaving my bedroom. I shall put forth my hypothesis once more, and those with differing thoughts are welcome to share on the screen. Through the dialogue between Jiang Xia and Xiaoming, we learn that Xiaoming sought to see his parents and employed the method taught by the old monk to summon their spirits. However, an unforeseen event led to the summoning of something terrifying. This point is pivotal, for we glean from their conversation that Xiaoming's summoning failed, resulting in the arrival of a ghost. The pressing question remains, how many ghosts were summoned? A typical person would assume just 1. However, we have overlooked a critical issue. Recall that Xiaoming mentioned his father instructed him to stay upstairs and not come down. If Xiaoming's father could not contend with the ghost would have ascended long ago, suggesting that Xiaoming's father was indeed suppressing that ghost. Yet why did he insist Xiaoming remain on the second floor rather than flee the house? His father could easily have allowed Xiaoming to escape while simultaneously containing the ghost, implying that there is more than 1 ghost involved. This places Jiang Xia in an elevated position. At this point in the video, one can faintly perceive the excitement hidden within Chenju's tone. It was cat. I watched that live stream from beginning to end. No wonder I was left bewildered. It turns out it's an issue of my intelligence. Sleepy fish. Others have an intelligence ceiling. I have an intelligence floor. Dreamland. After watching the main commentary, I discerned the significance of the 9-minute and 8-second mark. Chapter 15. I am not a big shot. Chenju rolled on the bed with her phone, filled with exhilaration. Upon a second viewing, she continued to admire her own intelligence, having deduced the complete truth from merely a few clues, with the details being astonishingly intricate. In this moment, she yearned to shout aloud, who else? I am truly in awe of my own intellect. The female version of Conan is none other than me. The scheming frog, always probing your belly. The video persists. Jiang Xia contemplated the existence of two ghosts, and throughout the conversation, Scumming only mentioned his father, never his mother, indicating that while the father appeared, the mother did not. In order to counterbalance the two ghosts and to escape from Scumming's home, Jiang Xia conceived of the strategy to use a ghost against a ghost, suggesting that Scumming summon his mother once more. Of course, this also involved an element of risk, as no one could predict whether the summoning would yield his mother or another ghost altogether. The outcome was that Jiang Xia succeeded, completing the instance. At the video's conclusion, Chenju compiled the climactic moments of the live stream, the Battle of Four Ghosts. After watching the commentary video, the tension on Chenju's face softened. The eerie instance was so perilous that no matter how many times she viewed it, she remained anxious. Rumor Crusher, I implore you, please refrain from analyzing further. I am but a fool, a mere fool. Wonderful Jojo, I truly feel overwhelmed. I initially thought success was merely luck, but it turned out to be filled with intricate details. Jiang Xia is remarkable. No cilantro. Here we go again with the idolization. How tiresome. What is so impressive about it? Perhaps it was just a lucky break for a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. If one is truly capable, they should be able to complete the second instance in 9 minutes and 8 seconds as well. Crawling along the internet cable to your home, the lemon essence is sour again. Go away with your acidity. Do you not understand that luck is also a form of skill? Gentle Breeze. It is indeed true that Jiang Xia is impressive, but I do not believe it is as extraordinary as it seems. Little fist punching your chest. Absolutely divine. Absolutely divine. Special Little Huan Bao. From now on, I will only trust Jiang Xia's live streams. In the Lishui Villa district, the outside world cannot see Jiang Xia. Otherwise, bathing, using the restroom, or sleeping would become a global broadcast. Jiang Xia remains oblivious to the outside world, lying on his soft mattress with a vacant gaze. Bored. Bored. Utterly bored. He is unaware that his swift completion of the instance in 9 minutes and 8 seconds has skyrocketed his popularity online, and due to Chenju's commentary video, it has gone viral. On the internet, his video is circulating widely. Even the pinned posts on color websites pertain to his commentary video. Were Jiang Xia aware of this situation, he would undoubtedly cry out in protest. I had no idea. I only succeeded through repeated deaths. It is not as you imagine. Jiang Xia is now eager to enter the eerie instance. Generally, players enter such instances after 1 week, 2 weeks, half a month, or even longer. But players can also enter earlier. Jiang Xia has grown weary of his current state. There is not even white noise to break the silence. And he feels as if he is on the verge of succumbing to boredom. If he remains any longer, he will descend into complete despair. Thus, he resolves to enter the next eerie instance ahead of schedule. Multiplayer instance, countryside bus, task, take a bus to Qinjiawa. In the early hours, the night is as dark as ink, devoid of starlight. The grass rustles with the sounds of chirping insects, and dewdrops glisten on the wild grass by the roadside, quickly soaking the hems of his pants as he walks along the path. The road beneath him is obscured by darkness, and Jiang Xia holds a flashlight as he strides towards the highway. Woof, woof. The slumbering village is stirred by barking dogs, and beams of flashlight illuminate the surroundings as Jiang Xia counts 3 figures approaching the road, each wielding a flashlight. The trio reaches the road in succession. One appears to be a kindly middle-aged man named Zhao Jian. The second is a woman clad in a red silk blouse, her face adorned with a warm smile, exuding approachability. The last is a young man in a black short-sleeve shirt, wearing glasses. Care for a smoke? Found it in my clothes, Zhao Jian offers, opening a pack of cigarettes and extending it towards the 3. They shake their heads, and Zhao Jian sheepishly retracts the cigarettes. However, Zhao Jian's words prompt Jiang Xia to search his own pockets for clues or information, and the other 2 do the same. In the lining of his jacket, Jiang Xia discovers 4 banknotes and a sliding phone. The young man and the woman also find the same banknotes and a basic mobile phone. Zhao Jian remarks, the task requires us to take a bus to Qinjiawa. This money should suffice for the fare. Wei Xia expresses concern. What if the money isn't enough? It will definitely be enough. Instances typically do not set us up for failure in such matters, or else the task would be impossible to complete. Wei Xia glances at Zhao Jian with curiosity. How many instances have you completed? 3. Upon hearing this, Wei Xia and the young man Li Gu are stunned, feeling a surge of delight, for they have only completed 1 instance each. This instance marks the second for the pair, and having such an experienced veteran accompany them is an incredible boon. Jiang Xia also casts a deep glance at Zhao Jian. Here comes the one who conquered the uninvited guest instance in 9 minutes and 8 seconds. That look just now had some depth. It feels like Jiang Xia isn't too pleased. Did you all notice? Is this the so-called big shot? Let's see if he can walk the walk, if he can conquer this instance too. I will truly be impressed. I just glanced at the leaderboard. The difficulty of the Xiangjin Kesh dungeon ranks within the top 30. Although it may not be as outrageous as the first dungeon completed by the esteemed Jiang Xia, it still poses a considerable danger. How unfortunate for those individuals. They were led to their demise by Jiang Xia. If it weren't for him, they might never have been matched with such a challenging dungeon. What nonsense. I believe these individuals are quite fortunate to have been paired with the esteemed Jiang Xia. The barrage of comments continued unabated. Despite Chenju's analysis, some viewers still contended that Jiang Xia's success in completing a dungeon was merely a stroke of luck. Others argued that Jiang Xia was a formidable player, leading to an impassioned dispute. Jiang Xia merely glanced at the elder, recognizing his impressive prowess. He possessed the ability to rewind time and had died 6 times before conquering the previous dungeon, while this elder had surpassed 3 dungeons solely through his own strength. In comparison, Jiang Xia felt somewhat inadequate. Chapter 16. Xiangjin Keshtabu, at Chenju's home. The incessant notifications from his phone announced, "The streamer you follow, Jiang Xia, has started broadcasting. Come and watch." The phone on the sofa had been ringing for quite some time. Just as the notification sound was about to cease, Chenju, battling drowsiness, quickly sat up. He was entering another dungeon. This efficiency was astounding. Even the production team's donkey would be exhausted by such a pace. Chenju muttered a complaint and downed his freshly brewed coffee. Suddenly, the blaring sound of a horn startled everyone. Following the noise, they spotted a bus approaching, its bright headlights blinding. As the bus passed, it stirred a chilling wind. The vehicle was an old-fashioned model, its body covered in a thick layer of dust, appearing both dirty and ancient. The door swung open, and a short, stout man jumped down the steps. He tilted his head, a phone wedged between his left ear and shoulder, while a gray cloth bag, bulging with contents, hung from his right shoulder. "The bus to Chunjiawa will arrive in half an hour. You can come out now, or continue waiting on the road." The man's loud voice was somewhat grating. As he approached, Li Gu, standing at the front, was taken aback, startled by the man's ashen, grim visage, reminiscent of someone who had been deceased for some time. Li Gu retreated in fright, hiding behind Jiang Xia. "Are you the 4 awaiting the bus from Lijia village? Where do you intend to go?" "To Qinjiawa. 4 yuan each. You 4 total 16 yuan. Jiang Xia had just counted the coins on him, and he had exactly 4 yuan, indicating that the dungeon had only provided them with fare, not a cent more. "Hand it over. I will pay for all of us," Zhao Jin whispered, quickly counting the money after receiving it and handing it over to the stout man. The man snatched it away, counted it, and after confirming it was correct, turned his gaze to the feet of the 4. "You have no luggage?" "No. Board the bus and find your own seats." Zhao Jian turned to the others and said, "Everyone, let's get on the bus." Li Gu inadvertently glanced at the second-to-last window, his face suddenly turning pale. Through the glass, he saw a frail, emaciated elderly woman curled up in the back seat, her yellowed, murky eyes fixated on him, sending shivers down his spine. In fear, he poked Jiang Xia, who felt a gentle nudge at his waist. Turning around, he saw Li Gu's ashen face, his gaze fixed on a particular spot. Li Gu whispered tremulously, "Brother, look at that window." Jiang Xia looked in the direction Li Gu indicated and saw the elderly woman staring at him with a terrifying intensity, her lips moving silently as if speaking. What could she be saying? Jiang Xia furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about her, an unsettling dissonance he could not articulate. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the pristine, red faux character adorning her clothing, and realization dawned upon him. It was the clothing. The source of the discomfort stemmed from her attire. The elderly woman appeared severely malnourished, resembling someone on the brink of death, yet the new, vibrant red garment seemed out of place. "This old woman looks rather unsettling. Almost terrifying. I can feel the uncanny valley creeping in. It's frightening. I feel she is not quite human, especially with those eerie eyes. Let us board the bus." Jiang Xia calmly instructed Li Gu before stepping aboard. Observing this, the hesitant Li Gu quickly followed, as did Wei Xia, while Zhao Jian remained stationary, instead approaching the stout man. Jiang Xia witnessed this through the bus window. Upon entering, he was immediately hit by a mixture of leather and gasoline odors, making him feel nauseous. The back of the bus was sparsely populated with 5 individuals, and Jiang Xia chose a seat near the front on the right side. Sinking into it, Li Gu, keeping his head down, closely followed Jiang Xia, unwilling to look at the elderly woman in the rear. Once seated, the cramped space intensified the staleness of the air, amplifying Jiang Xia's discomfort. The bus window was coated with a greasy, viscous substance, which he found repulsive. Attempting to open the window, he pushed with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. Frustrated, he slumped back into his seat, feeling utterly drained. His heart raced, almost leaping from his throat, accompanied by the unease of his unsettled stomach. Noticing Jiang Xia's pallor, Wei Xia inquired with concern, "You look a bit pale. Are you feeling carsick? Should I ask for a plastic bag?" "No need." Jiang Xia offered a faint smile, exuding goodwill. "Brother, are you feeling nauseous? Why not open the window? It might help." Li Gu effortlessly pushed the window open, allowing fresh air to circulate, which eased Jiang Xia's discomfort considerably. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhao Jian and the stout man boarded the bus, the latter's complexion darker than before. Zhao Jian's expression was grave as he took a seat beside Wei Xia. She glanced at him, her lips moving as if to inquire about his conversation with the stout man, yet she hesitated to voice it. Li Gu, however, was unrestrained by such reservations, patting Zhao Jian's shoulder. "Brother Zhao, what did you discuss with that stout man? He looks even worse than before." Zhao Jian cast a wary glance at Li Gu, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I suspect there may be certain unspoken taboos related to the dangers within the dungeon." Li Gu and Wei Xia exchanged astonished looks, taken aback by Zhao Jian's swift acquisition of such crucial information, a testament to his prowess as a veteran who had cleared 3 dungeons. After exchanging contact information, the other 3 received messages from Zhao Jian. The gist of the matter is that the day before yesterday, a horrific traffic accident occurred on a certain stretch of road between Lijia village and Chenjua, leaving the scene gruesomely mangled. According to a short, stout man, it was raining heavily that day, and the driver failed to see a woman waiting by the roadside, leading to her being crushed under the bus and dragged beneath it. This caused the entire vehicle to lose control and crash into a rock wall, resulting in the deaths of all passengers aboard. Furthermore, the short man claimed that his colleague encountered the tragically deceased woman at that very intersection. Chapter 17. Rural Bus. After reading the message from Zhao Jian, the 3 of them fell into a profound silence. Wei Xia pondered for a moment before her voice trembled slightly as she said, "If we continue to ride this bus, is it possible we might encounter the site of the accident?" "Shoo!" Zhao Jian swiftly interjected, his expression grave as he shook his head slowly. "Do not speak of it." Wei Xia turned pale, casting a grateful glance at Zhao Jian as relief washed over her. What transpired with the driver after he encountered her? Consultant Li posed a pivotal question, cleverly substituting her for the woman. Wei Xia straightened in her seat. Jiang Xia glanced at Zhao Jian, nodding occasionally. He was eager to learn how Zhao Jian had gleaned such information from the short man, recognizing it as invaluable experience. He would not recklessly rely on his ability to resurrect from death. Should that power ever vanish, he would be at the mercy of the enigmatic scenarios. Thus, while he still possessed his abilities, he aimed to acquire as much knowledge as possible, preferring to rely on intellect rather than the power of resurrection. Alas, there was no opportunity to inquire further. The moment he attempted to ask, the man let out a peculiar cry. After glancing around frantically, he hurried onto the bus, seemingly afraid of something. Hence, I hypothesized the existence of a certain taboo. Inadvertently uttering such a taboo could lead to dire consequences. Wei Xia felt a twinge of regret. Had they been able to extract more information, their chances of navigating this scenario would have enhanced significantly. "Why don't we disembark and walk to Chenjua?" Li Gu proposed, his dim eyes brightening as he felt he had stumbled upon a solution to their predicament. First, Zhao Jian shook his head, followed by Wei Xia. "It's highly unlikely." In unison, the 2 voiced their dissent, and Li Gu, who had initially felt hopeful, deflated like a punctured balloon. Subsequently, he turned to Jiang Xia and asked, "What do you think, young man?" "I, too, find it improbable." Li Gu's spirits plummeted. He had thought he had discovered a path to success, similar to the previous scenario. In the last instance, an idea had randomly occurred to him, and when he was on the verge of being killed by a ghost, he had taken a bold leap, only to discover that his notion was indeed the key to success. It could be said that his triumph in the last scenario was largely due to luck. The task required them to travel by bus to Chenjua. Unless they obtained definitive clues, they absolutely could not disembark. Violating the peculiar mission assigned to them could very well lead to death, and a gruesome one at that. In my previous scenario, a plump individual defied the mission, and as a result, he was skinned alive by something lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Li Gu's face turned even paler. It dawned on him just how perilous the previous scenario had been. He had been but a step away from death. If his assumptions were incorrect, he might meet a similarly horrific fate. Jiang Xia is so quiet. That uncle, the girl in red, and the young man are all earnestly discussing their survival, while Jiang Xia speaks little. Now that we have no clues at all, what can we possibly discuss? I believe resting in our seats is actually a more prudent choice, as the other three are exhausting themselves with their heightened tension. Every expert has their own style. Which of the top 10 experts lacks their own characteristics and temperament? The more I observe, the more I find Jiang Xia to be enigmatic, his strength unfathomable. I don't care. Jiang Xia is amazing. Simply amazing. Jiang Xia refrained from participating in the discussion, feeling that in the current absence of clues, there was little to be gained from conversation. Moreover, he did not believe himself to be more intelligent than the others. He perceived himself as an ordinary individual, and learning from the experiences of the experts was quite beneficial for him at present. Additionally, he tended to speak less around unfamiliar individuals, a phenomenon commonly referred to as social anxiety. The bus traversed the seemingly endless highway. Jiang Xia gazed out the window, watching the scenery swiftly retreat on either side. The interior of the vehicle fell silent, akin to a stagnant pool, devoid of any ripples. Only the rumble of the engine could be heard. Suddenly, Li Gu exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Xia glanced over to find him crouched on the floor, half of his body wedged beneath the seat. His movements serpentine as he twisted around, leaving only his feet visible. Impressive, Jiang Xia thought, silently admiring him. He certainly could not manage such agility. What kind of talent have I been matched with? What was this player Li Gu involved in before? Tomb raiding? Huh. This time, Jiang Xia has matched with reliable teammates. Even a master from the tomb raiding world has appeared. That uncle truly lives up to his reputation as someone who has passed through 3 scenarios. He is very composed and experienced. The player named Wei Xia is quite impressive as well. Her adaptability is remarkable. Compared to the 3 of them, Jiang Xia's performance seems rather unremarkable this time, lacking any highlights. Do you understand what it means to accumulate strength over time? Do you grasp the concept of concealing one's true abilities? Do you comprehend the value of 9 minutes and 8 seconds? As the barrage of comments flooded the screen, Li Gu emerged from beneath the seat. The movements he created drew the attention of Wei Xia and Zhao Jian, who turned to look at him. What did you find under the seat? Li Gu brushed off the dust from his clothes and opened his palm, revealing a crumpled piece of paper. Jiang Xia's fleeting interest quickly dissipated. It was common knowledge that crumpled paper on the bus floor could very well be fresh phlegm or chewing gum. Zhao Jian and Wei Xia gazed intently as Li Gu unfolded the paper. This. Li Gu's eyes widened. Seeing his odd expression, Jiang Xia pondered. Did he find phlegm? You all look. The words on this paper. Li Gu's expression flickered as he unfolded the paper and turned it over for the 3 to see. Upon reading the scrawl, confusion, shock, and unease washed over Zhao Jian and Wei Xia's faces, while Jiang Xia remained composed. The note read, Do not board this bus. Something awaits on board. Some of the words on the note were smudged and blurred beyond recognition, appearing hastily scrawled as if written in a panic. Wei Xia's face turned pale with fear. Who left this note? What is on this bus? Is there danger aboard, or are there sinister elements, like ghosts? Zhao Jian, who had initially maintained his composure, was now completely unsettled, his gaze piercing as he directed it toward Li Gu. How did you discover this paper? Li Gu stammered as he spoke. I felt something kick my heel just now. When I looked down, I found this paper. Chapter 18. The country bus. Jiang Xia gazed thoughtfully at the note, pondering aloud. Why are these key pieces of information on the note damp? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jian quickly glanced at the note and nodded toward Jiang Xia before responding. Little brother, you have discovered something crucial about the note. What? Is there something strange about this paper? Wei Xia asked, somewhat perplexed. Zhao Jian pointed at the dampened words on the note and replied, Don't you find it odd? Odd. Not really. Wei Xia appeared even more confused, scrutinizing the note repeatedly, almost pressing her eyes against it, yet she could not discern any anomalies. The words were simply wet from water. What is so strange about that? Wei Xia suddenly furrowed her brow. She sensed something amiss, and, after contemplating for a moment, it struck her. I understand now. Li Gu, still in a state of confusion, scratched the back of his head. He remained baffled. Isn't the paper just wet from water? What is so peculiar about it? Others share my confusion, including Jiang Xia. He too was puzzled about what Zhao Jian and Wei Xia had uncovered. He had merely made a casual remark. Could it have been a fortunate guess? No. What do you truly know? Li Gu pressed, his urgency palpable. Zhao Jian slowly elucidated. It hasn't rained outside, nor is the bus interior wet. So why are the words on the paper damp? Noticing Li Gu's continued bewilderment, Zhao Jian posed another question. Could the person who left the note have intentionally wet it? But why would they do that? Moreover, why would they alert a group of strangers? Out of kindness. That seems unreasonable. Thus, the individual who cautioned us must have a specific motive. What if their hands were wet? If that were the case, why are only the critical parts of the note damp? Li Gu was enlightened. Right. Excluding other possibilities. The likely truth is that the person who left this note deliberately erased the key information, and their intention is clear. The first sentence of the note is already quite explicit. That person wants us to disembark. Yet they do not wish for us to know what truly lies within the bus. As Jiang Xia listened, his eyes brightened. His teammates were remarkably astute. Truly, they were formidable players who had cleared 3 dungeons, deducing so many clues from mere details. He had merely made a casual observation. Yet his teammates responded with such impressive insight. After Zhao Jian concluded his explanation, he turned to Jiang Xia, astonished. He realized that through subtle hints, Jiang Xia had grasped the essence of the situation. His intellect and perceptiveness were impressive. He had underestimated this young man. Wei Xia, too, regarded Jiang Xia with newfound respect. After comprehending Zhao Jian's explanation, Li Gu turned his gaze toward Jiang Xia, his expression complex. From the very beginning, his intuition had suggested that this handsome young man was not ordinary. Both Wei Xia and Zhao Jian, having traversed 3 bizarre dungeons, exuded an air of tension. They might have been trying to conceal their fear, but subtle details betrayed their inner trepidation, such as their slightly tremulous voices and anxious glances around. They were afraid of dying without understanding why, because in bizarre dungeons, even the most inconspicuous actions could lead to demise. Only this young man, appearing to be of similar age, differed. Regardless of the earlier encounter with the elderly lady or the series of events after boarding, his face bore no sign of disturbance. He remained unfazed, displaying a calm demeanor, as if the world could crumble before him without altering his composure. He seemed utterly unconcerned about the predicament they faced. Even if death loomed merely seconds away, only Jiang Xia knew of his ability to rewind time upon death, which allowed him to maintain his composure in the face of danger. At that moment, Jiang Xia observed the 3 individuals staring at him, feeling slightly bewildered. Why were they all gazing at him with such strange expressions? How peculiar. Look, this is the power of Jiang Xia. He discerned the issue with the note at a glance. How impressive is that? What's so surprising? The other 2 players deduced it too. What does that prove? I just want to ask, did you figure it out? I merely didn't analyze it in detail. Given careful consideration, I surely could have. Just admit you didn't figure it out. Why go on and on with unnecessary embellishments? So, who exactly left us this note? Wei Xia uttered in fear. Realizing that the elderly lady behind her was staring intently at her with deeply sunken eyes, murmuring incessantly. Zhao Jian noticed Wei Xia's distress and turned to find the elderly lady looking at him. He froze momentarily and quickly shifted his gaze to avoid another terrifying encounter. The atmosphere in the back of the bus grew increasingly eerie. The elderly lady clad in a red garment with auspicious characters appeared dazed, fixating on the window without turning back. A figure in a white dress, a person deliberately hunched over wearing a baseball cap, indistinguishable in gender, alongside a melancholic girl with striking features. And finally, a gaunt patient in a blue and white striped hospital gown. Each of these 5 individuals appeared abnormal. Li Gu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Who were these people on the bus? Who had left this note? Wei Xia tugged at her cascading hair, feeling distressed and troubled. Zhao Jian immediately turned to Jiang Xia, asking, "Little brother, do you have any thoughts?" Suddenly being called upon, Jiang Xia was taken aback. Why was the senior suddenly inquiring about him? Had he been caught slacking off? In reality, he was merely suffering from motion sickness, not slacking off at all. The other 3 felt a mix of excitement and disappointment upon seeing Jiang Xia's furrowed brow. They were excited that the senior might have thought of something, yet disheartened at their own inadequacies in comparison. Jiang Xia, serious now, noticed the peculiar way the 3 were scrutinizing him. Something felt off. Do you know? Jiang Xia shook his head, indicating his ignorance. The 3 simultaneously sighed in relief. Thankfully, the senior was also unaware, or their pride would have taken a significant blow. The bus continued its journey, yet the emotions of the 4 varied greatly. Only Jiang Xia remained slumped in his seat, his demeanor unchanged. Zhao Jian bore an unshakable anxiety. Wei Xia sat rigidly in her seat, and Li Gu's eyes darted around, eager to uncover something. As the bus advanced, everyone knew they were nearing the fateful intersection. Chapter 19. The country bus. An unsettling feeling loomed. Boom, boom. Ahead lay a bend. The bus's roar seemed to disturb the owls perched in the trees. Who? The mournful calls of the owls echoed through the forest, their prolonged notes evoking a sense of desolation. Hearing an owl's call at this hour was decidedly inauspicious. The group's emotions were stirred, and a strange chill enveloped the bus. Do you not feel that it's darker outside? Jiang Xia quietly remarked, having gazed out the window. He was the first to notice the change. The outline of the mountains, once visible in the twilight, had vanished into utter darkness. Even darker. The other three were momentarily at a loss, for this was utterly illogical. Unless night had just fallen, it should be getting brighter at this hour. And yet it was past 5 in the morning. Jiang Xia, are you perhaps too fatigued? Why not rest against the chair for a while? Wei Xia suggested, having observed for some time without any notable discoveries. The bus continued its journey, enveloped in a profound silence, only interrupted by the incessant murmuring of the elderly woman. What on earth was she saying? Suddenly, Li Gu, trembling, pointed towards the window, his eyes filled with immense fear and anxiety. Look quickly, outside the window. There's a ghost. He gazed in terror at the left side of the bus window, his body shivering uncontrollably. Jiang Xia also turned to look outside. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the window shattered. At this moment, the bus came to a halt. A short, stout man approached, his expression dark and furious. What the hell was that noise? His mood was evidently foul, startled by the earlier tremendous sound. However, Zhao Jian, Wei Xia, and Jiang Xia ignored him, for they heard a chilling scratching sound coming from outside the left window, reminiscent of fingers clawing at the glass, mingled with agonized screams. The eerie scratching sent a chill through everyone, even silencing the irate stout man. All 4 pairs of eyes followed Li Gu's gaze, their pupils narrowing in horror. Outside the window lay a figure, struggling relentlessly against the glass, accompanied by those spine-chilling sounds and cries, as if enduring unspeakable torment. What the hell? The stout man, petrified, collapsed onto the ground, his eyes betraying overwhelming terror. The window was pounded upon, the figure outside frantically attempting to breach the door. The ghastly screams caused the blood in the passenger's veins to run cold. She's here? Wei Xia's eyes widened, her body trembling violently. Li Gu desperately pressed closer to Jiang Xia, seeking solace in proximity, much to Jiang Xia's discomfort, nearly squishing him. The sound of pounding continued, growing increasingly louder. Jiang Xia caught a glimpse of the right window, noticing the wind had picked up, causing the trees along the roadside to sway ominously. The banging resonated throughout the bus, echoing like a cacophony of chaos. Zhao Jian felt a wave of unease wash over him, his throat tightened with anxiety, his gaze darting. Just then, Jiang Xia rose, maneuvering past Li Gu, approaching the window that was under siege. A thick layer of grime coated the glass, and through it, a dark hand was incessantly striking, while the horrifying cries echoed in their ears. Xiao Gu, Zhao Jian shouted. Jiang Xia turned his head, seeing Jiang Xia's normal expression. Zhao Jian breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his raised arm, having previously feared Jiang Xia had been possessed. Xiao Gu, what are you planning to do? Zhao Jian and the others, including the stout man on the floor, turned their eyes toward Jiang Xia in unison. Open a window, Jiang Xia stated calmly. He glanced at the 5 peculiar individuals seated in the back, feeling a twinge of surprise. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of others, he grasped the glass lock and exerted all his strength to push it forward. The moment the window opened, a fierce gust of wind rushed into the bus. A filthy, damp black garment was blown inside, splattering water across the interior, while the earlier banging sound was merely the branches of trees swaying in the wind. What we thought was a ghost was actually just a piece of clothing, Wei Xia exclaimed in disbelief. Li Gu appeared embarrassed, while Zhao Jian stared at the flapping garment, his lips twitching. Damn it, a tattered piece of clothing startled me. The stout man cursed as he stood up and returned to his seat. The bus soon resumed its journey along the road. Xiao Gu, you're impressive. How did you know it wasn't a ghost outside, but just a piece of clothing? Li Gu inquired. It was too dark, and with the wind blowing, it was hard to see. I was startled at first as well, Jiang Xia replied after sitting down. His intention was to explain to Li Gu that he too had misjudged initially, but had realized the truth later. While his words sounded reasonable, what was peculiar was Jiang Xia's expression. He spoke with a blank face about being startled, which the other 3 interpreted as him trying to spare their feelings by fabricating an excuse. Zhao Jian's lips curled slightly. Jiang Xia's emotional intelligence is impressive, but paired with that expression, it looks quite strange. Damn, I thought they had genuinely encountered a ghost. Who would have guessed it was merely a tattered piece of clothing? What a waste of my excitement and worry. Jiang Xia is remarkably composed. How did he realize the figure outside wasn't a ghost? It truly looked like one just moments ago. Are you blind? How could you not see it wasn't a person? I noticed right away. This scenario isn't even dangerous. How does it rank in the top 30? We haven't faced a single threat yet. What a pathetic scenario. I rate it poorly. Haha. I can only say you underestimate the value of the top 30. The real dangers lie ahead. The bus continued its advance. Xiao Gu, what you said earlier is true. It's really getting darker outside, Wei Xia remarked, turning her head to voice her puzzling observation. Jiang Xia nodded. You noticed too? Yes. Wei Xia replied gravely. Chapter 20. The country bus the woman in red really? Li Gu, hearing their cryptic conversation, also glanced outside, nodding vigorously after a moment. It's true, it's really true. The sky outside is getting darker. The situation seemed increasingly bizarre. Wei Xia, Zhao Jian, and Li Gu sat anxiously in their seats. A shadow of unspoken gravity etched on their faces. After the bus traversed a bumpy stretch of road, Jiang Xia suddenly sat up, forcefully grasped the window lock, and with all his might, pushed it open. He had nearly succumbed to motion sickness while the bus navigated the rough terrain, his stomach churning. The fresh air diluted the unpleasant odor inside the bus, reviving Jiang Xia and significantly improving his spirits. Wow, why are there so many graves here? Li Gu exclaimed in astonishment, as he noticed the mounds of graves lining both sides of the road, rising and falling like warts on a toad's back. From a distance, it appeared there were over 100, densely packed with one appearing every few meters. That grave looks different from the others, Jiang Xia observed. Spotting the unique grave Li Gu pointed out, which stood out starkly among the clustered mounds. The other graves were constructed from granite and marble, adorned with incense and offerings, with paper money scattered about. Only that small mound appeared haphazardly, as if it had been hastily piled with a few shovels of earth excavated from the same spot. The soil of the mound bore the same hue as that of the ground, and a distinct depression had formed in front of it, not due to trampling. Wild grass thrived around the mound, devoid of offerings, incense, or even a solitary joss paper. It stood solitary, akin to a tattered wisp of cotton amidst a sea of gold and silver. As the coach passed over the mound, its opposite side came into view, revealing that rain had eroded it, causing it to collapse and expose a fragment of a bamboo strip. More disturbingly, a wild rat was gnawing at a decaying foot. What unfilial child would treat their elder in such a manner? Even the usually mild-tempered Wei Xia could not restrain herself and spat in disdain. Zhao Jian, too, seethed with indignation. In the summer heat, unfilial behavior was particularly abhorrent. I felt a surge of unnameable fury. Were those my children, I would break their legs. Alas, unfilial conduct exists everywhere. This elder is truly pitiable, having died without a resting place. It is not merely a lack of a resting place. Even in death, the body finds no peace. The viewers in the live stream were incensed, their anger palpable. Disgusted, I cursed this family of children to hell. Li Gu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, turning his gaze away. If they treated their own elder like this, their children were indeed lower than beasts. As the coach drove away, the mound faded into darkness. Jiang Xia stared out of the window, lost in thought, only returning to reality after a long while. Strangely, the temperature inside the coach had dropped. Wei Xia hugged her arms, feeling the chill. She wore only a wine-red silk shirt, soft against the skin but lacking in warmth. The coach continued its journey, and as it rounded a bend, Jiang Xia suddenly straightened up, noticing a change in the demeanor of the young man beside him. Li Gu grew tense. Could danger be imminent? Throughout the trip, the young man had maintained a slouched posture, but now he sat upright. Li Gu quickly inquired, "Brother, what is it?" Jiang Xia lowered his voice. "Do you remember that message?" "I do." Li Gu nodded, his eyes flickering as he noticed that Wei Xia and Zhao Jian, seated in front of him, had straightened up as well, their gazes fixed ahead. This only deepened his confusion. What was happening? Jiang Xia slowly remarked. The incident occurred at a fork in the road. Ahead lies a junction. A junction. Li Gu's expression tightened as he clutched the seat in front of him, straightening slightly to look ahead, and to his astonishment, indeed, a fork appeared, with paths leading left and right. Zhao Jian and Wei Xia turned to look back. Their faces solemn. "We may have reached the site of the incident. I wonder if you noticed that the short, stout man has been acting strangely." Jiang Xia and Li Gu exchanged glances before turning their attention to him. Indeed, the stout man, seated near the door, now sat up straight, gripping the railing between the door and the first seat, visibly anxious. As the coach passed the fork, a vague figure appeared at the roadside, waving. As they drew nearer, Jiang Xia realized it was a woman waiting for a ride. Her hair was disheveled, obscuring much of her face, and she wore a striking red dress, standing out vividly against the night backdrop. "I need a ride, let me on," the woman called out, her voice urgent. She ran a few steps after the coach, but instead of stopping, the vehicle accelerated. Realizing she could not catch up, the woman halted, staring blankly at the departing coach. Jiang Xia silently averted his gaze. At that moment, Wei Xia stood up, striding toward the stout man. The stout man, watching the woman vanish from the rearview mirror, visibly relaxed. But then his peripheral vision caught the fleeting red, causing him to nearly fall in fright, a chill running down his spine. "Why aren't you sitting down? You're going to scare someone to death," the stout man complained. "Why not let her on? Let her on. This is a desolate area with no village in sight, and you didn't see what she was wearing. The red dress is a harbinger of doom. Who would dare let her on?" The stout man pointed ominously at the rocky cliff ahead. "That is where the incident occurred." Oh, Wei Xia nodded. Though she wasn't truly advocating for the woman left waiting, she merely sought information from the stout man. "Don't let her on. Don't let her on." Suddenly, the gloomy girl in the back seat turned her terrified gaze forward, screaming and crouching in anguish. Jiang Xia was about to turn around when he caught sight of the woman in the red dress, who should have been left behind, now standing in front of the coach. Chapter 21. The country coach. A strange stench of blood. What the hell? Can this woman fly? How did she get in front of the coach? Li Gu exclaimed, panic-stricken. Wei Xia was momentarily stunned, then began to back away, terrified as she beheld the woman reappear. "Quick, step on the gas," the stout man yelled at the driver, his eyes bloodshot. "Damn company. I'm quitting tonight. Let someone else deal with this madness." The stout man muttered angrily, his gaze fixed ahead. With a thunderous roar, the engine surged as the coach accelerated, causing Jiang Xia to lurch backward, his head striking the seat with force. Although it was soft, the sudden impact was still painful, and he rubbed his head as he sat up, looking out the window once more. This glance caused his pupils to constrict in horror, for the woman stood directly in line with the window opposite his seat. Her head tilted, revealing a face grotesquely marred, with eyeballs dangling beneath swollen eyelids, an utterly terrifying sight. Li Gu leaned closer. "Brother, what are you staring at so intently? I advise you not to look." But Li Gu ignored the warning and glanced outside, his face paling as he beheld the woman's horrific visage. I damn," Li Gu exclaimed, his expression turning ashen as he leaped from his seat, utterly terrified. Outside the window, the woman stared at Jiang Xia, fully revealing her ghastly face. Her eyes filled with a vengeful glare directed at the departing coach. Suddenly, Jiang Xia caught a whiff of a metallic scent lingering at his nostrils, glancing toward the woman. This smell emanated from her, yet it was strangely overpowering. How could it be so pungent when the wind was blowing? It shouldn't be this strong. Jiang Xia found the odor unbearable, as if he were immersed in a pool of blood, thick enough to send shivers down his spine. Thud. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Jiang Xia closed the window, until the woman vanished into the darkness. This time the bus had completely shaken her off, and she no longer appeared in front of it. "Damn, finally got rid of her," the short, stout man cursed, his taut nerves relaxing. Little brother, Li Gu called out in a muffled tone, his face contorted in pain as he pinched his nose. Jiang Xia, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Little brother, do you smell that putrid stench of blood? It's unbearable." Jiang Xia nodded. "I can smell it. Could you move a bit?" Li Gu gestured for Jiang Xia to lower himself. Jiang Xia willingly shifted aside. Li Gu stood up and forcefully pushed open the window. It must be said that under Jiang Xia's vigorous efforts, the window slid open increasingly smoothly. With a whoosh, Li Gu leaned out of the window, inhaling the fresh air deeply, feeling as though he had been redeemed. Much better. Wei Xia pinched her nose, looking at Li Gu with confusion. That smell is coming from outside the window. Wouldn't he opening it make the stench stronger? Clearly. Not only Jiang Xia, but even Wei Xia instinctively attributed the foul odor to the terrifying woman in red they had just encountered. Right. Li Gu slapped the back of his head. Why did I open the window? However, the smell had indeed diminished significantly. Jiang Xia was puzzled, logically. With the wind blowing outside, the odor should not become stronger. The only explanation was that the stench did not originate from outside, but rather from within the bus. Not just Jiang Xia, but Zhao Jian and Wei Xia also realized this. The two exchanged terrified glances, fixing their eyes on the 5 passengers in the back seat, each displaying a different expression, their eyes betraying immense fear. "What's the matter with you? Why do you look so strange?" Li Gu asked in confusion, wondering if they had been rendered foolish by the stench. "The smell of blood is coming from inside the bus. This is getting eerie. From the old lady to the paper ball, and now this stench. This bus is truly bizarre. The top 30 in the leaderboard are now making their move. Prepare to tremble. Has Jiang Xia still not deduced the solution? That seems a bit disappointing." "Disappointing? You just arrived, haven't you?" Jiang Xia has remained calm and composed from the start, performing exceptionally well. This scenario hasn't seen blood yet, and there are very few clues at this point. Inside the bus, the 3 who noticed this, except for Li Gu, all turned their attention to the 5 passengers behind them. From whom did that earlier stench of blood originate? The old lady? The woman in the white dress? The sickly man? The gloomy girl? Or that cap-wearing fellow? Jiang Xia rested his chin on his hand, meticulously pondering the clues known thus far, starting with the information Zhao Jian had gleaned from the short, stout man, car accident, followed by paper ball. The clues were sparse, yet it was highly probable that the woman in red they had encountered was the victim of the car accident, having been crushed and tragically trapped beneath the vehicle. As for who the paper ball and the current stench of blood pertained to, he was still unable to deduce from the existing clues. However, was there a connection between the two? Jiang Xia thought hard, but could not determine any significant link. He certainly could not close the window and attempt to sniff out who emanated the stench. That would be tantamount to courting death. That woman we just saw must be from the car accident. Wei Xia refrained from mentioning those two words, recalling Zhao Jian's warning about potential taboos that should not be spoken of. Jiang Xia nodded subtly. Zhao Jian appeared somewhat lost in thought, and suddenly spoke. Actually, I've heard that the souls of those who die unnaturally may be trapped at the site of their death, forced to relive their suffering until they find a substitute to bear their pain. This is what is known as a soul harvesting, much like a water ghost. Zhao Gu, what do you mean by that? I think things are not so simple. According to this notion, she also died unnaturally, so I wonder if we need to find a scapegoat for her. Zhao Jian squinted at the three, voicing his speculation. No, it can't be. Is it really that mystical? Li Gu shuddered. If Zhao Jian's guess held true, it would imply that someone would inevitably perish in this eerie scenario. But who would willingly be that doomed individual? The answer was no one. If survival was an option, no one would choose death. Actually, I've heard this theory too. It's rather frightening. If that is the case, one person will inevitably face death. Sacrificing one for the safety of the many seems worthwhile, doesn't it? But what if it's you who must be sacrificed? I certainly wouldn't agree. If someone were to make me die, I'd ensure they met their end first. Can I sit behind you? At that moment, the gloomy girl in the back suddenly spoke. Chapter 22 Countryside Bus Tunnel. The girl stood in the aisle, her head lowered as she gazed at her toes, her alabaster fingers nervously rubbing the fraying hem of her garment, appearing anxious. Her body trembled slightly. Zhao Jian assessed the girl and asked, "Can you give a reason?" The girl bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I'm too scared sitting alone in the back. After speaking, she glanced back, indicating her fear of the peculiar behavior of the passengers behind her. Among the five in the back seat, the girl was undoubtedly the most normal. Wei Xia shot a glance at Jiang Xia, and upon seeing him nod, she approached the girl and gently patted her head. Don't be afraid. I'll sit with you. Wei Xia led her to the empty seat behind Jiang Xia. Under the gentle treatment, the girl's gloomy face revealed a smile, and she softly thanked Wei Xia. Little sister, what's your name? Li Meng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia subtly furrowed his brow. Li Meng, a lovely name. Thank you. The girl was polite yet appeared frightened, aggrieved, and melancholic, effectively invoking a sense of protectiveness in others. This girl seems very pitiful. Poor little thing. Let us give her a hug. Is there a possibility that the girl is pretending, displaying vulnerability to lower the guard of others? I think so too. The girl might very well be the big boss. No way. How could such a sweet, soft little cupcake possibly be the big boss? You all are thinking too darkly. Exactly. That makes it even more likely. In their seats, Wei Xia occasionally observed the girl quietly sitting there from the corner of her eye. The girl suddenly turned to Wei Xia and asked, "Sister, are you wanting to ask me something? You've looked at me so many times." Wei Xia smiled awkwardly. Well, actually, I do have some questions for you. Where are you headed on this bus? I'm going to Qinjiawa. Qinjiawa? How coincidental. We are going there too, so you can come with us. That way, you won't be scared. Thank you. By the way, Xiaoming, while you were sitting in the back, did you see anyone throw this note over here? As Wei Xia passed by Li Gu, Jiang Xia had instructed Li Gu to hand the note to Li Meng. Li Meng stared at the note for a moment, then lifted her head, her gaze vacant. I don't know. I'm sorry. There is no need to apologize, Sister merely inquired. Sister has another question. Can you answer her? Li Meng curled up in her seat, her voice barely audible. Did you smell something strange from behind? Li Meng paused for a moment, blinked, and nodded. Wei Xia felt a surge of joy, finally extracting some useful information. She excitedly grasped Li Meng's delicate hand, only to shiver at its coldness. It felt less like holding a hand, and more like grasping a block of ice. Wei Xia's expression changed. Concern etched on her face as she gazed at the shivering girl. Xiaoming, why are your hands so cold? Sister, I'm cold, so cold. Please take off your clothes. Jiang Xia glanced at Li Gu, who was taken aback, hugging himself tightly, wary. Xiao Gu, what do you intend to do? She's cold. Take off your clothes and give them to her. Oh, Xiao Gu, I thought you were. Jiang Xia inquired suspiciously. What? Li Gu smiled, revealing an expression that suggested understanding. Hee hee. After shedding his coat, Li Gu handed it to Wei Xia, who hurriedly wrapped the girl in the fabric. Given Li Gu's height of about 1.80 m, his coat could easily serve as a blanket for the girl. Once Wei Xia wrapped the girl snugly, she embraced her tightly, initially believing the girl trembled from fear, only to realize it was due to the cold. After allowing Li Ming a moment to recover, Wei Xia continued to inquire, "Xiaoming, where did you smell that unpleasant odor?" Li Ming appeared dazed for a while. It was from that sister wearing white at the back. Jiang Xia gasped as the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. The scent of blood emanated from the woman in white, who stared vacantly out the window. Could she also be the one who left that note? At that moment, large raindrops suddenly pounded against the car roof, creating a cacophony. Darkness enveloped the world as the wind picked up, relentlessly pouring rain into the cabin. Damn it! What terrible luck! What misfortune has befallen me lately? The short, stout man in front cursed, inadvertently dispelling some of the chilly atmosphere inside the now silent vehicle. Rainwater streamed through the windows, chilling everyone, prompting the short man to hastily close the window. The creaking sound echoed throughout the cabin as he unearthed a blanket from somewhere and draped it over himself. The bus pierced through the curtain of rain, illuminating the dark night ahead, splashing water as the wheels turned. Ahead lay a tunnel, its entrance adorned with vibrant green moss, with faint green lights flickering at the entrance. While the depths of the tunnel remained shrouded in pitch darkness, akin to a terrifying maw exuding an unsettling aura. The driver gently applied the brakes, slowing the bus as it approached the tunnel. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over Jiang Xia. Just before entering the tunnel, Li Gu inched closer to Jiang Xia, feeling significantly more at ease with him nearby. The bus plunged into the darkness of the tunnel, where visibility dwindled to nothing. Jiang Xia sat up straight, suddenly feeling a weight on his shoulder. When he reached out to touch it, he found a head. "Xiao Ge, it's me. I'm a bit scared. Let me lean on you." Li Gu's voice trembled with fear, his teeth chattering. "Xiao Ge, if we encounter danger, you must save me." He incessantly murmured in Jiang Xia's ear, prompting Jiang Xia to roll his eyes in annoyance. Suddenly, Jiang Xia heard a peculiar sound, akin to someone snipping with scissors. Who could possibly be cutting something? "Li Gu, did you hear any strange sounds?" Jiang Xia asked, turning toward Li Gu, who remained silent for an extended period. Anxiety gripped Jiang Xia's heart. Li Gu? "Xiao Ge, why didn't you respond earlier?" Li Gu finally replied. "I was listening to the strange sound you mentioned. It seems like someone is using scissors." "Xiao Ge, Xia Jie?" Li Gu called quietly, wary of attracting the attention of whoever might wield scissors in the darkness. Yet, he was met only with silence. Neither Zhao Jian nor Wei Xia replied. Ironically, what he feared came to pass. The sound of snipping in the dark grew clearer, as if the figure with scissors was drawing closer. Damn it, could I be this unlucky? Li Gu felt his scalp prickle, trembling uncontrollably as he pressed against Jiang Xia, whispering in fear, Xiao Ge, I have goosebumps. What is that sound? It's terrifying. I'm hiding under the covers, too scared to even let my feet show. What exactly is that sound? Could it be the woman in white? Didn't that old man mention that mentioning taboo might lead to danger? Could the taboo refer to the woman in white? Is there an inevitable connection between the two? I don't know. Let us keep watching. After all, I have the news broadcast and live stream running simultaneously, challenging each other. Who is afraid of whom? Chapter 23. The trap of the rural bus in the darkness. The sound of cutting grew increasingly distinct. Li Gu crouched beneath his seat, regretting his earlier words, sensing that the entity in the darkness was rapidly approaching him. Just then, a discernible gray boundary appeared ahead, marking the tunnel's exit. Li Gu fixed his gaze straight ahead, his heart racing. If he could just make it out, he would survive. It wasn't until the bus emerged from the tunnel that warmth began to seep into his frigid body. I survived. Li Gu's gaze became vacant, his previously dazed pupils regaining focus. I survived. He felt an overwhelming joy, quickly turning to Jiang Xia beside him, relieved to see him unharmed. Allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly, Xiao Ge was his anchor. With him present, he felt secure. Xiao Ge, are you all right? I'm fine. Xiao Ge, why didn't you respond when I called you earlier? Called me? When did you call? No, Xiao Ge, I just... Li Gu's heart raced as he saw Jiang Xia's serious expression, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Xiao Ge, you're not joking with me, are you? No. Li Gu was stunned, realizing that he had narrowly escaped death. If the bus hadn't exited the tunnel, he might have perished. Jiang Xia glanced at Li Gu, noting the unease in his expression. What's wrong? Li Gu forced a smile, relieved. Xiao Ge, you almost never see me again. Oh, isn't that a good thing? Xiao Ge, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. Li Gu sulked, turning his head away. While Jiang Xia began to ponder a troubling question. What exactly was the sound of cutting something in the darkness? As he delved deeper into his thoughts, he suddenly heard Zhao Jian's voice ahead. Have you all noticed? The short, stout man sitting at the front hasn't moved in quite some time. Zhao Jian's words rendered Jiang Xia silent. Li Gu remarked, what is strange about that? He might just be asleep. Zhao Jian turned to Li Gu, his expression somber. In this situation, would you be able to sleep? I wouldn't. The three individuals promptly rose to their feet, accompanied by Wei Xia, who discerned an unsettling atmosphere from their fragmented discourse. It appeared that the stout man might have encountered grave trouble. The quartet hastened to the stout man's side. Wrapped in a blanket, he reclined against the car seat, his mouth slightly agape, seemingly ensconced in a deep slumber. However, the window was ajar, and the frigid rainwater cascading in from outside struck his face without eliciting any response. Could a person truly sleep so soundly? They exchanged anxious glances, each reflecting the trepidation mirrored in the other's eyes, with the exception of Jiang Xia, who stepped forward and cautiously lifted the blanket enveloping the stout man. To their horror, his abdomen was marred with intersecting scars, the flesh grotesquely protruding. More alarming still, his belly had been entirely hollowed out, leaving only a mass of flesh. A piercing scream erupted, causing the bus to come to an abrupt halt. Wei Xia could no longer contain herself. She sank to the ground, retching uncontrollably, followed by Li Gu and Zhao Jian, whose faces turned ashen. Jiang Xia's expression shifted only slightly. How composed Jiang Xia is. If I were to witness such a horrifying scene, I would have been paralyzed with fear, one among them mused. Have you noticed? That older gentleman's pallor is alarming. He is far less composed than Jiang Xia. Is Jiang Xia unafraid? My goodness. He has merely traversed one level of this ordeal, yet his adaptability is astonishing. In truth, Jiang Xia was not devoid of fear. He had merely encountered far bloodier and more terrifying sights before. Thus, when confronted with what others deemed gruesome and horrific, he found it less daunting. Who is calling? Who dares to disturb me? The driver, startled, unfastened his seatbelt and approached the group encircling the stout man, which also included Li Meng. What are you all staring at? Return to your seats, he admonished, upon peering forward and beheld the stout man's tragic state. A foul yellow liquid streamed from him, staining his pants. He is dead. A corpse. The driver scrambled back to the driver's seat and retrieved his phone, only to find his expression grow even more frantic. There was no signal. Why is there no signal? How can this be? He struck his phone in desperation, but the signal remained elusive. Damn it. Does anyone have signal on their phone? Hurry and call for help. Our phones have no signal either, came the response from the passengers. The driver directed his shout toward the four seated in the back. Does anyone have signal? Call the authorities. Yet the elderly lady, the woman in the white dress, the sickly man, and the cap-wearing individual paid him no heed. Damn it. I should have checked the calendar before leaving home. I must have run afoul of something sinister. I'll drive this vehicle to the nearest Qinjiawa and find a household to wait for daylight. Whoever wants to drive can take over. I refuse to continue. If it weren't for providing for my family, who would dare to risk their life on this road? This damned company. Once I return, I'm quitting. Muttering to himself, the driver resumed his place behind the wheel. Excuse me. May I inquire about the fate of the driver who traveled this route yesterday? Jiang Xia asked. The driver shot him a glance of disdain, responding coldly, he is dead. This route harbors significant issues. What kind of transport company allows such a high death toll and still permits drivers to traverse this path? What choice do they have? As long as there's profit to be made, capitalists will disregard everything. Who killed the stout man? Does anyone have a clue? Could someone elucidate? Did the driver stumble upon an unspeakable taboo that led to his demise? Unclear. I just arrived. Can someone explain? Dead, Li Gu murmured, reflecting on the driver's earlier proclamation. Zhao Jian squinted towards the open window. Could the assailant be the woman in red? Wei Xia speculated, gesturing towards the window. The window was closed. Now it's open. Could it be that the woman in red pursued the bus, climbed through the window, and murdered him? Isn't that an extraordinary feat? Li Gu, somewhat apprehensive, glanced outside, observing droplets streaming down the window, without sighting any terrifying crimson figure. Jiang Xia contemplated the mangled body of the stout man. What if the situation were reversed? What do you mean? The murderer is not outside the vehicle, but rather inside it. Zhao Jian, awakening to a revelation, gazed in astonishment at the youthful Jiang Xia, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Indeed, overthinking has led to misjudgment. This very window could be a trap laid by the killer. In Chapter 24, The Country Bus, Wei Xia and Li Gu exchanged glances directed at Zhao Jian. Li Meng, standing behind Wei Xia, discreetly glanced at Li Gu before lowering her head, her expression becoming somewhat convoluted. If the situation were reversed, the murderer is not the woman in red. but someone within the vehicle. He deliberately opened the window to mislead us into believing the stout man was slain by the woman outside, making us perceive the exterior as perilous while the interior seemed safe, thus ensuring we remain inside the vehicle. Wei Xia appeared bewildered. If this were indeed the case, then he could have killed the stout man and could just as easily eliminate us unnoticed. Why go through such lengths? Zhao Jian regarded Wei Xia intently, continuing his explanation. Because of the rules. You see, aside from certain exceptional scenarios where specters can kill indiscriminately, within normal contexts, a ghost must meet specific conditions to slay. Jiang Xia nodded emphatically, acknowledging Zhao Jian's words. The condition for the ghost in his first trial had been candles and water. Are you suggesting we have yet to meet the conditions for the ghost to kill us? Wei Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Jian affirmed. But if we remain in this vehicle, we may inadvertently trigger the ghost's killing criteria. Do you recall the note Li Gu found earlier? Do not board this vehicle. There is a. Hence, the complete message should read. Do not board this vehicle. There is a ghost on board. It is dangerous. Gasps of shock reverberated through the group. There is a ghost on board. Who could it be? The elderly lady? The sick man? The cap wearer? The woman in white? It now seemed most plausible that the ghost was the woman in white, who had been staring vacantly out the window. After all, if Li Meng were truthful, how could a seemingly normal person exude such a strong scent of blood unless she were not normal, but rather a specter? Jiang Xia turned to look back, and upon a mere glance, a chill ran down his spine. The woman in white, who had been gazing out the window, had inexplicably turned her head to face them. Her eyes fixed intently on the group, her lips curving into a smile that seemed to oscillate between joy and sorrow, exceedingly eerie. When did she turn her head? Li Gu exclaimed, his earlier triumph now swiftly replaced by dread. The presence of a ghost on this bus implies that the only means to successfully navigate this trial is to disembark and make our way to Qinjiahua. Wei Xia conjectured, cautiously glancing at Jiang Xia and Zhao Jian. Jiang Xia remained non-committal, while Zhao Jian nodded in agreement. Perhaps this is indeed the method to navigate through the instance. However, Zhao Jian's eyes turned fierce, and he solemnly declared, in our current predicament, there is an element of gamble. If we succeed, we all rejoice, but if we fail, we must fend for ourselves. Let us make a decision. I have resolved to disembark. What about you all? Jiang Xia, I concur. Wei Xia, agreed. Finally, only Li Gu remained silent. Though he was the one who initially surmised this plan, he hesitated to exit the vehicle, haunted by memories of the woman in red. With the other three in agreement to leave the car, the thought of remaining alone inside was far more terrifying than death itself. I also agree. Then let us alight and make our way to Qinjiahua, but we face another dilemma. What dilemma? We are unfamiliar with the route. At that moment, Li Meng raised her head, revealing her delicate face beneath her long hair. I can guide you. I know the way. All eyes turned to Li Meng, causing her to blush. Xiaoming, you know the way? That is splendid. Yes, I can lead you there. Li Meng smiled and continued. It is raining outside, and I happen to have an umbrella, which my grandmother insisted I bring along, as she predicted it would rain. Speaking of her grandmother, a rare brightness returned to Li Meng's previously gloomy countenance. Excellent. That is wonderful. Let us hasten to disembark. I cannot bear to linger here a moment longer. Wei Xia eagerly urged, her spirits lifted. Is this instance truly meant to be cleared? It feels rather ominous. This is one of the top 30 eerie instances. While players may be oblivious, we are aware. My instincts tell me that this instance will not be so simple. I wonder if the woman in red will pursue them if they disembark. That is certainly a possibility, yet Jiang Xia appears remarkably composed. If there were danger, he would have sensed it by now. Why does he seem unfazed? He is not a deity. He is human. Unless he can foresee the future, he is just as vulnerable as the rest of us. This uncle's analysis is quite astute, a remarkable leap of thought, truly worthy of a seasoned player who has cleared 3 instances. He only arrived at this conclusion thanks to Jiang Xia's hints. It was Jiang Xia who first deduced it. He merely chose to remain humble, allowing the opportunity to fall to that uncle. The audience began to speculate about the dangers they might encounter upon disembarking. None believed that an instance listed among the top 30 could be so easily navigated. Yet, some of Jiang Xia's fervent admirers found it puzzling that if danger lurked, he would certainly not disembark. If he chose to, then surely it was safe. At least that was their conviction. Driver, please stop. We wish to disembark. The driver did not turn his head, merely coldly retorting, you are not afraid of death? Mind your own business. Be cautious not to perish within the vehicle. Wei Xia angrily shot back, wishing death upon someone is highly inauspicious, and even outside the instance. One could expect a beating for such words, let alone within an eerie instance. The bus screeched to a halt. Get out, I offered you a word of caution, and you repay kindness with malice. Leave. The doors swung open automatically, revealing an abyss of darkness outside, eerily unsettling. The fierce wind whipped the rain into the vehicle, the cold droplets stinging their faces with a painful chill. Li Gu, standing at the forefront, swallowed hard at the sight, unable to suppress a step back. The howling wind outside sounded like the wails of vengeful spirits, chilling to the bone. In a moment, Zhao Jian, Wei Xia, and Li Gu lingered on the steps of the bus, hesitating, each unsure of what awaited the first to step out. What if the woman in red pursued them? Huh. I thought you were all so formidable. Why do you hesitate now? A pack of cowards. The driver's blatant mockery left the three feeling awkward, especially with the overwhelming darkness outside. Please, make way. The path to disembark was blocked by the three, and Jiang Xia was puzzled by their reluctance to step down. Oh, Wei Xia sidestepped, hastily granting Jiang Xia passage. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia stepped off the bus. The remaining trio, Zhao Jian, Wei Xia, and Li Gu, grit their teeth and followed suit. Chapter 25. The Country Bus Death. The cold rain pounded against the umbrella above, crackling loudly. Li Ming and Wei Xia shared one umbrella, while Jiang Xia, Li Gu, and Zhao Jian shared another, walking under the curtain of rain, their hearts uneasy along the seemingly endless road. Not long after Jiang Xia and the others disembarked, a figure in a baseball cap emerged from the back seat and headed in the direction they had taken, disappearing into the rain-soaked night. Pitter-patter, the sound of feet splashing in the puddles echoed. Xiaoming, what brings you to Qinjiawa? Li Ming's eyes sparkled. I am returning to my grandparents' home. I have been at my grandmother's for several days. Wei Xia inquired further. Your grandparents live in Qinjiawa? Yes. Li Ming nodded softly, appearing somewhat distracted. Noticing Li Ming's discomfort, Wei Xia gently reassured her. Xiaoming, are you feeling unwell? No. Li Ming blinked, silently lowering her head, growing taciturn. Suddenly, she turned back to Jiang Xia and the others, who were about 10 meters away. Sister, shall we wait for the brothers? They have fallen quite far behind. Li Ming appeared somewhat fatigued. All right. Wei Xia and Li Ming paused to wait for Jiang Xia and the others who were lagging behind. Why have they stopped? Jiang Xia and his companions exchanged glances, also coming to a halt, as the three trailing behind sensed something amiss with Li Ming. Brother, what feels off? I do not see anything wrong with this girl named Li Ming. Jiang Xia shot a glance at Li Gu. Do you recall what the short, stout man said before disembarking? The bus will reach Qinjiawa in half an hour. Yes. Thanks to Jiang Xia's reminder, we have overlooked a crucial detail. Time. Jiang Xia glanced over at Zhao Jian. Having a clever companion is advantageous, as he only needs to speak half the truth, and others will fill in the gaps, making it quite convenient. It had been at least 20 minutes since they boarded the bus. Logically, the remaining distance should not take more than half an hour to walk. Just before disembarking, I specifically checked the time. It was 5 o'clock, yet now it was already 5:30. Either this girl named Li Ming is deceiving us and does not know the way at all, or she is leading us down a path that does not lead to Qinjiawa. In either case, something is amiss with Li Ming. Damn. Does that mean she intends to harm us? Li Gu fumed. They had done her no wrong, yet she contemplated betraying them. He had even sacrificed his own comfort by giving her his coat. This is akin to the tale of Dong Gua and the wolf. I was right indeed. That girl named Li Ming has issues, serious issues. This is an outrageous theory. Even if I had 10 holes in my head, I could not conceive such a notion. So what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we hurry and flee? What is the matter with you? Why are you standing there? Hurry up and move. Wei Xia stood ahead, growing increasingly impatient as she noticed the three had yet to catch up. What should we do? Should we tell her? There is no time. Send a message quickly. Jiang Xia lowered his voice, his gaze fixated on Li Ming. He could clearly see Li Ming's body trembling violently. Such shaking could stem from two possibilities. Either she was cold or she was agitated. Li Gu, in a state of panic, hastily pulled out his phone and swiftly typed a message to Wei Xia. Li Ming is in trouble. Run. Wei Xia furrowed her brow, holding up her umbrella, perplexed as to why Jiang Xia and the others were not following. Just then, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon glancing at it, her expression shifted to one of sheer terror. At that moment, she felt a chilling presence by her ear, as though someone was whispering close to her. Turning her head, she saw Li Ming's face hovering near her. Ah, sister, you found me, came the eerie voice that sent chills down her spine. Should we run? Run, Jiang Xia shouted, and by the time Li Gu turned around, he had already spotted Zhao Jian, while Jiang Xia had sprinted far ahead. Wait for me. Li Gu discarded the umbrella and swiftly turned back to flee. No, don't come near. In the downpour. Wei Xia's terrified scream echoed as Li Ming's once delicate face morphed into something horrifying, her features splintered like a spider's web, with dark, ghastly stains encircling her eyes. Ah! The desperate cries resonated ominously in the rain-soaked night. No way. The ghost is actually Li Ming. This Li Ming has been lying all along. Her innocent demeanor was merely a facade to lower our guard. That sound is terrifying. That young lady just died so easily. Don't you find it strange? Why is Li Ming standing still instead of chasing after the other players? Upon closer inspection, it is truly unsettling. Gasping for breath, Jiang Xia pushed himself to run forward with all his might, eventually reaching the mouth of the tunnel, where the cold wind blew across his face, sending shivers down his spine. The exit was utterly dark, and entering it posed great danger. Behind him, Zhao Jian and Li Gu had vanished, leaving him uncertain if they had been caught or were hiding. Jiang Xia gradually came to a halt, feeling lost and unsure of which direction to take. At that moment, his expression changed as he spotted a figure emerging from the rain, sprinting towards him. Could it be Li Ming pursuing him? The cold droplets of rain struck his face as he squinted to discern the approaching figure, only to realize it was Li Gu. Little brother, I finally caught up with you. Li Gu exclaimed, his eyes reddened, nearly bursting into tears. Where's Zhao Jian? Zhao Jian had been running ahead of Li Gu, and now that Li Gu had caught up, it was unlikely Zhao Jian was still behind. Could he have collapsed from exhaustion and been caught by Li Ming? I saw him fall from the cliff. He is most likely dead by now. Jiang Xia's heart sank. Little brother, what should we do now? The car is gone. Zhao Gu and Sister Xia are dead, and there are ghosts chasing us. Li Gu babbled, on the verge of breaking down. Jiang Xia realized they were at a dead end, with no way out. They would have to restart from the beginning. Little brother, look ahead. Li Gu nudged Jiang Xia, pointing with a terrified expression. Jiang Xia followed his gaze and felt his brow furrowed deeply. Emerging from the tunnel was a figure wearing a cap and face mask. He is the one from the car? Why is he here? Li Gu recognized him, his eyes wide with shock. I've caught you. In the rain, Li Ming also appeared, smiling, and with that smile, the cracks on her face seemed to multiply. Vivid red liquid trickled from the corners of her lips down to the ground, merging with the rainwater. Chapter 26 Countryside Bus. What nonsense are you spouting? One for you. One for me. This time we can eat our fill. Though it's a pity one has fallen to their death. As Li Ming spoke, the figure wearing the cap removed his mask, revealing a face strikingly similar to Li Ming's. No, it was identical. What the hell? Two Li Mings. Back on the bus. Jiang Xia returned to the moment when the group was deciding whether to disembark. They had returned. Strangely, after dying in the last scenario. They usually returned to the very beginning. This time, however, they had returned to when the group was deliberating about getting off. Jiang Xia's eyes flickered as he glanced at Li Ming behind Wei Xia, who had her head bowed, gazing at her toes with a nervous, pitiful demeanor. Turning his gaze, he saw the other Li Ming in the back seat, attempting to conceal herself under her cap. Let us make a decision. I choose to get off. What about you? As expected, it was Zhao Jian who spoke first. Wei Xia agreed. Jiang Xia agreed. After some hesitation, Li Gu finally consented as well. Jiang Xia kept a watchful eye on Li Ming, noticing her subtle smile, her fingertips turning pale with excitement. You look lovely when you smile. It brightens your entire demeanor. You should smile more often, he remarked. At his words, the others turned their gaze toward Li Ming behind Wei Xia. Li Ming lifted her head, strands of hair cascading down her cheek, her pale, delicate face momentarily softening as she offered a slight smile. Thank you. Jiang Xia observed Li Ming, a cold laughter brewing within him. He harbored a suspicion that the individual who left the note was likely Li Ming, whose intent was to gradually instill doubt in their minds. She had not directly informed them of the danger on the bus, but rather deliberately omitted certain information, knowing that once they figured it out, the shock would be greater. Jiang Xia surmised that Li Ming and the other Li Ming had refrained from killing them not due to Zhao Jian's claim about the murder rule not being triggered, but because both Li Mings were unable to act against them on the bus. Thus, she had been enticing them to disembark. From the note to the murder of the stout man, though that act was likely committed by the other Li Ming seated in the back, as the Li Ming beside Wei Xia could not have made any moves without being noticed. Thus, the ghost could harm NPCs, but not them. Jiang Xia quietly composed a message and sent it to the other three. Li Ming is suspicious. Pretend to get off later, and do not let her realize. Zhao Jian, Wei Xia, and Li Gu's expressions changed upon reading the message. Zhao Jian quickly masked his previous astonishment, regaining his composure. Driver, we would like to get off. Are you not afraid of death? The driver halted the vehicle and nonchalantly uttered those words. This time, Wei Xia did not argue with the driver again, She blinked, her heart racing with anxiety. Both Wei Xia and Zhao Jian had already regarded Jiang Xia as the hidden mastermind, and Li Gu was no exception. When Jiang Xia said Li Ming was problematic, they did not doubt him, even though they were unaware of how he knew the seemingly harmless Li Ming posed a threat. Listening to advice leads to a full stomach. A group of mindless individuals, daring to alight in this desolate wilderness, are merely awaiting their demise. The driver continued his incessant taunts, yet the four remained undeterred, even urging him to proceed. After a few more jibes, he pressed the door button, and the door swung open. The howling wind cut sharply, and the frigid rain lashed against their faces. Jiang Xia displayed a warm smile and turned to Li Ming, requesting a small favor. Li Ming bit her lip, shyly nodding in response. "You should get out of the car," Jiang Xia said with a cheerful gaze. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, casting a pitiful glance at the other three, who were indifferent and fidgeting. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she replied, "All right, I will." With a sense of trepidation, she stepped out of the vehicle under their watchful eyes. Once outside, Li Ming raised her chin and called to Jiang Xia and the others inside the car. "Brother, sister, come down. It's safe out here." Of course, it was safe outside. The real danger emanated from her. "Stop pretending." The door slammed shut abruptly. At Jiang Xia's silent cue, Li Gu had pressed the button to close the door as soon as Li Ming exited. Panic gripped Li Ming as she exclaimed, "Brother, what are you saying? I can't understand. I would never harm you. You must trust me." She pounded against the door with her small hands. Drenched by the torrential rain that soaked her to the skin, her hair matted and disheveled on her forehead, rendering her utterly disheveled. "Brother, sister, I would never harm you. You have to believe me." Leaning against the door, her strikes grew more forceful, causing it to rattle violently. "Trust me. That note was left for you. I would never harm you." Jiang Xia regarded the pleading Li Ming with indifference, his heart betraying no emotion. "Watch out. Behind you," Li Ming suddenly shouted. The group turned around to see a figure in a baseball cap rising from the back seat, advancing towards them step by step, head bowed, brandishing a pair of razor-sharp scissors. Snip, snip, snip. The sound of the scissors echoed ominously. "Damn it. He is the murderer of that short, stout man." Li Gu cowered behind Jiang Xia, trembling uncontrollably. "Such bravado," Jiang Xia scoffed coldly, a strange aura enveloping the interior of the vehicle, stirring the atmosphere into a tempest. Wei Xia and Zhao Jian retreated, their faces ashen. Only Jiang Xia remained unmoved, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well. The figure in the cap raised the gleaming scissors, poised to strike Jiang Xia's throat, as if in the next moment, the blade would claim his head. Yet, at the moment the scissors grazed Jiang Xia's neck, the hand holding them froze. "Do not move. What are you doing?" Jiang Xia flicked his fingers, dislodging the scissors from his throat. Why don't you trust me? I would never harm you." By the end of her plea, Li Ming's voice had morphed into something frenzied, venomous, and utterly chilling. "Let me in, let me in, let me in." A wave of dread washed over the others as they witnessed Li Ming's once delicate features contort grotesquely, fissures spreading across her face. "Drive. What are you waiting for?" The driver, paralyzed by fear, scrambled to the driver's seat with unprecedented speed, flooring the accelerator. The engine roared to life. The door was battered relentlessly, threatening to fly off its hinges, as Wei Xia, Li Gu, and Zhao Jian hastily backed away, fearing its imminent collapse. The vehicle surged forward, tearing away, while Li Ming's vengeful screams echoed behind them. Moments later, the figure in the cap, seemingly frozen in place, disintegrated into a cloud of dust under Jiang Xia's and the others' gaze. Clang! The scissors clattered to the ground. Chapter 27. The country bus. Li Gu slumped in his seat, panting heavily. "Brother, you were incredible." He gave Jiang Xia a thumbs up, feeling a sense of security. "How did you realize Li Ming was problematic?" Zhao Jian inquired, curiosity piqued. He had replayed all the clues in his mind, yet none pointed decisively to Li Ming's deceit. Wei Xia, sitting nearby, straightened her posture, listening intently, knowing this was a matter of experience that might serve them in the next scenario. Jiang Xia is truly remarkable. How did he deduce this so methodically? Simply impressive. I'm genuinely curious about how Jiang Xia's mind works. Jiang Xia furrowed his brows. Could he claim to have been reborn, which granted him insight? He was engulfed in a mental storm, realizing for the first time how difficult it was to fabricate a lie. I guessed, he finally admitted, deciding to forego the effort of explanation and let others ponder instead. "Ha, Zhao Jian remarked, momentarily taken aback. "Brother, you are quite humble." Wei Xia observed Jiang Xia, her eyes flickering with disappointment. Could someone elucidate how Jiang Xia figured it out? I failed to catch on at all. No idea. Jiang Xia is truly modest. Did you see the expression on the uncle's face? As if he thought I was a fool. Jiang Xia probably finds it tedious to explain. Given that we're not on the same wavelength, too much explanation leads to more questions, which can be bothersome. Meanwhile, at Chenju's home, she had propped her phone against the bedside stand, comfortably nestled under a soft quilt, enjoying Jiang Xia's live stream, with a plethora of open snacks strewn across her table. How did he figure it out? Chenju was once again engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend, her curiosity gnawing at her like an itch that could not be scratched. 1 minute, 2 minutes. She frantically raked her fingers through her hair until a light bulb moment struck her. She jumped from the bed, jotting down her thoughts on paper, determined to create a video once the scenario concluded. In the vehicle, Wei Xia remarked, "Now, if we reach Chunjiawa, the task will be completely over, right?" "Absolutely. Wouldn't you agree, brother?" "Perhaps," Jiang Xia mused, staring blankly out the window, sensing that matters might not be as simple as they appeared. "What do you think the old lady in the back was muttering about?" "She has been chanting for a while," Wei Xia suddenly brought up, her curiosity piqued. "It's too far. I can't hear clearly," Li Gu pondered. "I once learned some lip reading to show off, but it's not very accurate. Lip reading is quite challenging." "I think the old lady was saying blessing baby." "Yes, that must be it," Wei Xia replied, turning to Li Gu. "I didn't know you could read lips." Li Gu chuckled, scratching his head. "I only self-taught a bit. It's just the basics." Wei Xia speculated, blessing baby must refer to a new addition to the family, and she is probably praying for the baby, given her fu character clothing. Li Gu agreed, that seems likely. Jiang Xia found himself in a state of distraction. As he journeyed along, aside from Li Ming and the sickly man in the duck-billed cap seated behind him, the elderly woman and the woman in the white dress seemed as if they were firmly affixed to their seats, motionless, a peculiarity that unsettled him. A troubling suspicion began to form in Jiang Xia's mind. He conjectured that apart from them, the driver and the stout man, the rest of the occupants in the vehicle might not be human. If that were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. However, he refrained from sharing this notion with Wei Xia and the others, for it was merely a conjecture, and voicing it would serve no purpose but to instill fear. Zhao Jian, too, was enveloped in an unshakable melancholy, as the rain outside intensified to such an extent that it resembled a torrential downpour. "Isn't this rain excessively heavy?" Li Gu remarked, his voice trembling. He had never encountered such a deluge before. Subsequently, the 4 passengers fell into a collective silence, the bizarre rain darkening their spirits. Gradually, a sense of unease enveloped them. As time dragged on interminably, even the driver sensed something amiss. The road seemed interminable, stretching out as if it had no end. "Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have set out today. What the hell is going on? We haven't even left yet." The driver seethed in frustration. At that moment, Li Gu, who had been scanning the surroundings, suddenly froze, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he turned to Jiang Xia with an expression of sheer terror and exclaimed, "Brother, look, haven't we passed this road before? That piece of clothing is still hanging on the branch." Jiang Xia turned to look, and indeed, the garment was once again suspended from the tree branch, as Li Gu had described. For a moment, he felt as if he were trapped in a loop of reincarnation, a chilling eeriness enveloping him as the bus had inexplicably reappeared on the same road. Upon hearing their conversation, Wei Xia and Zhao Jian turned to gaze out the window. Their eyes widened with immense dread upon seeing the clothing hanging from the branch. Did this not imply that the woman in the red dress awaited them ahead? Would proceeding not be tantamount to walking into a trap? Zhao Jian glanced at Jiang Xia and asked, "Should we instruct the driver to stop?" "Yes, brother. If we don't stop, we will encounter that woman in red. She will undoubtedly not let us go." Jiang Xia shook his head firmly. "We cannot stop. Our mission is to reach Qinjiawa. Failing to complete, it would lead to our demise as well. Rather than waiting for death, we should take the initiative." "Indeed," Zhao Jian resolved. "If it comes to it, we might as well die fighting." Meanwhile, the driver remained oblivious to the unfolding tension, continuing to grumble incessantly. Just to the right lay the cemetery they had passed earlier. The furious rain had washed away the small mound of earth, revealing a corpse wrapped in bamboo strips, now exposed at the roadside. Jiang Xia looked down and noticed that the corpse's face was obscured by the bamboo, leaving only its body visible. The feet had been gnawed by rats, one of the soles entirely missing, and the corpse appeared relatively fresh as if it had been buried only recently. No signs of decay or maggots yet. The body was draped in a tattered garment, so thin it was almost paper-like, and it was emaciated, reduced to skin and bones. Upon seeing the corpse submerged in water, Jiang Xia instinctively turned his gaze to the elderly woman in the back seat. She leaned against the cold window, her gaze fixed ominously on the corpse, murmuring incessantly, "Bless you, Bao? Bless you, Bao?" Jiang Xia wondered if she was genuinely offering a blessing. Chapter 28. The Country Bus, the Woman in White Brother. Jiang Xia. A woman in a red dress stood vacantly in the middle of the road ahead. She appeared frail, as if a gust of wind could easily topple her. Not to mention the speeding bus, which was a reckless act. However, the strangeness of the woman in red had been witnessed by all prior. "Get out of the way if you don't want to die," the driver yelled, sticking his head out, but the woman remained unmoved, allowing the cold rain to drench her. Suddenly, she vanished. Jiang Xia furrowed his brow, scanning the downpour for any sign of her. The wind howled, bending the trees along the roadside, and the eerie atmosphere made Li Gu see phantoms in everyone. "Ay, damn it, brother." Jiang Xia caught a glimpse of Li Gu, who was visibly trembling. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Suddenly, the sound of dripping water echoed in the otherwise silent bus. Although initially faint, it became increasingly pronounced in the stillness. Jiang Xia recalled that the roof was intact. It could not be leaking. Beside him, Li Gu sat rigidly in his seat, feeling a chilling sensation creep up his neck. Slowly, he turned his head back, catching sight of a pair of bare, pale feet, veins visible against the skin. These feet were submerged in a crimson liquid, and fresh streams flowed from them, pooling at Li Gu's feet. "Why won't you let me on the bus? Why?" A frigid aura pervaded the cramped space of the vehicle. Jiang Xia swallowed hard and turned to see a grotesque, bloodied face before him, the woman's eyeballs hanging from her eyelids in a horrifying manner. What shocked Jiang Xia further was the woman's attire. As the rain washed over her, the red hue faded, revealing its original white. The blood-soaked garment had transformed from white to red. Was it not true that the woman seated behind him was wearing a white dress? Could they possibly be the same person? Just as Jiang Xia pondered this, the woman struck. The wailing of a vengeful spirit echoed within the narrow confines of the bus, blood splattering against the windows, turning the interior into a hellish nightmare. "Damn it!" Jiang Xia's dazed gaze sharpened, fear still lingering in his eyes. It was evident that the resentment of the woman in red was formidable. She had torn him apart multiple times, and he still felt the sharp pain of flesh being ripped. It hurt. It hurt immensely. Jiang Xia gasped. He found himself back at the cemetery, realizing that no matter what he did, he could not prevent her from attacking him. Opening the door to let her in, offering her a seat, none of these gestures could elicit sincere reciprocation. What was he to do? Jiang Xia furrowed his brow deeply. Even when Li Gu urged him to look at the corpse in the water, he merely cast a fleeting glance before lowering his head again. Why does Jiang Xia seem so troubled? He appears somewhat dispirited. Indeed, this scenario is far from simple. The bus has inexplicably returned here. It's dangerous. This is akin to walking into a trap. The woman in red awaits them ahead. I have no good solutions either. If it were me, I would meet the same fate. Do you think you are Jiang Xia? Don't make me laugh. You can't even leave the novice village without being terrified by the wild dogs there. Brother, look. Before him stood a woman clad in red. Jiang Xia, without lifting his head, remarked. Li Gu, astonished, could not fathom how Jiang Xia, with his head lowered, could discern what lay ahead. Brother, you truly possess extraordinary insight. Jiang Xia, scratching his head in vexation, pondered what course of action to take. The only clue at hand was that the woman in white on the bus was indeed the same as the woman in red awaiting transportation. The color of her attire was akin to blood. Jiang Xia reopened the message from Zhao Jianfa. 2 days prior, a harrowing traffic accident occurred on a certain stretch between Lijia village and Chunjiawa, leaving the scene drenched in blood and carnage. It was raining heavily that day, and the driver failed to see the woman waiting by the roadside, resulting in her being crushed beneath the wheels of the bus. The vehicle skidded uncontrollably into a rock face, claiming the lives of all aboard. The woman had been crushed to death, her garments stained crimson. In the previous 3 instances, the repeated question from the woman as she claimed the lives of all aboard was, why was I not allowed to board? However, if the woman in red and the woman in white were indeed the same individual, she would have already been on the bus. The visage of the red-clad woman was marred, rendering it impossible to ascertain their identities merely by appearance. The only distinguishing feature remained the attire. She was gone. The woman in red had vanished. Li Gu was taken aback, trembling in his seat. Wei Xia and Zhao Jian, upon realizing the absence of the woman in red, turned pale, their expressions sour. A sound of dripping water echoed behind them. The rhythmic dripping resonated upon the floor, causing the temperature within the bus to plummet. Li Gu shivered, feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Brother, what shall we do now? Li Gu turned to Jiang Xia, on the verge of tears, sensing someone looming behind him, gazing intently. Jiang Xia rose to confront the apparition aboard the bus. That frightful countenance mere inches away. Why was I not allowed to board? The chilling voice resonated, a gust of frigid air sweeping over them. The audience was astounded by Jiang Xia's audacity in facing the ghostly visage. In truth, Jiang Xia too felt fear, yet he had encountered this countenance numerous times. Liberating himself from the shackles of primal dread. Why was I not allowed to board? The woman's hair clung to her head, her eyes slowly turning to fixate on Jiang Xia. His expression remained unchanged. He lazily lifted an eyelid, his voice low. Bored? From the very beginning. You have always been aboard, have you not? The woman paused, taken aback by Jiang Xia's response. Meanwhile, the woman in white, who had been staring out the window, suddenly laughed. The laughter echoed within the confines of the bus, imbued with a mournful, tragic quality, akin to weeping, a lamentation both sorrowful and helpless. As the woman's laughter rang out, Jiang Xia felt goosebumps prickling his skin. Li Gu had already sought refuge beneath the seats, and Jiang Xia glanced at him, silently mourning his fate. In the previous 3 occurrences, he had always been the first to perish, whether hiding beneath the seats or fleeing the bus. The woman always targeted him first. Was this not a form of favoritism? The woman continued to laugh, her mirth growing increasingly sinister and desolate. She approached Jiang Xia, an icy aura pressing down upon them, leaving Jiang Xia chilled to the bone. Had he miscalculated once more? Chapter 29 Country Bus Gray. Why? I merely wished to board. To see my husband in the city. The atmosphere within the bus softened, the stifling pressure dissipating. Jiang Xia rubbed his eyes, observing only a sorrowful woman before him. It hurt so much when I was trapped beneath the bus. I feared the pain, truly feared it, but that day was unbearable. The woman's haunting voice reverberated incessantly within the bus. Jiang Xia regarded her coldly until she had wept enough to pause. Then she beseeched, Brother, could you do me a favor? It shall not be in vain. Jiang Xia, bewildered, nodded vigorously. How could he refuse? It was akin to a gunman holding a weapon to one's head and asking if one felt moved. The answer would undoubtedly be yes, overwhelmed with emotion. Please deliver this letter to my husband. He works at a construction site in the city, and his name is Wen. If you happen to see him, tell him I have taken good care of the home. Let him rest easy while working outside. As the weather grows colder, remind him to dress warmly. Sometimes he behaves like a child, unaware of the need for warmer clothing. Furthermore, my in-laws are also well taken care of. They praise my filial piety, hee. The woman's smile was gentle, albeit tinged with a hint of sorrow. Also, the money he sends back, I have not spent it, I have saved it well. Tucked beneath the bed slats. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed her eyes as she uttered, my time is limited. Following this declaration, her form began to wane, dissolving into nothingness. I have so much more to say, but the woman fell silent, exhaling a sigh. She then raised her head once more, her gaze resolute as she uttered her final words, I love him. As the last syllable left her lips, she vanished completely. In that instant, Jiang Xia found himself clutching an envelope and a banknote. This currency was undoubtedly the woman's token of gratitude. Its texture unique and far more refined than the notes he had possessed prior to boarding. Once assured of the woman's complete disappearance, Jiang Xia returned to his seat. Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkable. Wei Xia gazed at him in astonishment. Her heart steadied amidst the rapid unfolding of events, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Brother Jiang, how did you ascertain these clues? How did you know the woman in red and the woman in white were the same person? I cannot quite grasp what occurred. I beheld everything unfold and remain utterly bewildered. Care to reveal something we do not know? Laughter erupted. Last time, the elder did not elicit an answer. And now this time the red-clad lady inquires. Perhaps this time an answer shall be forthcoming. Jiang Xia pondered, grappling with the difficulty of concocting an explanation. Ultimately, he could only reply, I guessed. Regardless of the inquiries posed by others, his response remained singular. It was merely a guess. He preferred to leave the cerebral exertion to others, preferring not to overextend himself. Haha, indeed, in Brother Jiang's eyes, all are treated equally, regardless of gender. If it were me, I would respond differently. If a girl resembling Zhu Zhu were to ask me, I would divulge my ID and bank card without hesitation. Brother Jiang, may I have a look at that banknote you hold? Zhao Jian regarded the currency in Jiang Xia's possession with envy. Jiang Xia handed it over, and after scrutinizing it closely, Zhao Jian returned it with a serious expression. Brother, this banknote is extraordinary. It is a prop from a bizarre scenario, invaluable in critical moments. A prop? Jiang Xia gazed at the banknote, musing quietly. The woman had bestowed upon him a generous reward, and he tightly clutched the letter she had entrusted to him, his gaze reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly assist the woman in fulfilling her last wish. The startled driver trembled as he rose from the ground, his expression dazed, uncertain whether he had stumbled upon great fortune or merely faced an unfortunate day. Silent tears streamed down his cheeks, dampening the steering wheel as he vowed to resign upon returning home. The bus restarted, carrying not only Jiang Xia and the three others, but also the elderly lady and the ill man. Gradually, the torrential rain outside ceased, and the long-suppressed atmosphere of tension began to lighten. Li Gu's chatter increased, while Jiang Xia continued to gaze out the window, occasionally responding to his incessant prattling. Ahead lay the tunnel, overgrown with lush green moss. After passing through the tunnel, the air turned gray, and suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings without warning. Hidden within the mountains, the driver felt his composure shatter. Why couldn't he drive smoothly to Qinjiawa? Why was he so unfortunate? He frantically honked the horn, releasing his pent-up frustration. Honk, honk. Jiang Xia squinted at the suddenly rising fog and recalled a childhood tale. When he was young and reluctant to sleep, his grandfather pointed to the fog outside and warned him that it concealed ghosts who would capture children who stayed awake. Brother, is there any truth to this? Li Gu, who had been in high spirits, felt his mood plummet with the strange fog. As he spoke, he noticed Jiang Xia sitting upright, which made him uneasy, sensing danger. Brother, what's wrong? His voice inexplicably tightened. Ahead, Wei Xia and Zhao Jian were drawn to the commotion and turned to look. Haven't you noticed how peculiar this fog is? Jiang Xia inquired. Peculiar? Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, the three scrutinized the fog, and the more they looked, the more they felt something was amiss. Was this truly fog? The window was nearly obscured by the haze swirling in the air. The driver cursed angrily, his windshield wipers moving frantically. Jiang Xia rolled down the window and touched the glass with his fingers. After rubbing them together, they turned black. This is not fog, it is ash. Ash. Who dares to burn a mountain, risking imprisonment? Jiang Xia shot Li Gu a glance and said solemnly, this is ash from burnt paper. A substantial amount of ash floated in the air, creating this bizarre spectacle. Li Gu, momentarily taken aback, asked, paper? Joss paper. Jiang Xia squinted, observing the fluttering joss paper falling like snow, blanketing the entire road in white. Goodness, who holds such a grand funeral? This must cost a fortune. Wei Xiao's face paled. Look ahead. In the fog, a neatly organized procession was carrying a black coffin, slowly advancing towards them. Chapter 30 Country Bus Paper Figures Honk. Honk. The driver frantically honked the horn and shouted from the window, get out of the way. Yet, the bearers of the coffin remained unfazed, continuing their approach. Fine, fine, fine. This is your own doing. Do not blame me. The driver slammed the accelerator, pressing his foot nearly through the floor. The diesel engine roared like a beast. Yet an eerie scene unfolded. The vehicle remained motionless. It was as though the entire bus had turned to stone. What the hell? Why won't the bus move? The driver panicked, and upon catching sight of the approaching bearers, he tumbled out of the vehicle and vanished into the fog. As Jiang Xia finally discerned the figures carrying the coffin, his pupils constricted in horror. To his shock, all the bearers were white paper figures, their faces adorned with red circles, their lips painted a vivid crimson. Even more unsettling, these paper figures had been drawn with eyes. A paper figure cannot have its eyes opened, nor can a paper horse move. This is common knowledge. The paper figures floated above the ground, each with a specific role, carrying the coffin, scattering paper, playing the swana, striking cymbals, and burning paper. The paper figures vigorously played the swana, their mournful melodies echoing through the mountains. Ah, help me, help me. The anguished cries reverberated through the forest. It was the driver who had fled earlier, his screams hauntingly sorrowful. Wei Xia felt a chill run down her spine, her eyes wide with terror. He. A funeral, a burial. But the person is gone. He. So, how about you becoming the corpses in the coffin? The voice of the paper figures resembled that of innocent children. Yet the words they uttered sent chills down one's spine. Brother, what should we do now? What else can we do? We must get out and run. But what about the driver? Remaining in the vehicle would only lead to capture. Escaping could provide a glimmer of hope. Run, Jiang Xia shouted, the first to leap from the bus, racing into the fog. Zhao Jian followed closely, then Wei Xia, and lastly Li Gu. The four ran for their lives. The ash-laden fog thickened and grew denser, filling their lungs and causing Jiang Xia to cough uncontrollably. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, but it proved futile. The ash seemed to infiltrate every crevice. If he didn't perish at the hands of the paper figures, he would surely succumb to suffocation. One misfortune follows another. This is indeed one of the top 30 difficult bizarre scenarios. I admit I underestimated this scenario before. Even Jiang Xia cannot find a way out this time. Could it be that he is destined to fall? Nonsense. Jiang Xia, Hurry and run faster. Wah. No. Run, you fool. The viewers in the live stream held their breath in anxiety for Jiang Xia. At that moment, Chenju also sat up from her bed, her heart racing with tension. On the road, Jiang Xia glanced back, horrified to see that the last runner, Li Gu, had been seized by the paper figures, who dragged him towards the coffin, pressing him down frantically. Next was Wei Xia. Something suddenly ensnared her legs, and she fell heavily to the ground, bruising herself. He. The paper figures grasped her legs, pulling her backward with immense strength. Wei Xia struggled desperately, but the power of the paper figures was overwhelming as they dragged her inch by inch towards the coffin. No, I don't want to die. Save me. Save me. Brother. Wei Xia clawed at the concrete ground, her fingers bloodied and raw, leaving 2 trails of crimson behind. Put on new clothes, move into a new house. Scatter white joss paper and light red candles. He sob. Laughing inside, crying outside. Living is worse than a pig. Dying is worse than a ghost. The words echoed in Jiang Xia's mind, and suddenly he felt a growing weight on his back, as if burdened by a heavy stone, nearly bending him over. As the oppressive weight bore down on Jiang Xia, he felt an increasing sense of dread and suffocation, as if his very bones were on the verge of being crushed. Sensing something amiss, he summoned every ounce of his strength to flip over, attempting to crush the paper figure clinging to his back. Yet, just as he was about to topple to the ground, the paper figure lifted him effortlessly, followed by several others who hoisted him onto their shoulders, dashing towards the coffin with a rhythmic patter. The paper figures jubilantly exclaimed, He. Caught you. Funeral, burial. Funeral, burial. In that moment, Jiang Xia caught sight of a black and white photograph being held aloft by one of the paper figures, and to his shock, the individual in the photograph was none other than the elderly lady from the vehicle. He was unceremoniously tossed into the coffin. A dull thud echoed as darkness enveloped him. The coffin lid slammed down with another heavy thud. Inside the pitch-black coffin, Jiang Xia's body swayed helplessly. Perhaps I should just end it all, he thought, striking his head against the confines of his prison. On the bus, as it emerged from the tunnel into the foggy expanse ahead, Jiang Xia anticipated Li Gu's premonition. Brother. I know, there's fog ahead. This was his 4th time traversing the tunnel. Yes, he had been reborn thrice. On the 2nd occasion, he had run in the opposite direction. Yet he was the first to be confined in the coffin. The 3rd time, he remained on the bus, only to see the paper figures lift the entire vehicle and bury it underground. As the fog thickened, Jiang Xia realized time was of the essence. When the paper bearers appeared, his fate would be sealed. Seated, he meticulously analyzed the clues at hand. It was evident that the elderly lady was a ghost. And when the paper figures spoke of a missing corpse, they referred to her. Was the solution to the predicament to return her to the coffin? Frantically, he began to tug at his hair in despair. Indeed, he had been reborn yet again. His eyes glazed over as the bus continued its journey through the tunnel. What was the key to overcoming this challenge? Just moments ago, when the paper figures mentioned the missing corpse, he had instinctively led them to the elderly lady. Suddenly, the elderly lady, who had been murmuring in her seat, sprang to life and directed her wrath at him. However, it was not without merit. He had discerned what she uttered. I cannot find it, not the blessing treasure that Li Gu had mentioned. What was it that she could not locate? Jiang Xia suddenly recalled the paper figure's words, which he had only partially grasped. Among the 3 others, the eldest was Zhao Jian, who likely possessed more insight regarding this matter. Brother Zhao, may I pose a question? He inquired. Of course, Jiang Xia, Zhao Jian replied. Jiang Xia recounted the paper figure's statement verbatim, seeking clarity. Brother Zhao, what does this phrase mean? Zhao Jian furrowed his brow, looking at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia, why do you suddenly ask about this? Have you discovered something? Jiang Xia pondered for a moment. I merely encountered this phrase in a book and was curious about its meaning. If it's inconvenient, feel free to disregard it. Zhao Jian's expression relaxed as he explained. This phrase represents the rituals associated with funerals, donning new garments, residing in a new home, scattering white paper money, and lighting red incense candles. He reiterated the significance of each element. These actions symbolized the rites of passing, preparation of the body, the funeral procession, and burial. Yet one crucial component was missing. What was absent? The vigil. The complete sequence consisted of the rites of passing, preparation of the body, vigil, funeral procession, and burial. Chapter 31, The Countryside Bus, spoke of vengeance. In most regions, the vigil lasts 3 days, while some areas extend it to 7 days. Zhao Jian shared all his knowledge with Jiang Xia, believing that his inquiry was not frivolous, but perhaps a lead towards unraveling the mystery of their predicament. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Xia as he nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Jian turned to analyze Jiang Xia's previous statements. donning new garments, residing in a new home, scattering white paper money, lighting red incense candles. What could this imply? Not only he, but also Wei Xia and Li Gu contemplated the meaning of this phrase. Each of them was acutely aware of their own limitations. They had been fortunate to encounter Zhao Jian and Jiang Xia in this instance, yet future challenges would demand self-reliance, making the enhancement of their abilities paramount. In an instant, the expressions of the four-seated individuals synchronized in determination. Beep beep. The bus plunged into the tunnel, descending into darkness. Jiang Xia gazed out the window into the void, knowing that upon exiting the tunnel, they would encounter those uncanny paper figures. The vigil is a period during which the deceased's kin keep watch over their loved one, providing companionship in death. Jiang Xia had learned this when he was first captured by the paper figures. The deceased was the elderly lady. Her children, instead of honoring her with a vigil, had chosen to hastily conduct her funeral and burial. He, boo-hoo-hoo. The juxtaposition of laughter and tears encapsulated the facade of mourning. The elderly lady's children feigned sorrow before outsiders while secretly rejoicing at their newfound freedom from obligation. They felt no grief over her passing, only elation. To live beneath the status of a pig and to die beneath that of a ghost. This phrase illustrated the cruelty the elderly lady endured at the hands of her children during her lifetime, and even in death, she was denied a proper resting place. The dilapidated grave Jiang Xia had encountered, eroded by rainwater, must be hers. A band of wretches. Jiang Xia cursed under his breath. The grave had collapsed, and her body had been washed away, left to languish by the roadside, a pitiful sight. Coupled with the elderly lady's utterance of cannot find. Was it possible that she was unable to locate her grave? After a moment of contemplation, clarity began to blossom within him. The first time they passed the elderly lady's grave, the paper figures did not manifest. On the second pass, the grave had been washed away, and her body had been displaced, leading to the appearance of the figures. Perhaps, if they could properly inter her remains, they might succeed in overcoming this trial. I am indeed somewhat clever. Jiang Xia felt a swell of pride in his deductive reasoning. Leaning back in his seat, he covered his forehead, his face a mask of despair. Yes, he had been reborn yet again. Moments ago, he shared his hypothesis with the other three, who insisted on returning to the site of the elderly lady's remains. Two of them moved the body while the others dug a grave. Jiang Xia trudged through thorns, sustaining several cuts and scrapes, yet he persevered, ultimately managing to reinter the elderly lady with great effort. Just as he returned to the bus, believing the paper figures would not return, fate took an unexpected turn. The figures indeed reappeared, and he found himself confined in the coffin once more, meeting his end with another collision. What had he miscalculated? Jiang Xia furrowed his brow deeper still, meticulously retracing his steps for clues. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He tentatively posed a question. If children are unfilial, causing their parents to suffer, and after death, their remains cannot find peace, do you believe the parents would ever forgive them? Brother, are you referring to that grave we saw earlier? Indeed. If it were you, would you choose to forgive? No. Never. I wouldn't forgive either. The three responded in unison. Jiang Xia leaned back, fully pressing against the seat. He has come to understand everything. The old woman is not searching for a grave, but rather for her original home. She seeks to return for vengeance. As Jiang Xia comprehended this, a profound sense of relief washed over him, invigorating his spirit. Amidst the astonished gazes of Wei Xia and the others, he traversed the aisle and approached the old woman, whispering softly in her ear. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, the old woman lifted her head, and her murky eyes regained their luster. Remarkably, she no longer muttered to herself. A glint of vengeful fury ignited within her gaze. What did Jiang Xia say to the old woman that transformed her so profoundly? It seems as though she has awakened. I find her eyes utterly terrifying. I dare not meet her gaze. Jiang Xia is truly remarkable. I suspect he possesses prophetic abilities. Secretary, within 1 minute. I require the complete dossier on Jiang Xia. Upon returning to his seat, Li Gu gave 2 thumbs up. Throughout the night, he had been astonished beyond measure. Indeed, his instincts had not failed him. The hidden powerhouse, the superlative figure. He resolved that if he were to survive this ordeal, he would pen a novel titled The Aloof Deity I Encountered Turned Out to Be a Hidden Powerhouse. What did you discuss with that old woman? Wei Xia cast a nervous glance at the old woman in the back seat, who was intensely focused on the window, emanating a chilling aura that compelled her to quickly avert her gaze. In truth, the phrase she repeatedly uttered was not blessing treasure, but rather cannot be found. Cannot be found. Wei Xia furrowed her brow, first glancing at Li Gu and then at Jiang Xia. She has lost her home. I merely assisted her in returning home. Jiang Xia squinted, a mocking expression adorning his face. directed at those irresponsible beasts. After today, they would inevitably find themselves sleepless, no, eternally slumbering. During his conversation with the old woman, Jiang Xia recalled the heinous acts committed by her progeny. The old woman's husband had passed away early, leaving her to rear 3 children alone, enduring countless hardships and the scorn of others. The eldest, in his youth, had accidentally killed a man. It was only after the old woman humbly knelt before the family of the deceased, caring for their elder until his passing, that she received forgiveness. The second child, while climbing a mountain, broke his leg. The old woman braved the bitter winter, transporting her frail frame and her son, who weighed 180 pounds, for 20 miles in a cart to the hospital. The youngest rebelled, becoming involved with an unreliable man who abandoned her upon her pregnancy. Once again, it was the old woman who took on the responsibility of raising the child. The old woman had endured a lifetime of toil, accumulating ailments that plagued her body. Yet, when her children deemed her a burden, they confined her to a pigsty, forcing her to eat with the pigs and sleep with the dogs. She ultimately succumbed to illness in that pigsty, and by the time her children discovered her, her body had been ravaged. Jiang Xia silently clenched his fists, his peripheral vision fixed on the old woman gazing out of the window. Chapter 32. Rural bus instance completion. Indeed, after the bus passed through the tunnel, they encountered neither fog nor paper figures. The bus glided smoothly along the road. Ahead lay Qinjiawa. Li Gu exclaimed with delight, pointing to a blue road sign that read Qinjiawa. However, a look of discontent marred Jiang Xia's expression. Li Meng, the woman in the white dress. The old woman, the sick man. This vehicle was undoubtedly a ghost bus. All passengers, save for them, were apparitions, hindering players from reaching Qinjiawa. Thus far, only the sick man remained, his grin stretching unnaturally across his face as he sat quietly in his seat. Jiang Xia frequently glanced at the sick man in the back, whose smile grew increasingly eerie, reminiscent of a clown's disquieting facade. Could it be that this sick man is the ultimate boss? Jiang Xia's heart raced, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Suddenly, a honk jolted him from his reverie. Finally, they had arrived at Qinjiawa. Li Gu and Wei Xia displayed expressions of disbelief, while Jiang Xia, too, felt astonished. They had reached Qinjiawa, yet the sick man remained still. What could this mean? Was he waiting to strike at the moment they disembarked? Is it possible that this instance is nearing completion? I wonder. It appears so. Yet do you not find the sick man peculiar? One should never celebrate prematurely. Popping champagne before the outcome is settled is a grave mistake. I suspect that this sick man might be a hidden boss. Li Gu peered out the window, unease etched across his features. Do we need to disembark? If you do not wish to exit, you may remain on the bus. I shall step off first. Li Gu felt a gust of wind and rubbed his eyes in shock to see Jiang Xia already at the bus door. Wait for me. Once outside, Jiang Xia exchanged glances with the sick man through the bus window, perplexed that he had not yet acted. The sick man maintained his eerie posture, grinning like a wax figure. At that moment, the old woman rose from her seat, a thick black smoke billowing from beneath her, prompting Jiang Xia to retreat in alarm. Fearful of the malevolent smoke that could corrode his body, the old woman stood at the bus door, gazing into the distance toward the village. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of barking dogs echoed from the western side of the village, and several households illuminated their lights, only to extinguish them once more. Jiang Xia felt a sense of profound reflection. Had their task truly not yet concluded? The mission had explicitly instructed them to reach Qinjiawa by bus, and yet, it seemed the task remained unfinished. While Jiang Xia pondered this, he overheard the voices of a man and a woman emanating from the darkness. It's your fault. You forgot the money. Wife, hurry. If we delay, we will miss it. I know. Our son scored first in this exam. Let's reward him with more milk candies and a new backpack. He has used his old one for quite some time. As a man and a woman emerged from the shadows, Jiang Xia was taken aback upon recognizing their faces. These were Xiaoming's parents. Had they not perished? Why were they here, appearing as normal human beings? It took Jiang Xia a moment to process this revelation. He suddenly recalled Xiaoming's earlier words. How he had cried for candy, and his parents had gone to buy it, only to meet with tragedy. This meant that this moment was precisely when Xiaoming's parents were en route to purchase candy for him, just prior to their fatal accident. Oh my goodness. Two instances are intertwining. Xiaoming's parents have appeared. Instances can be interconnected? How was I unaware of this before? I too, having experienced numerous instances, have never encountered such a situation. Boom. The roar of an engine erupted behind them, causing everyone to freeze. The driver had fled, who was driving the bus. In that instant, Jiang Xia felt a chill run down his spine, and he, along with the other three, turned in unison. Seated in the driver's position was the ailing man, who had somehow acquired a sky blue work uniform. The uniform concealed a blue and white striped hospital gown, faintly visible beneath it. Upon sensing the four gazes directed at him, the sickly man forced a hollow smile, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. "Wait, we need to board the bus," exclaimed Xiaoming's parents, hurrying towards the vehicle. However, as they passed by Jiang Xia, he abruptly detained them. "What do you mean by this?" Grasping my wife's hand, Xiaoming's father questioned, while Xiaoming's mother blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. "Are you the parents of Chen Xiaoming?" "Yes, I am the English teacher at Taiyang Primary School." Chen Xiaoming's recent monthly assessment results were quite disheartening. He ranked second to last in the entire grade. As parents, you must be vigilant regarding Xiaoming's studies, as second grade is a crucial phase in elementary education, a significant turning point. Pretending to be a teacher was an infallible tactic. Xiaoming's parents, hearing Jiang Xia accurately name their child's name, school, and grade, harbored no suspicions. Aside from the Chinese and math teachers, they had never encountered Xiaoming's English teacher. Second to last, and in the whole school, this rascal had the audacity to claim he ranked in the top 10 and even indulged in sweets. "Just wait until I return home. I'll give him a good talking to." Parents, do not act impulsively. It's essential to communicate with Xiaoming. Xiaoming's mother, appearing apologetic and embarrassed, said, "Teacher, I am truly sorry for the trouble. Please come to our home for a visit." "No, I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another day, when I can conduct a home visit." "Teacher, take care." The couple hurriedly returned home. Jiang Xia felt a sense of relief. But Xiaoming was inevitably destined for a mixed round of admonishment and a serving of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. A sigh escaped from nearby, as an elderly man, with sparse hair and a furrowed brow, conversed with another hunched old man while carrying a hoe and smoking his pipe. "A plague has struck, Oldly. It claimed the life of his daughter. Such a sensible and obedient girl. Oldly pressured her to marry a 50-year-old man, all for the sake of money for his little beast. The girl attempted to escape to her grandmother's house overnight, but after being caught in the rain and slipping without shoes, she fell off a cliff." Their conversation sent a chill through Jiang Xia. Could the girl they spoke of be Li Ming? "Old man, wait." Jiang Xia hurriedly approached Zhao Jian to borrow some cigarettes, handing one to each elder. "Young man, what is it? Is that girl you mentioned named Li Ming?" One of the old men pondered for a moment, his wrinkled brow deepening. "I believe that is her name." "Who are you to her?" Jiang Xia nearly cried out, "A classmate." The two old men sighed once more and hurried away. Suddenly, the bus roared to life, vanishing into the night. Quest completed. The four felt a shiver run through them. The completion notification had finally appeared, yet each was left with an unshakable sense of reluctance. In this chapter, they had assisted one another, seeking clues and fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Perhaps, after this, they would never have the chance to meet again. "Goodbye, Xiaogu." "Goodbye, Jiang Xiaogu." "Farewell, Jiang Xiaogu." "Goodbye." As they bid each other farewell, their forms gradually faded, until they completely disappeared into the night. In the stillness of the night, the chorus of insects among the wild grass echoed. Pollution Elimination Area, Pucheng Hui Ku Lai Shopping Mall. Chapter 33, Defamation. What does this mean? I just entered the live stream, and it's a black screen? Jiang Xia has completed the quest. Oh, the quest is complete, huh? Who? Are you saying Jiang Xia completed it? The one who finished in 9 minutes and 8 seconds? Wow. How quickly he completed another quest. Indeed, it is him, Jiang Xia. I watched the entire quest unfold. The difficulty was extreme. Yet Jiang Xia made it look effortless. Jiang Xia remained oblivious to the praises from the online community. Had he been aware, he would have exclaimed, "This is slander. This is utter defamation." In the Lishui Villa district, upon regaining his senses, Jiang Xia found himself sprawled on a soft mattress, occupying merely a quarter of the bed. At the moment of completing the quest, he learned that the pollution elimination zone was the Hui Kulai supermarket, and he resolved to investigate it. Exiting the villa district, he noticed it was nighttime. The thick darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the streetlights cast elongated shadows across the ground. The computer screen flickered intermittently. Chenju was slumped over the desk, yawning incessantly. Chenju stretched lazily, dedicating herself to producing the video. The entire quest had been recorded clearly, yet there were still several aspects that puzzled her. For instance, how did Jiang Xia ascertain that the seemingly innocuous and naive Li Ming was, in fact, malevolent? How did he conceive such a brilliant method to overcome the red-clad woman? It was not until the familiar morning bell rang that Chenju awoke from her reverie. Turning to gaze outside, she beheld the faint morning light streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow upon her sharply defined features. Having not slept all night, she pondered the video. In the comments section, numerous netizens were already urging her for updates. Liu Long Min, baby, hurry, an update. I have several points I do not comprehend regarding Jiang Xia's quest. Old boy selling nuclear bombs. I waited all night for you. I intended to use your video for secondary creation, but you didn't update after waiting all night. Do you know how it went yesterday? Flirtatious passerby. Update, update, update. Upon reading the comments, Chunju felt overwhelmed. It was not that she was unwilling to update, but rather, she truly had no idea. It seemed she had no choice but to resort to a clever ruse. With a sly smile, Chunju thought, as long as she pretended not to see the requests, they would not know she was being urged to update. After hastily consuming breakfast, she decided to gather collective wisdom. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can surpass Zhuge Liang. She quickly opened a group chat with 2 friends, 1 male and 1 female, both of whom were fellow content creators on the platform. Yet, even among creators, there existed a sense of rivalry. If one individual could capture all the traffic, Chunju would naturally refrain from sharing with others. However, she could not devise any solutions to the quest's puzzles, thus choosing to collaborate with her peers. Woof woof team, let's convene. Yumiao woof woof. Xiaoqiu woof woof. Chunju, your last video garnered substantial views, while Xiaoqiu and I were left with mere scraps. Xiaoqiu, what should we say? Execute with slow torture, skinning, dismemberment, and being drawn and quartered. This is your chance. How about a collaborative video? Speak up. Drifting through half a life, lamenting the absence of a wise lord. If you do not abandon me, I shall gladly take you as my adoptive father. Me too. Chunju chuckled, retorting. You 2 slippery creatures are more cunning than the wide noodles in a hot pot. All right, I've compiled an outline of the quest's enigmas. Let us pool our thoughts and aim to produce the video by tonight. I love you. I love you too. Biting his teeth, Jiang Xia sat on the steps of a villa, his gaze lost. Where was the supermarket that had been promised? He had wandered the vast villa district 10 times last night, only to realize at dawn that he had been deceived. The world outside the villa remained shrouded in mist, within which strange creatures roamed, incessantly searching for delectable cuisine. There was no supermarket, Jiang Xia muttered to himself, lowering his head to examine the patterns of the tiles beneath him. As he became increasingly absorbed, a shimmering golden map materialized before his eyes. The buildings on the map appeared vivid, reminiscent of a property sales model. Jiang Xia widened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the model, which was divided into numerous blocks by irregular golden veins, each inscribed with small golden characters. Lishui Villa District. On the map, Jiang Xia identified his current location. The Lishui Villa District was situated at the map's edge, gleaming with a brilliance that surpassed all others. Jiang Xia's expression brightened as he meticulously searched the map for Huiqila's supermarket. To his dismay, he discovered that Huiqila's supermarket was separated from Lishui Villa District by yet another block, 7th Middle School. Why did 7th Middle School feel oddly chilling? Jiang Xia decided to take a day off and promptly initiated the next quest. The area eliminated upon completion was random, and he wondered if he could unlock 7th Middle School next, thereby connecting the 3 blocks into a single line. Before midnight, Chunju hastily published a video, having conferred with the other 2. They decided to address the viewers' questions through a live broadcast. Here we go, everyone. This time, we will utilize a live format to clarify your queries regarding the Quest Countryside bus. A short video will be played shortly. Before watching, remember to use the restroom, close the curtains, and grab some tissues to hide under the covers. I fear you might be frightened. The video promised high intensity throughout. With a dismissive smile, one viewer remarked, I'm curious to see just how intense it can be. I grew up tough. Another commented, I showed this to my little brother and secretly told him this was the latest episode of Auto Man. Why are you calling my name? Auto Man interjected. Chapter 34. Explanation. The video began amidst a tempest, the thunder crashing unexpectedly, intermittently illuminating the interior of the bus. Snap, snap. The sound of scissors echoed within as the bus doors rattled. Turning his head, a large pair of scissors, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, suddenly swooped towards his neck. The downpour muffling the sound of the blades slicing through the air. The scissors loomed larger in the terrified eyes of the passengers, sharp and glinting white, poised to sever the head from the neck. With a dismissive smile, one viewer reassured, no need to fear, I'm not scared at all. Another lamented, my brother watched and ran to tell on me. Now my parents are blocking the door. What should I do? In the video, Chunju's aloof yet captivating voice emerged. This voice was highly distinctive and alluring, drawing listeners in rather than pushing them away with its cool detachment, allowing them to relax and immerse themselves in the narrative. An anonymous player remarked, This is my first time hearing it. It's so enchanting it might make my ears pregnant. I imagine everyone is puzzled about how Jiang Xia discerned Li Ming's identity and understood that staying in the bus was the safest option. The truth is, Jiang Xia remained vigilant regarding Li Ming from the very beginning. Allow me to summarize the reasons. First, every passenger on the bus appeared abnormal. Yet why did Li Ming choose to sit in the back initially, only to later request to move to the front out of fear when the woman in red appeared? Li Ming may seem outwardly weak, but her pitiful facade easily elicits sympathy from others. Do you recall what Li Ming said during the second encounter with the woman in red? If not, let me refresh your memory. The bus is traveling normally, and the woman in red suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. As chaos erupted within the bus, the elderly lady, the sick man, the cap-wearing youth, and the woman in the white dress remained motionless, creating a stark contrast. In that moment, Li Ming cried out in distress, "Don't let her on the bus. Don't let her on the bus." The video paused. This reiterated the abnormality of the rear passengers. But why did Li Ming shout at that moment? Was she genuinely afraid? No. Li Ming did not wish for the prey she had captured to be snatched away by the woman in red. She sensed the murderous intent of the woman in red, prompting her urgency. Thus, Jiang Xia might have grasped the full scope of the situation. Why didn't Li Ming take the opportunity to let the woman in red eliminate everyone on the bus? Because Li Ming was incapable of killing on the bus. Help! My brain has been completely bewildered. Jiang Xia is truly extraordinary. A single leaf tells the autumn. One exclaimed, "Is this really human intellect? I suspect I might genuinely be mentally challenged," another added. Secondly, everything seemed too coincidental. Li Ming shared the same destination as the players and continuously lured them to disembark. Thus, I surmise Jiang Xia further confirmed his suspicion that once a player exited the bus, it would trigger Li Ming's murderous rules. Everyone, I can only think this far. Perhaps Jiang Xia has contemplated even deeper. I can only assert that Jiang Xia is currently the most exceptional and powerful newcomer. I wonder how far he can go and whether he will seize the top position on the leaderboard. We shall wait and see. Jiang Xia is incredible. Incredible. Life is but 30,000 days. What more is there to say? Incredible. If Jiang Xia could see this, he would cry. Please, can you all stop overthinking? I truly haven't analyzed it as deeply as you imagine. The remaining bosses, the elderly lady and the woman in white, will be explained by my dear friend. Out a man. Let us continue. I haven't heard enough yet. Hello, my little treasures. I'm your beloved UMO. Wow, it's UMO. Love it. Not bad. UMO is also one of my favorite creators. At that moment, in a room adorned entirely in pink, UMO, with her long, fair legs clad in over-the-knee white stockings, sat alluringly. Unlike the fierce and powerful appearance of Chenju, Yumo's features were soft, her facial lines smooth, particularly her crescent-shaped, deep-set eyes, sparkling with starlight. Leaning closer to the microphone, her luscious, supple lips slightly parted, she began, "My little treasures. I will now explain the woman in red. Do you all recall what Zhao Jian said after the bus had evaded the woman in red? The dead draw boundaries in the ground, borrowing life from the deceased. I attribute this to the two words borrowing life. According to the stout man, his colleague encountered the tragically deceased woman at the intersection where the incident occurred. Analyzing his statement and reaction suggests that his colleague must have also faced misfortune at that location, a notion corroborated by the driver's subsequent remarks. The woman in the red dress committed murder yet did not pay the price for her actions. Perhaps Jiang Xia was already aware of this. UMO paused briefly, allowing the audience a moment for contemplation. Some expressed confusion regarding the connection between this and Jiang Xia's conjecture about how to confront the woman in red. Others requested a more detailed explanation or lamented their own lack of understanding. UMO continued, leading the audience through the narrative of the initial encounter with the woman in red to her second appearance inside the vehicle, where she repeatedly implored to be let in, ultimately meeting her demise by being caught under the car while waiting. Thus, the means to confront the woman in red lay in assisting her to fulfill her unrequited wish. Had she not perished and instead entered the vehicle, would she not have reunited with her longed-for husband? Jiang Xia surmised this aspect, leading to his understanding of how to confront the woman. Beneath the bloodied garment lay a white dress, illuminating the revelation that the woman in white and the woman in red were one and the same, one embodying virtue and the other vice. Only by allowing the virtuous to fulfill their wishes could the malevolent be vanquished. UMO fervently shared her speculation, leaving her in deep thought, mirrored by the viewers engrossed in the live stream. They expressed their astonishment, admiration for Jiang Xia, and their own feelings of inadequacy in comparison to his brilliance. As the audience fervently debated, UMO's brow furrowed with a rare hint of sorrow. dimming even the sparkle in her beautiful eyes. Being a deeply empathetic soul, she felt a weight in her heart upon knowing the woman's tragic fate. Tears glistened in her eyes as she hastily wiped them away, clearing her throat. She regained her composure and introduced her old friend to elucidate the final boss, the old woman. Life is but a fleeting 30,000 days. Each day of joy is a treasure. Greetings, everyone. I am your dashing and charming Xiao Qiu. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Qiu's voice resonated with a hint of age-old wisdom. The old woman served as the final boss of the instance, exuding a peculiar and unsettling aura from the outset. Despite her severe malnutrition, her frail body was adorned with a brand-new Fu-yi blessing garment. This oddity evoked thoughts of a Shou-yi funeral garment. Did anyone notice the detail that the old woman's fearsome gaze remained fixated on the window throughout? She was not admiring the scenery, but was certainly searching for something. A fact Jiang Xia undoubtedly recognized. Some speculated whether Jiang Xun discerned the old woman's intent solely from this detail. Was she seeking her home to exact vengeance? To infer someone's thoughts from a mere gesture transcended mere skill. It bordered on the uncanny. Others doubted such prowess, claiming it would render one more divine than human. Xiao Qiu skimmed through the audience's comments, selecting significant inquiries to address. He concurred with their conjectures, asserting that Jiang Xia's insights were not derived from a single detail. Yet his remarkable perceptiveness and deductive abilities were unquestionable. He recalled Jiang Xia's inquiry directed at Zhao Jian, dressed in new garments, residing in a new home, scattering white paper money, lighting red incense candles. This was undoubtedly a vital clue. Some questioned Jiang Xia's assertion that this phrase was merely something he read in a book, expressing skepticism over its significance. Yet, it was well known that Jiang Xia was not one for idle chatter. Anything he deemed worthy of attention certainly held great importance. Xiao Qiu elaborated, stating that the phrase represented the rites of passage associated with death, and throughout the journey, the only connection to these rites was the grave. From Li Meng and the woman in red, one could foresee that the old woman in the back seat was also unusual. They boldly speculated that the old woman was a ghost, and that the grave belonged to her. The absence of a crucial ritual, guarding the spirit, raised questions. Why was this step overlooked? It was likely that the old woman's body had been dead for an extended period before being discovered, leading to decay. Had they postponed the burial for 3 days, the corpse would have begun to emit a foul odor. Thus, the guarding the spirit process was hastily neglected, resulting in her descendants hastily digging a shallow grave for her. Jiang Xia pieced together the truth through scattered clues. The old woman suffered abuse in life and found no peace in death. Hence, he posed the pivotal question. If children are unfilial, causing their parents' demise, and their bodies cannot find rest after death, do you believe the parents would ever forgive their offspring? The audience reacted with shock and realization, understanding that the old woman had indeed been dead for a long time before her discovery. Many felt a profound sense of inadequacy in comparison to Jiang Xia, acknowledging his exceptional acuity, deductive reasoning, and courage. Xiao Qiu took a deep breath, releasing it slowly. After receiving responses from the other three, Jiang Xia had arrived at the conclusion: revenge. The instant's commentary concluded with a farewell to the viewers, promising to meet again. The leaderboard showed that after completing 2 instances, Jiang Xia had ascended to the 80th position. While not particularly high, his fame and appeal soared unprecedentedly. Clips from the live stream circulated online, igniting a frenzy of discussion. Various interpretations proliferated, with many elevating Jiang Xia to the ranks of top-tier deities. Oblivious to this, Jiang Xia implored the viewers to refrain from exaggerating, insisting he was merely an inexperienced novice. Instance: Ken Sun, Pian-Cun. Objective: depart from Pian-Cun by the 4th night at midnight, without leaving the village during this period. As Jiang Xia regained consciousness, his vision gradually brightened. A considerable number of individuals had gathered around him, and Jiang Xia took a rough count, discovering there were indeed 13 people present. Most players wore expressions of confusion and unease, while a few quickly began to assess their surroundings. Among them, a silver-haired youth caught Jiang Xia's attention, as the striking hue of his hair was impossible to overlook in the crowd. Goodness, I had to watch several times to confirm this is indeed Jiang Xia's livestream. I never expected him to be so industrious, more efficient than a donkey from a production team. Indeed, it's only been a day since the last instance, and he's already diving into another dungeon. I genuinely fear for Jiang Xia's health. Alas, this white-haired lad looks increasingly familiar, isn't he Nan Zhao? Can you believe it? Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao are in the same dungeon. What a coincidence. This dungeon promises to be intriguing. Good news. I just checked the information on this dungeon and found nothing. It seems to be a newly emerged one. The barrage of comments flooded the livestream chat, rendering it nearly impossible to discern individual messages without pausing the barrage. At that moment, along the rough path ahead, a man hurriedly approached. "My name is Jiang Xia, and I am responsible for receiving visitors in the village. I sincerely apologize for making you all wait for such an extended period." The man wiped away sweat and continued. "I only received the information recently. However, it is currently the plum rain season, and I had already informed the travel agency to pause any village tourism activities." "Did the travel agency not receive the message?" Jiang Xia queried with a hint of confusion. "Your accommodations have been prepared, and you may freely explore the village over the next few days. I will now lead you into the village." Chapter 36. Pianxiuan Ancestral Hall. The path into the village was somewhat uneven, flanked by lush wild grasses that dominated the narrow trail, leaving only a small passage for walking. Recent frequent rains had caused the vegetation to flourish, and there had been no opportunity to send someone to clear it. The group nodded in understanding. After a 10-minute walk, the outline of a village emerged up ahead, revealing a considerable scale upon closer inspection. As they neared the village entrance, the group was drawn to a brand-new stone monument, inscribed with the two characters Pianxiuan. Suddenly, a long-haired woman at the back stumbled over something, letting out a sharp scream. "Ah!" After regaining her balance, the woman glared at the object that nearly tripped her, a wooden sign, caked in mud. "It's merely a wooden sign. Why the fuss?" Jiang Xia expressed her displeasure, immediately directing her ire at the woman. Enough with the sarcasm. Jiang Xia noticed words inscribed on the board, so he pulled some grass from the roadside to clean the dirt away, revealing the text. At that moment, the silver-haired youth approached as well. The sign read Pianxiuan, with additional inscriptions below: equality for all, fair treatment, and an obscured line at the bottom, scratched out with numerous knife marks. The words beneath the sign must have been intentionally erased. It exudes an eerie quality. Who could have done such a thing? Various peculiar theories flooded the chat. Could this have been the original name of Pianxiuan? The group speculated, turning their gazes towards Jiang Xia, awaiting his explanation. Jiang Xia glanced over the sign and clarified. Pianxiuan was indeed the original name of Pianxiuan. After the former village chief passed away, the current chief changed the name to Pianxiuan. The regulations inscribed on the sign were established during the tenure of the late chief. The silver-haired youth, Nanzhao, narrowed his elongated eyes. Why would the chief change the village's name from Pianxiuan to Pianxiuan? I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it relates to recent events in the village over the past month. The group's expressions suddenly brightened, eager to inquire further. However, Jiang Xia fell silent about the earlier matter, repeating only, "As night approaches, and with the unpredictable weather of the rainy season, I must first escort you to your accommodations." Upon entering the village, the group spotted an impressive building with exquisite decor. The grand crimson door was flanked by two guardian beasts. "This is the village's ancestral hall. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. I kindly ask you to adhere to the village's regulations." Jiang Xia turned to the curious crowd, his demeanor shifting from calm to serious. The group nodded in agreement and continued to follow Jiang Xia. "Oh, the ancestral hall's door is ajar." Jiang Xia hastened to the entrance, peering inside. "There's no one here. I wonder which mischievous child left the door open." He mused to himself, preparing to shut the door. Just before it closed entirely, Jiang Xia caught a glimpse of the interior, an altar adorned with memorial tablets, and two cushions on the floor. In the corner, he noticed a pair of feet clad in cloth shoes, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the shadows. The door closed completely. "There were feet just now. I saw them. What do I do? I'm on duty in a hospital, and I'm the only one in the corridor. I'm terrified." Jiang Xia felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him as he glanced at Jiang Xia, suspicion creeping into his mind. Had Jiang Xia truly seen no one in the ancestral hall, or was he lying? If he was deceiving them, what could be his motive? The group continued to follow Jiang Xia as he led them around the back of the ancestral hall, heading westward through the village. However, Jiang Xia quickened his pace, forcing the group to nearly double their speed to keep up. "Quickly now, it looks like rain is imminent. Hurry," Jiang Xia urged, frequently glancing at the gathering storm clouds, his brow furrowing. The wind had begun to pick up, stirring up sand and leaves that whipped against their faces, causing discomfort. As they navigated the village, Jiang Xia observed that every household was tightly shut, which struck him as odd. Typically, before rain, the village would be bustling with activity, collecting clothes, gathering grains, and a cacophony of voices echoing through the air. Yet, an unusual silence enveloped the village, devoid of even the sounds of barking dogs or crowing roosters. Suppressing his growing unease, Jiang Xia continued to follow the group toward their accommodations. After a while, impatience began to surface among the crowd. "Jiang Xia, How much further is the guest house? We're almost there. Just a little longer. Please don't rush. The questioner was the same man who had argued with Jiang Xia earlier, his gaunt appearance and protruding cheekbones lending an unsettling aspect to his demeanor. Finally, after traversing the village, Jiang Xia led them to a somewhat secluded area, where a 3-story building of blue bricks and black tiles awaited them. This is where I've arranged for your stay. Is this the accommodation? Can't we switch to somewhere better? Bai Kai voiced his dissatisfaction, unable to restrain his complaints. Hearing this, Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow at Bai Kai, unable to resist the urge to mock him. Huh? Do you really think you're here on vacation? Be careful with your words. They might bring misfortune to others. Damn it. Shut your foul mouth, you wretched woman. The others showed no inclination to persuade him otherwise. Rather, they welcomed the prospect of 2 fools testing the dangers within this instance. Jiang Xia furrowed his brow and remarked, "The rain is imminent. We should enter without delay." Jiang Xia and Bai Kai acquiesced. The group followed Jiang Xia as he produced the key and approached the iron door at the entrance, bypassing the first floor and heading directly to the second. "Isn't anyone living on the first floor?" someone inquired. "The first floor is damp and prone to harboring bacteria and pests, so it has gradually become abandoned and converted into a storage room," Jiang Xia explained. Jiang Xia trailed behind the others and, as they passed the corridor on the first floor, cast a glance inside. The walls were already moldy, adorned with brown spots, and water stains had formed on the ceiling, dripping down. Upon reaching the second floor, they noted that windows lined the left side, while rooms were situated on the right. The rooms on the second floor were available for anyone to occupy, although a few lights might not function due to aging wiring, so everyone would have to make do. The village was also preparing for repairs, and given that it was the plum rain season, it was advisable not to venture out at night to avoid catching a chill. If any insurmountable issues arose, one could seek the village chief. After sharing this information, Jiang Xia offered a smile before turning to leave, though the smile appeared somewhat strained. The atmosphere grew heavy as the group watched Jiang Xia's figure disappear around the corner, silence enveloping them in his absence. Chapter 37. The lodging of the remote village. The corridor felt stifling, permeated by a decaying odor. Jiang Xia opened a window for fresh air and gazed outside. Dark clouds shrouded the entire village, casting a somber gloom over the stillness, with no one wandering outside. Suddenly, Jiang Xia reappeared within Jiang Xia's line of sight, moving hurriedly with a disordered gait. Jiang Xia could distinctly sense the tension in his body. He walked stiffly, nearly stumbling several times as he approached the village, frequently glancing back at the remote lodging. He was frightened. A voice from beside him remarked. Engrossed in his thoughts, Jiang Xia had not noticed the presence of another person beside him until he caught a glimpse of silver hair. It was a young man with silver locks. "Hello. My name is Nan Zhao," he said in a calm, somewhat languid tone, his voice youthful yet tinged with maturity. "Jiang Xia. How delightful. 2 esteemed individuals have crossed paths. Haha. I'm so excited that I'm practically sitting upright. My blood pressure, cholesterol, and blood sugar are all skyrocketing. What a powerful alliance. Let us choose our rooms. I counted 8 in total. 1 room per person will certainly not suffice, especially in this eerie instance where we cannot predict the dangers we may encounter. I propose sharing rooms 2 to a space," offered a woman with striking features named Wu Lin, a suggestion that garnered the approval of most. Those with a clear conscience need not fear a knock at midnight. "I shall stay alone," Bai Kai declared nonchalantly before striding towards room 204 and slamming the door behind him. Jiang Xia cast a cold smile at the now closed door. Ultimately, Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao chose the last available room. The room bore a musty scent, furnished modestly with 2 beds and 2 nightstands, each neatly stocked with 3 bottles of water. Nan Zhao turned to Jiang Xia and suddenly spoke. "Do you find Jiang Xia's parting remarks peculiar?" Jiang Xia nodded yes. He mentioned seeking the village chief should we encounter unsolvable issues, implying he was quite certain we would face trouble. Nan Zhao contemplated this for a moment before responding. When Jiang Xia left the lodging, he was running the entire time. He was indeed scared. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Xia, articulating a chilling truth. What sort of terrifying entity resides in this lodging that even the villagers fear? The 2 lingered in the room for a while longer when Jiang Xia began to sense something amiss. He was sweating profusely. What was happening? Why was this room so unbearably hot? Was it due to the impending rain that it felt so stifling? Jiang Xia could hardly bear it, feeling as though he had been thrust into a steamer, humid and stifling. He instinctively glanced at the water bottles on the nightstand. Gulp. Jiang Xia swallowed hard, his mind blank, fixated solely on the water before him. Just as he intended to gulp it down, Nan Zhao's voice rang in his ears. "Don't you find it strange how hot this room is? It's as if it is deliberately enticing us to drink the water." Jiang Xia was immediately jolted into awareness. Indeed, it was too strange, exceedingly strange. He turned to Nan Zhao, noticing beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his complexion pale and sickly. We should leave, quickly, Jiang Xia urged. Nodding in agreement, they hurried downstairs and stepped outside, where a refreshing breeze greeted them, dispelling the oppressive heat from their skin. Gradually, other players, equally discomforted by the heat, emerged from their rooms. Goodness, is there a fire below? Why is it so hot? Exclaimed one man, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve while gulping down water. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Xia observed the man drinking and noticed that not only he but several others were also fixated on him, their gazes laced with mockery and indifference. These individuals. Jiang Xia squinted his eyes, recalling the previous instance, which felt worlds apart from this one. This water must be suspicious. The true question is what will happen if we drink it. Jiang Xia lowered his voice, leaning closer to Nan Zhao. He also noted that Nan Zhao habitually tucked his left hand into a pocket, though he refrained from inquiring. We will find out after tonight, Nan Zhao replied calmly, blinking as if lost in thought. Why will we know after tonight? Nan Zhao tilted his head, looking at Jiang Xia. Don't you know? I do not. Jiang Xia answered truthfully. Because nighttime in eerie instances is far more perilous than during the day, Nan Zhao's tone grew grave. How many instances have you experienced? This is my third. Quite impressive. I find it somewhat surprising. And you? Me? Nan Zhao smiled slightly. Just a bit more than you. This is my seventh. Jiang Xia felt a sense of urgency. The pretense was too perfectly executed, making him feel inferior. This is hilarious. Did you see the subtle smile on Nan Zhao's face? Jiang Xia has garnered the recognition of the esteemed Nan Zhao. How remarkable. Do you even need to consider what you're saying? A pure novice cleared his first instance in 9 minutes and 8 seconds. And the difficulty of the first 2 instances ranked within the top 30. Gaining Nan Zhao's approval is no small feat. Enough chatter. I recognize the strength of both esteemed individuals. With such a powerful alliance, this instance will surely not fall apart. Let's anticipate it. The barrage of comments flooded in. Jiang Xia declared, the water in the rooms is undrinkable. I will head to the village shop. All right, I will explore the 1st and 3rd floors, Nan Zhao replied. Jiang Xia exited the lodging and entered the village, recalling a sign indicating the location of the shop along the path he had taken to the lodging. After Jiang Xia departed, Nan Zhao surveyed the lodging once more before re-entering, while the others gradually followed suit. Before long, only the man who had been drinking remained in the open space. He, Bai Kai, watched the retreating figures of the crowd with a cold sneer before turning back to the 2nd floor and shutting the door to room 204. Chapter 38, Ken Sun, Pianxi Yuan, Shadows. The small shop. From a distance, Jiang Xia noticed an elderly man with graying hair sitting in a chair in front of the shop, lost in thought. What can I get you? For bottles of water. For candles and a lighter. Jiang Xia recalled Zheng Zhong mentioning that due to aging wiring, some rooms in the guest house had no lights, hence the need for candles. That will be 8 yuan, the shopkeeper replied without lifting his head. After Jiang Xia counted out the necessary amount of money and handed it over, the shopkeeper slowly ambled toward the shelves behind him. The shelves were coated in dust, indicating they had not been cleaned in ages, with items haphazardly piled on them. The shopkeeper adeptly located the items Jiang Xia needed amidst the clutter. Soon, a red plastic bag containing the items was placed on the glass counter. All set. However, Jiang Xia did not rush to leave. Instead, he turned to the shopkeeper. Excuse me, may I ask you something? The shopkeeper raised his head slightly, giving Jiang Xia a dull glance before returning his gaze downward. Has anything bad happened in the village recently? The shopkeeper's expression shifted quickly, a twitch passing across his face. After staring at Jiang Xia for a moment, he replied, Who told you that? Zheng Zhong. Upon hearing this name, the shopkeeper's brow furrowed ever so slightly, as if recalling something distressing that darkened his countenance. I don't know. You should ask someone else. Jiang Xia observed the peculiar demeanor of the shopkeeper, suppressing his curiosity as he turned to leave. It seemed Zheng Zhong, who had led him here, was embroiled in significant trouble. This shopkeeper is certainly concealing something. Did anyone notice how the shopkeeper's expression changed when Jiang Xia mentioned Zheng Zhong? I noticed too. The shopkeeper definitely knows something but is reluctant to speak, likely out of fear. After Jiang Xia departed, the shopkeeper glanced toward the village's ancestral hall, quickly gathering his chair and locking up the shop. Upon returning to the guest house, the darkening sky had fully succumbed to night. Room 208. As soon as Jiang Xia entered, he saw Nan Zhao staring intently at the ceiling with a serious expression. Just as Jiang Xia was about to speak, Nan Zhao silenced him. Shoo! Furrowing his brow. Jiang Xia followed Nan Zhao's gaze toward the ceiling, straining his eyes but failing to discern anything of note. Just as he could no longer contain his urge to inquire, a strange sound emanated from above. Thud, thud. The sound was muffled and oppressive, akin to someone repeatedly thumping their head against the floor. It sent chills down their spines, leaving them covered in goosebumps. Jiang Xia stared at the ceiling, his expression grave, sensing an undercurrent of danger. The sound did not persist for long, soon fading away. Yet it was quickly followed by terrified screams and curses from the neighboring room, indicating that the occupants had also heard the strange noise. Under the night sky, the village was even more desolate than during the day. It was not raining, only the fierce wind howled, snapping branches and rattling the windows. As night deepened, the room was enveloped in darkness. Jiang Xia was awakened by the howling wind outside. The window, which he had securely shut before sleeping, was now inexplicably open, allowing the wind to rush in. Nan Zhao lay quietly on the other bed, and Jiang Xia could faintly see his chest rising and falling rhythmically. It couldn't have been him who opened the window, so who did? Jiang Xia was jolted awake, his mind racing. Neither he nor Nan Zhao had opened it. So who was responsible? Creak. A scratching sound echoed from the ceiling behind him. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat. He cautiously opened his eyes a crack and slowly turned his head, only to be seized by terror upon seeing a shadow crawling toward the floor from the window. What is that? Panic gripped Jiang Xia, and he felt a chill sweep over him. The shadow lingered by the window for a few seconds before it began to approach him. Jiang Xia, feeling a sense of impending doom, shut his eyes tightly. Resigned to the thought of dying so soon, comforted only by the notion that he could rewind time. However, the anticipated pain did not surge through his body. Instead, he heard another creak, and upon opening his eyes a crack, he discovered the shadow had exited the room, closing the door behind it. How polite, Jiang Xia mused, before glancing at the window and shaking his head. No, quite rude, for it did not know to shut the window. After the shadow departed, Nan Zhao abruptly sprang from his bed like he had been electrocuted. You weren't asleep? In the darkness, Jiang Xia could only see Nan Zhao's restless eyes. He replied with a hint of complaint, I was, but it woke me up. How rude. The two of them quickly got off their beds and pressed against the door. Waiting silently, Jiang Xia was growing increasingly uncomfortable in the cold, glanced back at the wide-open window, and then returned to his place. Why didn't that ghost attack us? I don't know. Perhaps we did not trigger its killing instinct. We'll have to see who is unfortunate tonight, Nan Zhao mused. I'll go take a look. Jiang Xia dashed out of the room. You? No way. Are you serious? Nan Zhao's eyes were filled with disbelief. He suppressed his urge to follow and leaned against the cold door. How could a person be so bold? Fate is fickle, and everyone has their own destiny. I once risked my life by following him. Wow. Did you see the incredulity on Nan Zhao's face? Jiang Xia is truly impressive. Jiang Xia seems to think that following a ghost is as simple as eating and sleeping. Haha. This is too amusing, as expected of Jiang Xia. His courage is unparalleled. Is Jiang Xia truly unafraid? Unafraid is simply unafraid. The corridor was bleak and eerie, the darkness thick enough to seem tangible. Jiang Xia felt a chill run down his spine. He was indeed scared. This was a natural physiological response, and despite years of specialized training, he found it hard to overcome. He knew he would not die, but still. At that moment in the corridor, the footsteps ahead came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Xia also paused, tiptoeing and pressing himself against the narrow space between the door and the door frame, just barely hiding one person. He wondered in which room the ghost had stopped. Chapter 39, Ken Sun, Pian Siyuan, Rescue. Room 206. Jiang Xia was awakened by the sound of water flushing. When she turned her head, she found that Wu Lin was missing from the bed next to hers, and the bathroom light was on. Glancing at the door, she saw it was closed, which eased her anxious heart, and she stared blankly at the light coming from the bathroom. This was her fourth copy, and in the previous three, she had come perilously close to death multiple times, teetering on the edge of the underworld. Living under the constant threat of death had made her temperament increasingly volatile, igniting at the slightest provocation. Splash. The toilet continued to flush repeatedly. Upon regaining her senses, Jiang Xia gradually became aware of the unsettling atmosphere around her, and her demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. Her hand instinctively reached for the necklace around her neck, and only after confirming its presence did she cautiously descend from the bed. This necklace, obtained in the second dungeon, possessed the capability to withstand 3 attacks from spirits. She had utilized it once in the previous dungeon, leaving her with 2 remaining uses. However, as each dungeon permitted only a single use of items, Jiang Xia was determined to reserve it for a dire circumstance. Wu Lin, she called out, but aside from the incessant sound of running water, there was no response. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Cautiously, she approached the restroom, located to the right upon entering. The door was ajar, allowing her a glimpse of the sink within. Regret washed over her as she reflected that she should have changed rooms after Wu Lin consumed that water. Wu Lin had drunk from the bottles on the cabinet, while Jiang Xia had refrained. As she stewed in her frustration, her eyes gradually discerned the horrific scene within the restroom. Pools of crimson blood marred the floor. Terror gripped her heart, and a chilling aura enveloped her, sending shivers down her spine. There, on the ground, knelt Wu Lin, her legs contorted at unnatural angles. Her face was ashen, and her left arm hung limply, broken into several segments, while her right hand repeatedly pressed the flush lever. In an instant, Jiang Xia's breath caught in her throat. In the left corner of the restroom stood a man, his back to her, repeatedly striking his head against the wall. Each impact accompanied by a low, guttural sound that sent chills racing through Jiang Xia. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed her hand against the doorknob. However, as she prepared to flee, an inexplicable force began to drain her strength, while a sinister coldness crawled up her back, chilling her to the core. Cold sweat soaked her back. With wide eyes, she summoned her last ounce of strength to tear the necklace from her neck and hurled it behind her with all her might. Jiang Xia distinctly felt the necklace strike something, followed by a piercing scream. Fear gripped her hard as she flung the door open and bolted outside. A gust of wind greeted her, chilling her to the bone in the darkened corridor. Suddenly, the oppressive coldness returned, and Jiang Xia's hair stood on end as she realized she could not move. In that fleeting moment, every inch of her skin felt the bone-chilling cold, and panic constricted her breath. No, I cannot die. Jiang Xia turned, her eyes widening in horror as a pale hand reached toward her, poised to grasp her throat. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a hand seized her collar. The grip unleashed a terrifying force, propelling her forward. In the instant she exited the room, Jiang Xia felt her body return to normal, though the momentum nearly sent her crashing to the floor. Run! A low voice echoed in the darkness. Without time to ponder, Jiang Xia sprinted after the shadowy figure ahead, fearing that a moment's hesitation would allow the spirit to catch her. The corridor reverberated with the sound of pounding footsteps. As she approached the door to room 208, Jiang Xia called out in a hushed voice, "Nanzhao, open the door." With a creak, the door opened slightly. Jiang Xia felt a surge of relief. This teammate proved reliable. He pushed the door wide open and rushed inside without looking back, only to be met by a massive fist aimed at his face, a ring gleaming on its middle finger. "It's me," Jiang Xia exclaimed. Seeing the impassive expression on Nanzhao's face, panic surged within him. If that punch landed squarely, it would surely break his nose. Fortunately, upon hearing his voice, Nanzhao retracted his fist, casting a wary glance at Jiang Xia before preparing to close the door. But another shadow dashed inside, prompting Nanzhao to step back and swing his fist at the intruder. "Don't hit me, I'm human, not a ghost." Jiang Xia shut the door, leaning against it, her heart racing as she beheld the colossal fist mere inches from her face, blinking in disbelief. She was alive, she had survived. A chill ran down her spine as the perilous scene replayed in her mind. She had come perilously close to death. In that moment, gratitude for Jiang Xia welled up within her. Had it not been for him, she would not have made it. She found it both tragic and amusing that, in this self-serving and indifferent dungeon, she had been saved by someone. If the roles were reversed, she would have fled without a second thought, devoid of any intent to rescue. "Thank you," Jiang Xia expressed sincerely to Jiang Xia, her words heartfelt. "It was nothing," he replied nonchalantly. "I just didn't expect you to actually break free from that room." It seems the spirit showed some mercy. Jiang Xia scoffed at the absurdity of the statement. Mercy from a ghost? Clenching the necklace in her hand, she extended it toward Jiang Xia. "I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. Consider this necklace a token of gratitude for saving my life." "What is this?" he inquired. "A life-saving item. This necklace can withstand 3 attacks from spirits. I have used it twice, leaving 1 use remaining. Keep it for yourself. I do not require it, nor do I need you to repay my favor." It was merely a trivial act. Jiang Xia smirked, his expression one of disdain, while internally he mused about her naivety. A life-saving item? Huh. Jiang Shun is quite confident, even refusing a life-saving tool offered freely. The audience noted the tension. Jiang Xia had nearly been struck by a punch from Nanzhao, who had been cautious enough to avoid a fatal blow. It was evident that Nanzhao's ring was indeed a protective item. Jiang Xia recalled that Nanzhao had not worn a ring on his index finger earlier, indicating that it was likely a life-saving tool, explaining why he often kept his hand in his right pocket. It appeared that players who had survived 3 dungeons possessed remarkable capabilities, each likely wielding a life-saving item. Jiang Xia himself had a protective item stowed securely in his inner pocket, a paper bill gifted to him by the woman in white from the previous dungeon. Zhao Jian had only mentioned that the paper bill was very useful, without revealing that it could fend off vengeful spirits. Jiang Xia nodded thoughtfully, pondering the circumstances. Why would that spirit target you? Did you trigger its killing rule? In the darkness, Nan Zhao turned to Jiang Xia, seeking clarification. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia let out a cold laugh. The misfortune was indeed unexpected. Wu Lin had dragged me into this. During the day, she had consumed some water from the cabinet, which possessed a peculiar taste. When I caught a whiff of it, there was a hint of blood. As Jiang Xia was about to finish her sentence, her pupils constricted in shock. She spotted Jiang Xia gulping down the mineral water with abandon. You. Jiang Xia felt a chill run down her spine, her mind racing with thoughts of what to do if she encountered that ghost. She hesitated at the doorway, contemplating whether to flee. What are you doing? That's my water. If you want a drink, there's plenty more, Jiang Xia said, noticing the woman's terrified expression and realizing the misunderstanding. After wiping his mouth, he clarified. I bought this water at the village shop, not from those other sources. Jiang Xia, irritated, retorted, you should have said so earlier, or else I wouldn't have been so frightened. Jiang Xia disregarded her ire and proceeded to light a candle he had purchased earlier. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room, preventing the three of them from stumbling around in darkness. As Jiang Xia gazed at the dancing flame, a sudden realization struck her. Wait, why were you outside in the corridor? Jiang Xia, taken aback by her sudden intensity, shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I was just bored and needed some fresh air. You are truly one of a kind, unafraid of wandering into the night where ghosts may lurk. The three fell into a brief silence, settling in as dawn approached. In the early morning, a piercing scream echoed through the corridor. Jiang Xia, with his panda eyes, looked at Nan Zhao in astonishment and asked, strange. You stayed up all night as well, yet you look so refreshed. Nan Zhao replied, I managed to sneak in some rest, but you were none the wiser. Jiang Xia found this slyness amusing, but his thoughts were interrupted by the sight of Jiang Qiu's haggard face. Your dark circles are worse than mine. Jiang Qiu appeared utterly drained, as if her vitality had been siphoned by a ghost. After being frightened by a ghost all night and not sleeping. It's no wonder my eyes look like this, she said flatly, lacking the energy to argue. Let us go see how many unfortunate souls were affected last night. Once Jiang Xia exited the room and walked a short distance, he noticed Nan Zhao trailing behind. In the corridor, a large pool of blood lay before room 202, the sharp scent of blood wafting through the air. A few individuals nearby were hunched over, unable to stand upright from their retching. Upon reaching the door, Jiang Xia was met with a gruesome sight inside the room. A bespectacled man lay dead, while others shared rooms. Bai Kai, having no teammates, had to sleep alone. The man's corpse was horrifying, his limbs were missing, and his bloodied torso stood upright on the floor like a grotesque toy, with a terrifying grin frozen on his face. Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao entered the room, and upon noticing a missing bottle of mineral water on the table, they exchanged glances and promptly exited. Jiang Xia, walking last, casually closed the door behind him. How come you didn't die? You cursed someone, didn't you? Even if your entire family perished, I would remain unharmed. Jiang Xia observed Jiang Qiu arguing with Bai Kai. Upon recognizing Bai Kai, he was surprised that he was still alive, recalling how the man had consumed that water in front of everyone. Was it possible that the ghost had spared him? As he pondered, he felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to find Nan Zhao. Let us go, was all he said. Where to? Jiang Xia asked. To find the village chief. Nan Zhao squinted, eyes narrowing as he pointed towards the village. Zheng Zhong mentioned that if we encounter an unsolvable issue, we should seek out the village chief. He can resolve it. Now that there's a killer in the inn, do you think he is unaware? Just as Jiang Xia was about to leave, Nan Zhao pulled him back. Wait. After everyone at the inn had departed, the two hurriedly descended the stairs and exited into the village. The man we saw earlier seemed odd. He drank that bottle of water in front of everyone yet remains unscathed, Nan Zhao remarked. This man is certainly not ordinary. I can sense a plot brewing. Up until now, Nan Shen has been consistently reliable, while I must say Jiang Shen's audacity is remarkable. I have never witnessed such behavior. Following a ghost as if it were commonplace. Even Ning Zhan wouldn't dare such a thing. Jiang Shen is truly extraordinary. The sky remained overcast, despite it being early morning, resembling the twilight hours instead. The two wandered through the village for quite some time, without encountering a single villager. Jiang Xia furrowed his brow, sensing the strangeness of the village. They approached a villager's door and knocked, but upon seeing strangers, the person immediately slammed the door shut. Their words were caught in their throats. and with a resigned shake of their heads, they moved on to the next house. Knock, knock. This time, after a delay, the door creaked open to reveal a wary face. What do you want? Tourists, the middle-aged man replied, glancing at Jiang Xia and then at Nan Zhao. You're quite good-looking, but you're young and have white hair. Young people should learn moderation. Jiang Xia stole a glance at Nan Zhao, whose expression darkened, and he chuckled inwardly. Sir, we are looking for the village chief's residence. The man eyed them suspiciously, his expression turning peculiar. Why do you seek the village chief? Last night, something happened at the place we stayed, so we want to ask the chief about it. At this, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort, and he pointed down a path. Follow this stone road straight ahead. The last house at the end is the village chief's. Thank you. However, you've come at an unfortunate time. The chief left early this morning and won't return until tonight. Nan Zhao questioned, where did the chief go? I don't know why he left. Whenever someone dies in the village, the chief always goes out. Someone died. Jiang Xia, alarmed by the man's casual tone, pressed on. Is it common for people to die in the village? Since the old chief passed away a month ago, for people have died in the village during this time. Jiang Xia contemplated the implications. Could this be the unfortunate event that Zheng Zhong mentioned? Do you know where Zheng Zhong lives? Nan Zhao continued to inquire. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly shifted to one of fear. No, I don't know. You should ask someone else. With that, he began to shut the door, his eyes darting anxiously towards a certain direction in the village. As the door was closing, Nan Zhao blocked it. What are you doing? The man shouted. His face flushed crimson as he pressed his entire body against the door, but to his astonishment, it remained utterly unmoved despite his immense strength as a farmer. Nan Zhao, however, remained unperturbed. Jiang Xia, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of apprehension, fearing that the door might close, and he hastily braced himself against it. If you do not divulge the address of the Xingzhong family, I shall call out his name right here at your doorstep, Nan Zhao said, casting a chilling smile toward the middle-aged man. Fine, I will tell you. The man sighed in resignation, his previously amiable expression darkening as he glared at Jiang and Nan. Proceed straight ahead, walk until the end, then take the second room on the right. Now be gone. After uttering these words, the man shot them one last venomous glance before slamming the door shut. Jiang and Nan exchanged glances, each catching a glimmer of mirth in the other's eyes. They followed the man's directions swiftly towards Xingzhong's residence. Knock, knock. Jiang Xia politely rapped on the door twice, and soon, sounds from within responded. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a weary woman. Appearing to be in her 30s, those streaks of gray marred her hair. Behind her stood a round-headed little boy, timidly observing the two. Who are you? Hello? Is this the home of Xingzhong? We are here to find him. Upon hearing this, the woman hastily attempted to shut the door, only to be stopped by Nan Zhao's hand. The village chief sent us. The woman's actions faltered, her face draining of color as she regarded them with a deep frown. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Xingzhong is my husband, but he has been missing for a month. Jiang and Nan exchanged another astonished glance. Missing? If Xingzhong had vanished, then who had brought them to the village? Could you show us a photograph of your husband? We can assist in searching for him in the village. The woman scrutinized them closely, fear evident in her eyes as her demeanor shifted dramatically. No, no, leave at once. You are not welcome here, go away. Grabbing a broom from the floor, she forcefully ushered them out, leaving them no choice but to depart. After leaving Xingzhong's home, Nan Zhao, who had been walking with his head down, abruptly halted and turned to Jiang Xia, his gaze growing profound. She is terrified. Her attitude shifted in an instant, and her eyes were fixated on a particular direction while speaking. What could evoke such fear in her? Meanwhile, the woman cautiously opened the door just a crack, peering through the gap toward the corner of the stone path. A man stood there, his back to the stone wall, repeatedly banging his head against it. His body appeared contorted, and his neck twisted in an unnatural manner. Tears glistened in the woman's eyes as she swiftly shut the door. Where to now? Let us head back. The two made their way toward the inn. As they neared, they spotted the iron door on the first floor ajar. They exchanged glances, realizing they were the last to leave and had deliberately closed the door upon their exit. This indicated that someone had returned, prompting them to dash toward the first floor. Jiang Xia glanced up the staircase, noting the absence of anyone before cautiously tiptoeing toward the second floor, striving to make as little noise as possible. Do you really think I would be foolish enough to drink that bottled water? Laughter erupted from Bai Kai on the second floor, his tone dripping with mockery. Look at me. I'm fine. These fools are as clueless as ever. His act was merely a ruse to ensnare the unsuspecting. The water bottle had long been swapped for tap water from the restroom. Just as he was about to return to his room, Jiang and Nan's appearance altered his expression, freezing his smile in place. What brings you back so early? Bai Kai instinctively inquired, only to realize the impropriety of his words as he noticed Jiang and Nan's unwavering stares. He recalled that the two rarely spoke during their time together. Aside from Jiang Xia's initial impression of him, while the other, the nonconformist with white hair, left no impression at all, merely a trendy youth in the real world. This notion only spurred his disdain. Oh, we didn't find any clues, just came back to rest. Jiang Xia casually remarked. Yet you returned earlier than us. Did you find nothing either? I'm not as useless as you. Bai Kai scoffed, a hint of derision in his eyes. I found a very significant clue. But why would I share it with you? Oh, how coincidental. We too have discovered vital information. What clue? Why should we tell you? Jiang Xia retorted with a cold smile. An arrogant fool, Nan Zhao added, crossing his arms. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I quite admire that personality, someone mused. Huh, this is rather exhilarating. I felt a rush of adrenaline, even did a push-up on my bed. With all that movement upstairs. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chapter 42. The disappearance in the Bien Suen. Bai Kai opened his mouth, glaring at the two with venomous eyes, akin to a serpent ready to strike. To Jiang Xia's surprise, however, Bai Kai offered a smile. I was merely joking. Why take it seriously? We are teammates now that we share a dungeon. We do not require such a foolish teammate, Nan Zhao retorted coldly, leaning against the wall with a mocking expression. Bai Kai found his words caught in his throat, silently clenching his fists as he shot a sinister glance at Nan Zhao and Jiang Xia. We shall see who proves to be the fool and who the wise. Time will tell. I was just kidding. You wouldn't take that seriously, would you? Nan Zhao smiled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Bai Kai snorted disdainfully before retreating into room 206, slamming the door behind him. The duo arrived at the door of room 208. Wait, don't open the door yet. I slipped a hair through the crack when I left. Check if it's still there. Jiang Xia realized then why Nan Zhao had lagged slightly behind their previous departure. With a creak, they pushed the door open. And moments later, dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrent of rain. Jiang Xia peered through the window, spotting several individuals drenched and hurrying toward the inn. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. What bad luck. The rain came out of nowhere, and now I'm soaked. Complaints filled the hallway. But the voices gradually faded as Jiang Xia listened, his gaze fixed on the pouring rain outside. Shall we check the third floor now? Let us go. The two exited, making their way to the staircase of the second floor, where they fortuitously encountered Jiang Xia. She appeared utterly disheveled, her hair incessantly dripping with water, forming small puddles at her feet. What a coincidence, returning just in time to encounter you all. Jiang Xia then noticed that the two were not drenched, and her brows furrowed slightly. Have you returned early? The two nodded. What a stroke of luck. Jiang Xia's lips curled in jealousy. She was completely soaked and felt utterly miserable. As she observed Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao preparing to leave, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and her expression turned grave. Wait, you aren't planning to go to the third floor, are you? What is the matter? Don't you know the third floor is perilous? The murderous ghost is likely lurking there. Going up now would be tantamount to courting death. Jiang Xia candidly expressed that if it weren't for Jiang Xia saving her life last night, she wouldn't bother to speak up. As the saying goes, kind words are wasted on the doomed. However, she suddenly recalled Jiang Xia's audacious actions from the previous night, and her thoughts became clear. She casually waved her hand, stepping aside to let them pass. Never mind, let us consider my earlier words as mere folly. Just then, someone emerged from a nearby room, a bespectacled man, his face adorned with a broad smile, approached them with an air of boldness. Are you heading to the third floor? Noticing that neither Jiang Xia nor Nan Zhao responded, the man remained unperturbed, continuing cheerfully. I can keep watch here. If danger arises, I will inform you. However, you must share any clues you uncover with me. What do you say? Jiang Xia chuckled at the man's words, finding his audacity remarkable, attempting to gain an advantage without effort. How about this? You go up, and we will stay here to keep watch. That's out of the question. With three of you, there is some assurance. I am alone, and going up would be too perilous. We are not in danger. However, seeing that the man was about to speak again, the trio lost interest in further conversation and returned straight to their room. That man is truly calculating. Clearly, he intends to reap the benefits while we bear all the risks. We will wait until there is no one around. Jiang Xia nodded, turning to Jiang Xia. Have you discovered any other clues in the village? Indeed. As I passed by the ancestral hall in the village, I heard a peculiar sound of bells. Later, I saw someone approaching the hall. Remembering what Zheng Zhong said about outsiders not being allowed near the hall, I left. Jiang Xia pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The sound of bells. Right. What clues have you found? Jiang Xia calmly gazed at Jiang Xia. Do you recall Zheng Zhong, who brought us to the village? Of course. Jiang Xia nodded vigorously. He vanished over a month ago. Ah. Jiang Xia's eyes widened, as if struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across her face, her speech faltering. No. It can't be. So, the Zheng Zhong we saw was the Zheng Zhong we encountered might very well be a ghost, or perhaps another villager in disguise. We just don't understand why they would impersonate Zheng Zhong. It's likely the latter. If it were the former, it would be utterly terrifying. Jiang Xia felt a cold sweat break out on her back. If the Zheng Zhong they met was indeed a ghost, it meant they had been in the company of a spirit all along. Suddenly, all three turned their attention toward the door as a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Bang! Bang! Who is it? It's from room 207. After donning a ring, Nanzhao adjusted it to a suitable angle before cautiously opening the door a crack. A man stood outside, his expression frantic. Nanzhao had some recollection of him, as he was one of the players who entered the instance together. Is there something wrong? Have you seen my roommate? He has gone missing. Missing? What happened? We separated while searching for clues in the village. He went to the ancestral hall while I went to the village shop. We agreed to meet at the hall an hour later, but when I arrived at the hall, I didn't see him, and the door was closed. I thought he had returned early, so I hurried back, but I couldn't find him at the inn either. It's almost dark now. So, your roommate disappeared after going to the ancestral hall. Yes, the ancestral hall, Jiang Xia murmured, realizing that the ancestral hall must be extraordinarily sinister. He recalled the pair of feet he had seen in the hall, and a shiver ran down his spine. Goosebumps have risen. This village is becoming increasingly eerie. The ancestral hall undoubtedly harbors a great secret. The clues are still too scant. Everything remains shrouded in mystery. The ancestral hall is definitely the key. As the live stream buzzed with speculation, Chapter 43 Panic in the Remote Village. Once the man departed, Nanzhao closed the door, and within that brief moment, the room was engulfed in darkness. Night fell far too swiftly. In the pitch-black room, Jiang Xia could barely discern who was who, the contours of their faces obscured. Jiang Xia turned to Jiang Xia and asked, "It's dark. Aren't you going back to your room?" Jiang Xia shrank slightly, contemplating. The item could only be used once. She had already employed it when that malevolent spirit sought to kill her last night. Now, her chance of survival had vanished. If that spirit returned tonight, she would surely meet her demise. After much deliberation, Jiang Xia mustered her courage and said, "I believe it's safer to stay with you." "Very well, it's up to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia sighed in relief, relaxing her tightly clenched fists. Her earlier fears were not unfounded. The spirit that failed to kill her last night might have marked her, and it could return tonight. If she remained there, she could inadvertently endanger Jiang Xia and Nanzhao. Yet, the two did not urge her to leave, which filled her with gratitude. People tend to seek benefit and avoid harm. If saving another could cost one's own life, few would choose to intervene. "Thank you." Jiang Xia lowered her head, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Xia and Nanzhao, softly expressing her gratitude in her heart. As night fully descended, the rain intensified. Jiang Xia and Nanzhao sat on one bed, while Jiang Xia sat alone on another, her legs folded as she gazed at the window facing the bed, through which she could see the path from the village to the inn. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and she shouted to Jiang Xia and Nanzhao, "Look quickly. There are two people over there." Startled, Jiang Xia rushed to the window. Outside, the rain poured heavily, battering against the glass. On the path from the village to the inn, two figures were frantically running toward the inn, and more terrifyingly, a person with limp arms was closely pursuing them. Could they be the missing roommate of that man? It's unlikely. Only one person is missing, but now there are two. They must be others from different rooms. Wait. Nanzhao's gaze fixed intently on the two figures and the ghost running toward the inn, her expression darkening. What's wrong? That ghost. Nanzhao stared out the window, uttering a chilling revelation that sent shivers down Jiang Xia and Jiang Qiu's spines. Two individuals are leading that ghost towards the inn. If the ghost remains downstairs, it will prevent our escape. Should we fail to flee the village by the witching hour of the fourth night, we shall all perish here. Damn it, Jiang Xia cursed, his expression darkening more than Nanzhao's, for what Nanzhao suggested was indeed plausible. These two rascals intend to divert the danger, deliberately luring the ghost towards us in a bid for their own survival. Cursed be them. Jiang Xia clenched his teeth tightly, his fist striking the pillow with force. Meanwhile, on that precarious, rain-soaked path, Tao Ji and Xiu Sheng were sprinting desperately. Tao Ji glanced back, his spirit waning, a profound chill coursing through him. Damn it! That ghost is still on our tail. Hearing this, Xiu Sheng gritted his teeth. His weary body surged with newfound strength under the threat of death, propelling him ahead of Tao Ji. "Wait for me." Tao Ji reached out, grasping at nothing as the rain blurred his vision. He wiped the water from his face, witnessing Qiu Sheng growing ever more distant, fear tightening in his chest. He too pushed forward, but his physical stamina paled in comparison to Tao Ji's. It wasn't long before he felt his body reaching its limits. "No, I cannot die. I must not perish. It's all your fault, Qiu Sheng. You led me to the ancestral hall. If anyone is to die, it should be you." As they approached the ancestral hall, they encountered the ghost, managing to hide in a thicket before the creature detected them, remaining concealed until dusk fell. Just as they prepared to depart, they were horrified to discover the ghost looming behind them. "Qiu Sheng, it's all your fault. You deserve to die." Tao Ji's eyes filled with venomous hatred as he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Qiu Sheng's head. However, the stone veered off course, striking Qiu Sheng in the back instead, causing him to tumble to the ground. "Cursed be you, Qiu Sheng." Seizing the moment, Tao Ji accelerated, surpassing Qiu Sheng, racing towards the inn with reckless abandon. "The ghost, having killed Qiu Sheng, might not pursue me. As long as I reach the inn, I shall be safe." After a brief contemplation, Tao Ji charged towards the inn. "Damn it, Tao Ji, even as a ghost, I will not let you escape." Qiu Sheng spat venomously, scrambling to his feet. The icy rain struck him, yet colder still was the chill of betrayal. Just moments ago, he had saved Tao Ji's life, pulling him away from the ghost's grasp. He could never have anticipated that this wretch would resort to harming him to ensure his own survival. "I must be the one to live. Qiu Sheng, you shall perish." As Tao Ji ran, he shouted in defiance, attempting to dispel the terror that gripped his heart. Upon bursting into the inn, he glanced back, and a single fleeting look filled him with dread, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Behind Qiu Sheng stood a figure, motionless in the rain, slowly lowering its head in a mechanical manner. The ghost emitted a garbled sound, as though a sharp thorn were lodged in its throat. Upon hearing this dreadful noise, Qiu Sheng's hair stood on end. Suddenly, his chest burned fiercely, as if a red-hot coal resided within, causing him to gasp for breath. He touched his chest and discovered a jade pendant emitting a crimson glow. This pendant, acquired in a previous instance, could withstand a ghost's attack once, growing hot in the presence of malevolent spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Qiu Sheng dashed into the inn. "Tao Ji, I will kill you." Qiu Sheng clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, hastening towards the second floor, his countenance dark as a stormy sea. Chapter 44, Ken Sun, Pian Siyuan, Bell. The trio at the window observed the entire ordeal, their thoughts swirling. "Humph." Jiang Xia scoffed coldly. To ensure his own survival, that individual's methods are indeed despicable. In response, Nan Zhao remained as composed as ever, having witnessed numerous similar underhanded tactics in past instances, where individuals resorted to deceit and betrayal to save themselves through various schemes. In the corridor, Qiu Sheng gazed down at the puddles, which extended to the door of room 205. "Tao Ji, I shall kill you." A frigid killing intent radiated from Qiu Sheng's face, blood mingling with rainwater dripping from his chin, rendering him a terrifying sight as he strode towards room 205. The interior was shrouded in darkness. A gust of wind from outside restored a semblance of clarity to his mind. He glanced around, realizing that Tao Ji was nowhere to be found. Damn it, could it be that he hasn't returned, but instead hidden in another room? Qiu Sheng cast a wary glance back at the eerie corridor, a sense of dread creeping in. "For tonight, I shall remain in this room. I will seek out that wretch Tao Ji tomorrow." Not daring to turn on the lights, he groped his way towards the bed, collapsing onto it in exhaustion, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, he was jolted awake by the eerie sound of a bell. Startled, he realized that the sound seemed to emanate from within the room. Who is it? Even more terrifying was the figure that stood silently before his bed. Having entered without his notice, he distinctly remembered locking the door and closing the windows upon entering. The figure stood still, watching him intently. "Who are you? Is it Tao Ji?" Qiu Sheng received no answer, and cold sweat drenched his back. Gritting his teeth, he bolted towards the door. But in the next instant, an icy, bone-chilling hand rested upon his shoulder. Ah! Qiu Sheng was violently dragged back, his anguished screams echoing throughout the inn. The following day, Jiang Xia was awakened by a cacophony of noise, the sound of hurried footsteps resonating in the corridor. "Let us go see." Nan Zhao was the last to exit his room as usual. From a distance, the trio detected an overwhelming stench of blood. The deceased was Qiu Sheng. The scene in his room was horrific, his body positioned as if a toy, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at the onlookers in the corridor, sending chills down their spines. The room was strewn with dismembered limbs, blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Xia covered his nose, frowning as he remarked, "He seems to be one of the two who fled last night." "That's the one. Look at the mud on his clothes," Nan Zhao observed. "But what of the other?" Jiang Xia skirted around the body at the door, inspecting the room. Several bottles of water remained untouched on the cabinet, showing no signs of disturbance. Moreover, anyone who escaped the ghost's clutches would surely not be so foolish as to drink the tainted water. So what triggered the ghost's attack? Jiang Xia pondered. Amidst the crowd, Tao Ji trembled at the sight of Qiu Sheng's gruesome corpse. Last night, he had feared that Qiu Sheng would seek vengeance upon surviving. Thus, he had left false clues and hid in the unoccupied room 201, remaining concealed and silent. Last night, he heard Qiu Sheng's anguished cries in the middle of the night, causing him to remain sleepless for the entire night. Tao Ji murmured, Qiu Sheng. "It was not I who caused your demise. It was your own actions that led to your end." Aren't you his roommate? How did he perish?" Someone recognized Tao Ji, and in an instant, 7 pairs of eyes turned towards him, sending a chill down his spine. "How would I know? I spent the night in room 201. With that, Tao Ji slipped away from the crowd's gaze. Humph. Bai Kai in the crowd wore a knowing expression. Upon turning his head, he saw Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao staring intently at him, making him feel uneasy. "What were you laughing at just now?" Bai Kai glared at the two, provocatively stretching his lips into a wider grin, which only made him appear odd, his upper face clearly fuming while the lower half smiled. "What? Are you bullying me so much that I am not even allowed to laugh? And what if we are?" Nan Zhao pointed towards the corpse in the room. Then at Bai Kai, "You are the one who caused this death, aren't you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Kai glanced around at the others, seeing no reactions from them, and sneered, "I saw you two sneaking back early yesterday. Were you plotting to kill us all?" Nan Zhao smirked, "You seem anxious." Jiang Xia chimed in, "I witnessed you sneaking into room 205. I found it odd since you were supposed to be in room 204. But it turns out you were up to no good. Qiu Sheng's death is on your hands. You are talking nonsense. Don't think I'm unaware that you are in cahoots with them. This is a frame-up." Jiang Xia remarked, "You seem anxious. I advise everyone to keep your distance from him. Be wary of being killed," said Nan Zhao before turning and heading downstairs, with Jiang Xia and Jiang Xia following closely behind. "This Bai Kai is truly despicable," the villain cries out first. "I suspect that the deceased player was killed by someone named Bai Kai. But why would he want to harm others? He has no reason to do so. The more players die, the more he risks being targeted by the ghost. Players entering the instance have a singular purpose: to survive. Perhaps Bai Kai has discovered a method to clear the instance, but it requires the deaths of other players. Mark, the prophet predicted it. There is indeed a possibility." On the small path leading to the village, the three walked onward. "Where are we headed?" "To find the village chief. He must know everything that has transpired in the village." Chapter 45 PNCUN Qiuzheng. The path within the village remained deserted, with every household tightly securing their doors. "Try not to approach the ancestral hall. That place is rather unsafe." Jiang Xia glanced around, fearing to see a figure with drooping hands on that narrow path. Just last night, after Qiu Sheng escaped from the ghost's clutches, the ghost did not pursue him into the inn, but instead stood in the rain, staring at the inn for a while before vanishing into the village. The ghost is still in the village, likely near the ancestral hall, as both the missing player and the incidents involving Qiu Sheng and Tao Ji all occurred near that location. By the way, Nan Zhao and Jiang Xia both turned their gazes towards Jiang Xia, who was speaking. "How did Qiu Sheng die? When I entered the room earlier, I noticed that all the water on the table remained untouched. Could it be that Qiu Sheng triggered some other killing rule of the ghost?" Jiang Xia shook his head. After pondering for a moment, Nan Zhao said, "I suspect Qiu Sheng's death is related to Bai Kai. I tested him earlier." "So what did you find out?" "I could tell right away that he is a sly one." Jiang Xia gritted his teeth, making a gnashing sound. Nan Zhao shook his head. Before long, the three arrived at the village chief's residence. They were slightly surprised to find that the chief's house was noticeably larger and better furnished than the other villagers' homes. "Knock, knock." Jiang Xia rapped on the door twice. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a man with a scruffy beard and graying temples, appearing to be in his 50s. The man had a square face and regarded the unfamiliar faces before him sternly. "Who are you?" "We are tourists visiting the village." The square-faced man furrowed his brow deeply. "How can there still be tourists? The village notified the travel agency early on." The man looked at the three of them again, his stern expression softening slightly. "What brings you to see me?" "You are the village chief of Pianciyuan." "Indeed, I am the chief of this village, Qiuzheng. Has something unfortunate occurred in Pianciyuan recently?" Without engaging in idle chatter, Nan Zhao directly addressed the issue at hand. Upon hearing this, Qiu Zheng's furrowed brow deepened. There is nothing of the sort. The villagers of Pian-Siyuan live in harmony and joy. I do not know where you heard such rumors, but do not let me hear those words again. Qiu Zheng subtly threatened the three. However, they were unfazed and stepped forward, fixing their cold gazes upon him. There have been continuous deaths in the village over the past month. Just the other night, another person died. Our companion also faced an incident at the inn. In just 2 days, 3 have died, and 1 has gone missing. Is this what you call harmony and joy? Nan Zhao calmly recounted these facts, his sharp gaze boring into the village chief's slightly trembling face. We came to find you because of Jiang Xia. He told us to seek you out if we encountered something we could not resolve. As Nan Zhao spoke the latter part, Jiang Xia noticed the village chief's expression change noticeably, turning quite grim. What nonsense are you spouting? Qiu Zheng's brows knitted into a deep furrow, his expression darkening further. Huh. Jiang Xia crossed his arms, coldly staring at Qiu Zheng. If you're not speaking nonsense, why not come with us and see? Jiang Zheng died a month ago. How could he send you to find me? Qiu Zheng inhaled deeply, but the words he spoke left the three in shock. Jiang Xia opened his mouth. But the information we have is that Jiang Zheng is merely missing. How can a living person go missing for a month? Qiu Zheng sighed deeply, his face filled with distress. Jiang Zheng died a month ago. Only I know of his death. I have not informed anyone, including Jiang Zheng's wife. The three were puzzled as to why Qiu Zheng would conceal the news of Jiang Zheng's death. How did Jiang Zheng die, and why did you hide his death? Qiu Zheng shook his head. I do not know how he died. On the night my father, the old village chief, passed away, I went to the ancestral hall to pay my respects, and upon entering, I found Jiang Zheng's corpse. He was in a kneeling position. But when I went to find someone, his body had vanished. Fear etched across his face, as if the events of that night were still fresh in his memory. A corpse that disappeared without a trace. No one would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. If I were to inform the other villagers, it would surely cause panic. Ultimately, I decided to keep this matter hidden, especially since hiding Jiang Zheng's death was also to give his wife a glimmer of hope. I feared that if I told her the truth, she would not be able to bear the blow. Strangely enough, since that fateful night, the village has been plagued by a relentless series of deaths. I suspect this may be connected to the deceased Jiang Zheng, so I advised the villagers to remain indoors and refrain from venturing out. Jiang Xia and the others nodded thoughtfully. So, it seems the instigator of the turmoil in the village is indeed Jiang Zheng. The question remains, how did Jiang Zheng meet his end? I too am curious about the circumstances of Jiang Zheng's death. The greatest mystery lies in how he died. The one causing chaos was Jiang Zheng, and he perished in the ancestral hall. If this continues, I may have no choice but to relocate the villagers. A profound sadness flickered in Qiu Zheng's eyes as he spoke. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Jiang Xia observed Qiu Zheng hesitating, as if some words were lodged in his throat, unuttered. Thank you. The three expressed their gratitude before turning to leave. Qiu Zheng gazed at their retreating figures until they vanished around the corner, eventually returning to the courtyard. Chapter 46, Kang Sun, Pian-Siyuan. Zheng Luo. The trio walked along the village path, the looming clouds deepening the unease in their hearts. The weather in Pian-Siyuan was perpetually overcast, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was day or dusk. Suddenly, Nan Zhao came to a halt. Jiang Xia and Jiang Qiu paused as well, looking at him. What is the matter? Why have you stopped? After a moment of contemplation, Nan Zhao finally spoke. There is a contradiction here. Jiang Zheng's death has been concealed by Qiu Zheng. The villagers of Pian-Siyuan, including his wife, are unaware that Jiang Zheng has died, believing instead that he is merely missing. However, Nan Zhao's disheveled hair danced in the wind as he suddenly fixed a penetrating gaze on Jiang Xia. Do you remember the villager we asked for directions? When the name Jiang Zheng was mentioned, he displayed evident fear. Why would he fear a missing person? Especially when the villagers are completely unaware of Jiang Zheng's death and do not know that he was the one who committed the murders. Understanding dawned on Jiang Xia. You mean to say he must have seen Jiang Zheng, the deceased Jiang Zheng? Nan Zhao nodded. There are 2 possibilities. 1, he knows Jiang Zheng is dead and that it was Jiang Zheng who wreaked havoc in the village. Or 2, he killed Jiang Zheng, yet witnessed the resurrected Jiang Zheng. Jiang Xia opened his mouth in astonishment, slightly taken aback by Nan Zhao's insight. No wonder he had successfully navigated 6 instances. He was truly formidable. Let us go. With Nan Zhao's prompt, the 2 moved in unison toward the same destination, leaving Jiang Qiu bewildered in their wake. Regaining her senses, she noticed they had already gone far ahead and hurriedly followed. Soon, the 3 arrived at the home of the villager they had previously questioned. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Having learned from past experiences, The man inside did not open the door blindly. Instead, he cautiously peered through the crack, and upon seeing a woman, he opened the door. Yet, as soon as he did, he saw the young man with white hair. "It's you. You're all in cahoots." After hesitating for a few seconds, the man quickly attempted to shut the door, but Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao were quicker, preventing him from closing it. "What do you want now? I've already told you everything I know." The man's demeanor was despondent. "Did you kill Xing? What did you say?" "I killed him." The man sprang up from the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. No, it wasn't me." He shook his head vigorously, looking anxiously around as if terrified of something. Jiang Xia observed the man's every reaction, convinced of one thing. It was highly unlikely that this man had killed Xing. If he were indeed the murderer, his initial response would not have been like this. He would either flee or resist. However, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that he was a natural actor. "Tell us everything you know, and we will leave immediately, never to return." "I don't know who killed him." The man wept, wiping his nose on his heel. I only saw Xing's body on the 3rd floor of the inn. That day, I went to clean the inn and saw his corpse. I truly don't know who killed him." "If you did not kill him, why were you so afraid when you heard Xing's name?" "Because one night, I saw his corpse come back to life. Right there, he stood, banging his head against the wall." The man pointed toward the corner of the path, trembling as if reliving that night. He had been walking home when he encountered Xing's resurrected corpse, its head repeatedly striking the wall. Having acquired the desired information, the three departed, heading toward the location described by the man. At the spot where stones were stacked to form a wall, they noticed some dark red stains in the middle. Observing these stains, the trio decided to return to the inn. On their way back, they encountered a child. Jiang Xia recognized the child as Xing's son, the one who had previously hidden behind a woman. The child squatted in the shadow of the wall, appearing pitiable. "Let me take a look." Jiang Xia approached the child, leaving Nan Zhao and Jiang Xia to wait behind. "Brother." The child stood up nervously, timidly calling out. "What is your name?" "Zheng Luo." Zheng Luo kept his hands behind his back, unsure of what he was concealing. Jiang Xia gently ruffled Zheng Luo's tousled hair, saying, "You were waiting here for us, weren't you?" Zheng Luo nodded slightly, visibly more at ease in Jiang Xia's presence. He brought his hands from behind his back, revealing a photograph. Upon seeing the photo, Jiang Xia immediately understood. "Brother, this is a picture of my father. I hope you can help me find him." Zheng Luo pressed the photograph into Jiang Xia's hands and was about to kneel down to bow. "Brother, please help me find my father." Jiang Xia hurriedly stopped Zheng Luo, unsure of how to convey the harsh truth that his father had passed away a month prior. Yet, Jiang Xia felt it was necessary for Zheng Luo to know the truth, no matter how cruel it might be. "Did your mother send you?" "No, I sneaked out by myself." Jiang Xia nodded, then spoke with a heavy heart. "Zheng Luo, your father is not missing. He died a month ago." My father is dead." The boy seemed struck by lightning, swaying unsteadily. Had Jiang Xia not caught him, he would have fallen to the ground. He began to cry, his wails heart-wrenching. Jiang Xia could only stand by, offering words of comfort. A few minutes later, Zheng Luo lifted his head, using the back of his hand to wipe away his tears, and asked in a sobbing voice, "Brother, how did my father die?" "We do not know yet." Zheng Luo nodded, dazed. "Zheng Luo, when was the last time you saw your father?" Zheng Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "I last saw my father on a night a month ago. He told me he was going to pay respects to the village elder and asked me and my mother to stay home." Chapter 47, Ken Sun, PNCUN. The tape recorder brother. "I want to go home now. My mother will be worried if she can't find me." "All right. Be cautious on your way back." "I will, brother." After speaking, Zheng Luo waved his small hand and walked away with his head down, his tiny figure disappearing into the village. "The child had previously met you. What did he say to you?" Observing Jiang Xia, who stood motionless, Jiang Xia approached with curiosity and inquired. Jiang Xia recounted verbatim what Zheng Luo had conveyed to him, along with the photograph Zheng Luo had entrusted to him. The photograph featured 3 individuals, one being Zheng Luo, another his mother, and the last presumably his father. In the picture, Zheng Luo held his parents' hands, shyly gazing at the camera. Zheng had gone to pay his respects to the old village chief before disappearing. Yet his body reappeared on the 3rd floor of the guest house, which was in a completely opposite direction. Jiang Xia furrowed his brows and slowly shook his head, sharing the same doubt. Could it be that Zheng had not gone to pay homage but had instead visited the guest house, where he met his demise? Jiang Xia blinked and turned to Jiang Xia, saying, "The night falls too swiftly. Our time is limited." Jiang Xia glanced around, and indeed, the darkness enveloped everything as if shrouded in a veil, rendering the surroundings hazy. "We must split into 2 groups. one to the third floor of the guest house and the other to the home of the deceased villagers. I believe their deaths are not without reason. There must be a connection among the 4 villagers who perished. Isn't it too risky to go to the third floor? Jiang Xia expressed her trepidation. The risk was substantial since Zheng Zhong could very well be on the third floor, and one misstep could lead to death. It is both a risk and an opportunity. Where there is risk, there is also the potential for fortune, thus we must proceed. Jiang Xia retracted her neck and fell silent. Jiang Xia nodded at Nanzhao. All right, I shall accompany you. Then I will head to the villagers' homes. There is no time to waste. Be cautious in the village, circumvent the ancestral hall, and return before dark. You should be more concerned about your own safety. I do not wish to hear of your misfortunes upon my return. Jiang Xia pouted and set off alone into the village. Jiang Xia and Nanzhao exchanged glances and hurried back to the guest house. They made their way to the second floor. Just as Jiang Xia was about to ascend to the third floor when Nanzhao halted him. Jiang Xia inquired, "What? Shoo, let's go back quietly." Jiang Xia followed Nanzhao, and as they passed room 204, Nanzhao pressed his ear against the door, listening intently before knocking. After a prolonged silence, he confirmed that no one was inside and led Jiang Xia to the door of room 208. Jiang Xia did not recklessly enter, but took a moment to observe, noticing hair still lodged in the door crack. "The hair remains. No one has entered our room," Jiang Xia remarked. However, as he turned, he noticed Nanzhao's eerie smile. "What are you smiling at? I certainly did not leave hair in the door crack before I left." Jiang Xia's mind felt as if it had been struck, leaving him blank. If Nanzhao hadn't left the hair, then whose was it? Soon, a name surfaced in his mind, Bai Kai. It is likely that the player named Bai Kai is responsible. He must have been ridiculed by Nanzhao and Jiang Xia. And something must have been left in the room, he speculated. I suspect so, but cleverness can lead to one's downfall. Nanzhao's methods are undoubtedly superior, and Bai Kai likely did not foresee this. If it were me, I would take a knife and hide in Bai Kai's room. Then strike him down when he least expects it. The one upstairs is quite ruthless. Bai Kai? Nanzhao nodded affirmatively. It should be him. That fellow sneaked into our room. We must investigate. The two entered the room. Jiang Xia quickly scanned the area, noting that the layout appeared unremarkable. Let us search thoroughly. They began to meticulously inspect every nook and cranny. After a thorough search, they found nothing unusual in the room. However, they were not naive enough to think Bai Kai merely glanced around and left. Check the bedside table, the bathroom, and under the bed, Nanzhao suggested. Ultimately, directing his gaze to the bed, Jiang Xia crouched down to take a look. There was nothing beneath the bed, but upon closer inspection, he felt something hard beneath the bedboard. Extracting it, he realized it was a recording device. What use is this? Jiang Xia fiddled with the device and discovered an audio recording within its storage, which was set to play at a scheduled time. He pressed the play button. Ding ding. A peculiar bell sound echoed from the recording device, and Nanzhao swiftly pressed the pause button. This sound resembles a bell. Jiang Xia mentioned hearing a strange bell sound in the ancestral hall. Could this be the same sound? It is highly likely. This device was placed here by Bai Kai. Where did he acquire it? Nanzhao's expression turned complex, and he fixed a sharp gaze on Jiang Xia. Perhaps Bai Kai has long been colluding with the person who killed Zheng Zhong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia felt a chill run down his spine. What was Bai Kai's motive for such actions? Bai Kai's alliance with an enemy to eliminate them. What purpose could this serve? Despite players harboring their own agendas, they were ultimately part of the same group. It is simple. He seeks to survive. The individual may have promised Bai Kai safe passage out of the village, with the price being the assistance in killing all others. Qiu Sheng could very well have been slain by Bai Kai using this recording device. This fellow is indeed unscrupulous in his quest for survival. Suddenly, Jiang Xia's complexion changed. If Qiu Sheng was killed by the bell sound from the recording, then they had just heard the same sound. Wouldn't Tijing Zhong come looking for them at night? Jiang Xia shared his speculation with Nanzhao, who shook his head. No, do not forget, Jiang Qiu is alive and well. This bell sound should only be effective when heard at night. Jiang Xia realized the validity of this point. However, if Bai Kai heard the bell sound while sleeping, what expression would he wear? Chapter 48. The remote village. Ascending the stairs, the two took the recording device and exited the room, closing the door behind them. At the stairway, Jiang Xia concealed himself in the shadows, serving as a lookout for Nanzhao. Nanzhao proceeded to Bai Kai's room, employing a tactic of retribution by hiding the recording device there. Approximately 3 minutes later, while Jiang Xia attentively watched the entrance to the staircase, he heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw the smiling Nanzhao. Is the task complete? Indeed, though that fellow was quite cautious, leaving behind some traces in his room, but those were remnants of my earlier work. In his nonchalant manner, Nanzhao's prowess was evident. Jiang Xia's admiration for Nanzhao deepened. Thus far, he had navigated the situation with ease, a testament to his experience as a player who had traversed 6 side quests. Without further ado, let us hasten to the 3rd floor, for darkness is imminent, and other players will soon return. Jiang Xia nodded, neither affirming nor denying. The two ascended the stairs swiftly, only to be halted by a rusted iron door at the entrance of the 3rd floor. Through the door, they could discern the corridor's vague condition. It was enveloped in darkness, a terrifying and unsettling blackness. However, the most pressing concern was the iron door. Jiang Xia examined it. It was quite sturdy. What to do? Should we force it open with our feet? No, that would not do. Nanzhao pondered, glancing at the corroded lock, his narrow eyes blinking. We cannot resort to violence, as the noise might attract Zhengzhong, and if that occurs, we would be in grave danger. What now? The situation had suddenly become quite tricky. If all else fails, we could climb through the window of a room on the 3rd floor. I had observed that a bamboo ladder would suffice. However, this approach entails considerable risk of exposure. Perhaps we should search for a pair of pliers. The villagers should have some. That will have to suffice. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from below. Someone was rapidly approaching the 3rd floor. Jiang Xia and Nanzhao fixed their gazes below, their hearts brimming with vigilance. Nanzhao narrowed his eyes and subtly rotated the ring on his right index finger, adjusting its sharp protrusions to an optimal angle for force. Could it be that other players have returned? Perhaps, we shall see. The footsteps grew closer and louder. Jiang Xia and Nanzhao concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly observing the person ascending, until a familiar face emerged before them. It was Jiang Xia. What are you two doing hiding here? In that moment, their eyes met. Jiang Xia had also spotted Jiang Xia and Nanzhao lurking in the shadows. Could it be? Jiang Xia's eyes darted nervously, her face betraying acute anxiety as she glanced around, suffused with intense unease. At this moment, she had conjured many scenarios in her mind. Jiang Xia and Nanzhao were hiding to evade a ghost. A ghost? Where's the ghost? She lowered her voice, glancing at the two, fear lacing her tone. There is no ghost. No ghost. Jiang Xia sighed in relief, casting a skeptical glance at the two. No ghost. Then why are you both so frightened? You haven't done anything wrong, have you? After a moment's thought, she quickly grasped the situation. So you are hiding here to ambush me. If it were not me coming up, but someone else, I suspect you would have already acted. By the way, why are you back so soon? Jiang Xia ignored Jiang Qiu's skeptical look and deftly shifted the topic. Weren't you at the homes of the villagers who had met with misfortune? Of course, I returned only after my business was concluded. Jiang Qiu proudly raised her chin. So soon, Jiang Xia and Nanzhao exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to fathom how Jiang Qiu had gathered information in such a short time. Speaking of which, why are you two not on the 3rd floor? What are you doing lingering here? Are you afraid? Jiang Xia shook his head. No. The 3rd floor is blocked by an iron door. We cannot ascend. The iron door? Jiang Qiu blinked, her tone casual. Just use a wire to hook it open. You can open it? Give it a try. Subsequently, the two watched in astonishment as Jiang Qiu produced a piece of wire from her belongings, skillfully bending it into several hooks of varying sizes. She deftly inserted a hook into the rusty lock, and with a sharp click, the lock sprang open. Jiang Xia's lips twitched, an urge to inquire about Jiang Qiu's past bubbling within him. All done. Jiang Qiu brushed off the dust on her hands and smiled lightly at Jiang Xia and Nanzhao. Nanzhao, what did you do before this? You were so adept at picking locks. You are faster with that wire than with a key. Jiang Xia shot a sidelong glance at Nanzhao, pleased that he had voiced his curiosity. It was a legitimate profession. A legitimate profession that involves lockpicking? Jiang Xia was certainly skeptical. I was intrigued by how locksmiths could open locks with just a wire or a card, so I decided to try it myself, only to discover that I possessed a talent for it. Ever since, I have carried a piece of wire with me. How could that not be considered a gift? A natural talent for lock-picking. While others learn, I seem to fail miserably. Using wire as a key, who else can claim such a skill? Lock-picking is good, but it requires learning, along with tuning pianos. I must ensure my son learns to pick locks so he won't be locked out by his wife. To the brother upstairs, I raise a toast. The iron door swung open. Perhaps I should stay down here. Jiang Qiu quivered slightly. She could distinctly sense the temperature on the 3rd floor was significantly lower, a chilling aura creeping up her spine. The corridor on the 3rd floor was cluttered with debris, dust swirling in the air, some of it quite suffocating. I will keep watch for you on the 2nd floor. Jiang Qiu added. Very well. Jiang Xia and Nanzhao quickly ascended to the 3rd floor, leaving Jiang Qiu behind. Their original plan had designated Jiang Qiu to investigate the homes of the deceased villagers, while Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao ventured to the third floor. With Jiang Xia remaining downstairs, the two felt no objections. Shortly after they ascended, Jiang Xia peeked into the eerie corridor, where the windows had been covered with black plastic, rendering them light-proof. Thus, regardless of whether it was day or night, the third floor remained shrouded in darkness. Jiang Xia could only discern the vague silhouettes of Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao, their footsteps becoming increasingly distant and faint. Chapter 49. The corpse of the remote village. Jiang Xia watched as the shadows of Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao grew more indistinct. A shiver running down her spine as the cold atmosphere from the corridor instilled a sense of unease. She withdrew her head. Now, she was utterly alone. The surrounding silence was dreadful, amplifying every minute's sound. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps echoed from the second-floor corridor, approaching and receding, as if someone were pacing back and forth. Jiang Xia's heart leapt, her body trembling. Who is it? She became cautious, her gaze instinctively darting towards the staircase below. The footsteps on the second floor continued, growing clearer and more frantic. Wait, Jiang Xia suddenly realized. The sounds from below were certainly not a ghost, but someone was playing tricks. Just wait. I am going to uncover who is behind this deception. Jiang Xia hissed through clenched teeth, charging downward. Shortly after Jiang Xia departed, the iron door was abruptly shut by a hand. With a click, it was secured with a chain. On the third floor, Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao pushed open every door along the corridor. The wooden doors, long neglected, creaked with rusted hinges as they were nudged, producing a sound that sent shivers down their spines. In the stillness, this noise was particularly jarring. At the first sound, Jiang Xia felt a chill. Envisioning a ghastly figure with drooping hands and a twisted expression standing motionless behind him. The room lay desolate and empty, bearing little distinction from the one upstairs, save for the thick layer of dust that enshrouded it. The windows were boarded up with wooden planks, allowing not even a sliver of light to penetrate. Why were the windows sealed so tightly? Even the corridor's windows were obscured by plastic coverings. Was it to prevent the outside from intruding, or to keep the contents of the room contained? Jiang Xia furrowed his brow and murmured a cautionary note. Tread carefully and watch your step. Jiang Xia nodded in agreement. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. The two had refrained from using any form of illumination, fearing the attention of spirits. Thus they navigated by touch. Upon entering the shadows, they experienced a brief moment of blindness, but gradually adapted and could discern the vague outlines around them. That man informed us of the discovery of Zhang Zhong's corpse on the third floor. Can you fathom why he would venture up there? Nan Zhao suddenly inquired. To clean, perhaps? Nan Zhao gestured towards the ground. A thick layer of dust suggests that the third floor has remained untouched for at least 6 months. So what are you implying? Is it possible that the man deceived us? He may have indeed seen Zhang Zhong's body, but he did not kill him. Rather, he transported the body to the third floor. Nan Zhao slowly articulated his theory. With a jolt, Jiang Xia was taken aback by Nan Zhao's conjecture. He recalled everything the man had said and recognized numerous inconsistencies. The man indeed posed a significant threat. Why was he so terrified of Zhang Zhong? As the adage goes, those who harbor no guilt fear not the knocking of ghosts at midnight. Should we not confront him? If he refuses to divulge the truth, even prying his teeth would yield no response. And if he were to reveal the truth, do you believe he could survive? Jiang Xia nodded in agreement. Let us proceed to the next room. They continued their search, room by room. After approximately 10 minutes, they emerged from room 308, having found nothing, not even a single hair, let alone Zhang Zhong's body. If that man spoke truthfully, Zhang Zhong's corpse must indeed be on the third floor. But where could it be? Jiang Xia's attention was once again drawn to the windows tightly covered with black plastic. This material was intended to block light. A bold hypothesis sprang to Jiang Xia's mind. What if the place concealing Zhang Zhong's body was easily visible in ample light, but obscured in darkness? Where could such a place be? He shared his speculation with Nan Zhao, and in silence, they both instinctively gazed upwards. Suddenly, Jiang Xia felt a surge of tension. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. There, hanging from the ceiling, was a headless corpse, seemingly fused with the ceiling itself. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed one of them, while another uttered a curse, startled by the gruesome sight. This must be Zhang Zhong's body, but where is his head? Jiang Xia's complexion turned pale as he gazed upon the lifeless form, and Nan Zhao's expression mirrored his dread. Is there any way to bring this body down? None. Suddenly, there came a sound of something banging against the wall, reminiscent of the noise they had heard upon their arrival. Jiang Xia swallowed hard, his gaze fixating on the last room in the corridor. The noise seemed to emanate from room 308. They exchanged a glance and instinctively began to retreat. Abruptly, Jiang Xia's back collided with something. A decayed corpse loomed before him, its expression vacant, with only the whites of its eyes visible. The horror was palpable. Without warning, Nan Zhao struck out, delivering a punch to the corpse behind him, but it remained immobile. Back to the room, Nan Zhao shouted, darting into 308. Jiang Xia soon followed, and the door slammed shut behind them. Damn it, the ring has failed. Nan Zhao leaned against the door, confusion etched across his face. His punch had been ineffective against the ghost. The ring was a tool designed to pause a ghost for 3 seconds upon contact, sufficient time to escape. Yet it had inexplicably faltered. How could this be? Nan Zhao murmured. Could the tool be ineffective against this particular ghost? Now, trapped within, with the windows sealed and the ghost lurking outside, they found themselves cornered. Regaining his composure, Nan Zhao swiftly devised a plan. When I open the door, we will charge out from different directions. In the darkness, Jiang Xia nodded silently, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Since entering this scenario, he had yet to confront death directly. Compared to the previous 2 instances, this was an improvement. I will count down from 3, and on 1. We will burst out together. 3, 2. In the vacant room, only Nan Zhao's low countdown echoed. 3, 2, 1. Just as Nan Zhao prepared to fling the door open, the room's lights flickered ominously. The pitch-black chamber was momentarily illuminated before plunging back into darkness. Jiang Xia turned to look, and there, beside the light switch, stood an eerie shadow, hunched forward with arms dangling limply, emitting a grating sound from its throat. The noise was akin to a voice muffled by sand, sharp and tormenting. In the midst of their terror, the shadow slowly raised its hand and lunged towards them with alarming speed. This is the ghost. What lies beyond? The 2 were startled and quickly flung the door open to flee. The corpse in the corridor remained upright, its white-eyed gaze fixed malevolently upon the fleeing pair, sending chills down their spines. Upon sighting the corpse, Jiang Xia did not hesitate but accelerated his pace, for he had felt a grip on his clothing just moments prior. The ghost was close behind him. Thump, thump. His heart raced frantically. Although he possessed the ability to rewind time, it did not render him immune to fear. As he neared the ominous corpse, he steeled himself and dashed past it, eyes shut. Strangely, the corpse made no move, appearing as though it were a statue, frozen in place. With no time for contemplation, Jiang Xia quickened his steps, wishing he could move as swiftly as a reptile, his hands and feet propelling him forward. Just as he approached the exit, he glanced back for a fleeting moment. His pupils dilated in horror as he saw the ghost's rotting hand resting upon Nan Zhao's shoulder. Run, it's right behind you. Nan Zhao suppressed his discomfort, as if a colossal boulder were crushing down upon his shoulder. He turned around, and with a forceful strike of his ring-adorned right hand, he struck at the specter behind him. A chilling wail erupted from the creature's throat, causing it to halt in its tracks. In that moment of astonishment, Nan Zhao realized that his initial intention had merely been to test the ring, yet it had proven effective. This revelation led him to comprehend that the corpse in the corridor was not a ghost, but simply a lifeless body. They had been deceived. With a renewed sense of urgency, the 2 of them sprinted towards the exit. Jiang Xia yanked the door forcefully, and with a resonating thud, the iron chains on the ground snapped taut. Damn it! Jiang Xia exclaimed. Unable to restrain his frustration, the iron door was secured with chains, and there was no sign of Jiang Xia below the staircase. Where could Jiang Xia have gone? Kicking it open seemed the only option. Nan Zhao's expression darkened as he delivered a powerful kick to the iron door, which merely trembled slightly, and scathed. Meanwhile, the ghost resumed its advance, hurtling towards them at a rapid speed. As the apparition drew closer, Jiang Xia hastily began to kick the door again. Bang! Bang! The screws securing the iron door began to loosen, dust cascading downwards. Just as the door seemed on the verge of being entirely kicked open, a bone-chilling voice echoed from behind them. You shall perish. A series of knocks emanated from room 308. Run! Jiang Xia hissed, patting Nan Zhao on the shoulder. Moments ago, he had been dragged back by that ghost and brutally slain, only to be reborn. As Nan Zhao turned, he beheld a corpse standing rigidly in the middle of the corridor. Just as he tightened his fists to strike, Jiang Xia's voice reached his ears. Let me handle this. Jiang Xia, with remarkable agility, sent the body flying with a powerful kick, which caused it to roll several times upon the ground. A hint of personal vendetta fueling his actions. This is merely a corpse, not a ghost, he stated calmly. How did you know? Jiang Xia grasped a piece of black plastic sheeting from the window and yanked it down with a swift motion, tearing off a large section. In the dim light, Nan Zhao scrutinized the corpse, noting the dark crimson bruises on its forehead and the unnatural bends of its arms. Despite the severe decay, Certain details revealed a striking resemblance to Jiang Xia in the photograph. This is Jiang Xia's body. The two exchanged uncertain glances, anxiety etched on their faces. If this was indeed Jiang Xia, then whose body was embedded in the ceiling? Let us not dwell on that now. We must descend first, Jiang Xia urged. Furrowing his brow, the duo dashed towards the exit. How did Jiang Xia know from the outset that it was not a ghost, but a mere corpse? Can anyone clarify? Indeed, the body materialized from thin air. Any rational person would have assumed it to be a ghost. Please, do not apply normal reasoning to Jiang Xia, for he is anything but ordinary. Jiang Xia only intervenes when it truly matters. Even Nan Zhao cannot deceive him. If they had regarded that corpse as a ghost, they would surely have sought refuge in a room. Remember the knocking earlier? A genuine ghost would not hide there. If they had entered, it would have been disastrous. Goodness. If I were in their position, facing a ghost, I would undoubtedly take cover. Jiang Xia maintains control over the situation. Although he rarely exerts himself, his importance becomes evident in critical moments. Impressive. The door was locked. They would have to kick it open together. Bang, bang. With their persistent efforts, the screws loosened further, causing the wall to tremble slightly. At that moment, a sound of the door creaking open mingled with their relentless kicks. Despite the louder noise of their assault, Jiang Xia still heard it. The ghost emerged. They could hear it. The frequency of their kicks escalated. Come on, I'm sweating profusely. Keep going, you can do it. Push harder. A chilling gust of wind swept towards them, causing Jiang Xia to shudder involuntarily. He could already see a shadowy figure materializing less than 5 meters away. And it was accelerating. You cannot escape. Chapter 51. The Conspiracy of the Remote Village. Bang. The iron door burst open with a thunderous sound, sending dust swirling into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia dashed down the stairs, oblivious to the risk of falling. Upon reaching the second floor, he glanced back, only to see Jiang Xia standing beside the collapsed door, his hollow, lifeless eyes fixated upon them. The intensity of that gaze sent shivers down Jiang Xia's spine. He blinked, and when he looked again, Jiang Xia had vanished. As they prepared to search for Jiang Xia, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Ah! The cry emanated from the first floor, prompting Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao to rush downwards. At the entrance of the first floor stood a long-haired woman, trembling as she stared at the corpse lying on the ground. The anguished scream had originated from her. Another woman beside her bore a similarly pallid expression. The long-haired woman pointed shakily at Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao, then at the body on the floor, stammering, "Is she the one who was with you? She appears to be dead." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xia's mind immediately turned to Jiang Xia. As he approached for a closer look, he confirmed with dismay that the figure on the ground was indeed Jiang Xia. Meanwhile, Nan Zhao had crouched down, gently probing Jiang Xia's nostrils with his fingertips. A breath escaped from her nasal passages. Nan Zhao looked up. She is not dead. She has merely fainted. Jiang Xia nodded, observing Jiang Xia's unconscious form. The reason for her fainting remained a mystery, and they would only uncover the truth once she regained consciousness. In room 208, Jiang Xia stirred, clutching her head as she awoke in bed. Half an hour had passed since her fainting. Through the window, she could see that night had fallen. The time likely around 6 o'clock. Ouch! A sharp pain in the back of her head caused her to gasp. Shaking her dazed mind, she sprang up from the bed, exclaiming, "Which scoundrel is playing tricks and knocking me out?" Her irritation was palpable. Upon seeing Nan Zhao and Jiang Xia, she was taken aback. "You both are still alive. What happened to you? Can you even speak?" Embarrassed, she scratched her head, inadvertently revealing her thoughts. Jiang Xia inquired, "What transpired after we left? Why did you faint?" Jiang Xia recounted the events that unfolded after their departure. It turned out that after they had left, she heard a strange noise, and when she pursued it, someone from the shadows had struck her unconscious. No wonder we discovered the iron door locked after our escape. What? Jiang Xia's mouth fell open in sheer astonishment. How could this be? The iron gate was locked. Who could have done this? Yet, despite the iron gate being secured, they somehow managed to escape. Jiang Xia wore an expression of disbelief. Nan Zhao remarked, "I nearly lost my life." "Did you see who struck you?" Jiang Xia inquired. With gritted teeth, Jiang Xia replied, "I didn't see, but I suspect it was that sinister Bai Kai. Who else could it be? Just wait and see how I will dismember that treacherous fiend." "No need for that. He won't survive the night," Jiang Xia interjected. "What do you mean?" Jiang Xia then recounted his previous discoveries in the room and everything that had transpired to Jiang Xia. "That scoundrel." Jiang Xia's fury escalated upon hearing this. But soon a sinister smile crept upon her face. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but those inflicted by man are unforgivable. That wretch deserves to die. By the way, Did you uncover any useful information in the village? Jiang Xia referred to the villagers' homes where incidents had occurred, having been unable to inquire earlier due to time constraints. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xia responded, "Indeed, there is. The 4 deceased individuals were all elders of the village. Their families claimed that they uttered a phrase just before their demise." "What phrase?" "Equitable treatment. Equitable treatment." This phrase was inscribed on the wooden plaque. Established as a village rule by the former village chief for Ping Ciyuan, now known as Pian Ciyuan. Why did they repeat this phrase before dying? Jiang Xia pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The chaos in the village began only after the death of the old village chief. Following his passing, Zheng Zhong was murdered, and after his death, he became a ghost, returning to slay those 4 elders. But why would Zheng Zhong kill them? Did he harbor some grudge against them in life? Jiang Xia repeatedly mulled over the known clues in his mind. These enigmas were like layers of mist, revealing more mysteries with each inquiry. After considerable thought, Jiang Xia could not arrive at a conclusion, and he turned his gaze toward Nan Zhao. "Have you thought of anything?" "No, we are still lacking crucial clues." Nan Zhao lamented, shaking his head in frustration. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Jiang Xia approached and opened it, revealing the long-haired woman from earlier. "What brings you here?" she asked, glancing into the room. "Tomorrow marks the final day, so I would like to request that everyone share the clues they have gathered, pooling our efforts to devise an escape plan. If we do not escape by midnight tomorrow, a dreadful fate awaits us. Are we going?" Jiang Xia turned to Nan Zhao, seeking his opinion. "Let us go and see. Perhaps we will uncover new clues," Nan Zhao replied. The 3 then followed the woman to room 203. Inside were 8 individuals, the remaining players who had survived. To Jiang Xia's surprise, Bai Kai was among them. Wasn't he usually a loner? It was indeed peculiar. "Damn it, Bai Kai, you scoundrel. Were you the one playing tricks this afternoon?" Jiang Qiu could no longer contain herself upon seeing him. "Heh," Bai Kai sneered. "What are you saying? I don't understand. We are here to devise an escape, not to listen to your insults. Free fools, just wait. By tonight, we'll see how arrogant you remain. You won't even know how you met your end." A flicker of malevolence crossed Bai Kai's eyes. Yet he was taken aback that Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao had managed to survive. They were truly fortunate. However, he thought, their luck would likely run out tonight. Chapter 52. The culprit of Pian Ciyuan. Jiang Qiu retorted angrily. "Don't think I don't know you were the one playing tricks this afternoon. And what if you do? Knowing changes nothing." Bai Kai shot a cold glance at the trio, uninterested in engaging with those he deemed dead. Jiang Qiu was about to say more when Nan Zhao silenced her with a glance. Jiang Xia lowered his voice, speaking only loud enough for Jiang Qiu to hear. "There is no need to waste words on someone already dead." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. The long-haired woman broke the stillness. "Everyone, tomorrow is the last day as stipulated by the task. If we wish to leave the village unscathed, we must discuss our plans together. Discuss among yourselves." "I want to play along," Bai Kai coldly retorted before ignoring the others and leaving the room. "That guy is truly infuriating. How arrogant. As if he hasn't faced multiple trials." The remaining players were equally incensed by Bai Kai's condescending demeanor and began to mock him. The long-haired woman's expression darkened, realizing that Bai Kai was intentionally belittling her in front of everyone. His departure doesn't matter. He is peculiar and does not fit in. I wonder how he has survived. I called everyone here to share clues and collectively devise a way to leave this village. The trial will surely not allow us to escape easily. A terrifying force will obstruct us tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging her words. "Let me begin by sharing our findings." The long-haired woman gestured to another timid woman wearing glasses by her side. "We visited other villagers' homes and learned that 30 years ago, a riot occurred in the village, resulting in terrible events. The old village chief led a group to quell the chaos, killing those who caused the turmoil. However, one among the instigators survived, and we could not ascertain who that person was." Jiang Xia silently noted this clue, which they had not previously heard. Another pair, a man and a woman, nodded and shared their discovery as well. "We followed Zheng Zhong's lead to seek out the village chief, but we did not meet him in person. Instead, we heard a peculiar sound of bells coming from his home." "Bells?" Jiang Xia's eyes widened. "Why would there be bell sounds at the village chief's home? When did you visit?" Nan Zhao urgently asked. "Just yesterday, as dusk was approaching." "Is there a problem?" Observing the 4 pairs of eyes fixed on him, Nan Zhao's gaze flickered. Earlier, he had heard a heavy, restrained gasp, not emanating from anyone present. He subtly signaled Jiang Xia to check the door. Jiang Xia understood and quietly tiptoed to the door, abruptly flinging it open. Outside, Bai Kai, who was eavesdropping with his ear pressed against the door, lost his balance and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "Oh, hiding by the door and eavesdropping like a rat. Jiang Xia seized the opportunity to mock Bai Kai. You are deliberately provoking me, aren't you? Bai Kai rose to his feet. Half of his face stained crimson from the floor. So what if you know? Get lost quickly. Are you still waiting for a meal? Jiang Xia waved his hand in annoyance, as if shooing away an irritating fly. You dare to make a move? Are you skilled in fighting? What good is that? There are 7 of us here. Each one of us could easily kick you to death, you pathetic wretch. After Bai Kai departed, laughter erupted in the room. Someone go to the door and keep watch, so that fellow doesn't eavesdrop. I'll do it. A bespectacled woman quietly raised her hand. With someone keeping watch. The discussion resumed in the room. That bell sound poses a significant problem. Let me remind you once more, search the room for any recording devices. Look under the bed, behind the cabinets, and if you find anything, dispose of it quickly. Such devices will attract malevolent spirits. Everyone gasped in shock. As evening approached, each person returned to their respective rooms. Room 208. The 3 individuals began analyzing the 2 new clues they had gathered. 30 years ago, turmoil erupted in the village. The old village head led a group to eliminate those causing chaos, but one person survived. This survivor must harbor deep-seated hatred. Perhaps this individual is the one who killed Jiang Xia, and the deceased in the village are likely connected to this person. Jiang Xia shared his conjecture with Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao, who nodded in agreement. As for the second clue, why did the sound of bells emanate from Qiu Zheng's home? Jiang Xia pondered aloud. Could it be that the murderer has targeted Qiu Zheng next? After all, Qiu Zheng is the son of the old village head. He may be preparing to take revenge by using the bell sound to lure spirits to Qiu Zheng's house. Indeed, that is a possibility. Thus far, the most crucial task is to ascertain the identity of the murderer, who is the root cause of the village's chaos. Precisely. Perhaps by finding this culprit, we can discover a way to escape the village. In the dead of night, room 204. Bai Kai stared at the ceiling, a sinister smile creeping across his face. A bunch of fools, may your lives be lost here. Just the thought of Jiang Xia, Nan Zhao, and Jiang Qiao's faces twisted his own features in malice. Chapter 53, The Chronicles of Pian Village. Just wait. The countdown is about to begin. Bai Kai had set the recording to trigger at 2:30 in the morning. Once the time arrived, the recording would play, and the spirits would ruthlessly slay the 3. And he could hardly contain his anticipation to witness their lifeless bodies. He glanced at the clock, 2:29:00. Only 1 minute remained. As he silently counted down in his mind, the seconds ticked away. Slowly, as the final second approached 0, the sneer on Bai Kai's face froze, instantly transforming into sheer terror. Ding, ding. The crisp sound echoed in the empty room. The source of the sound was beneath the bed. Bai Kai was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, leaping from the bed to search frantically, ultimately discovering the recording device that should have been in room 208. At that moment, the enchanting chime morphed into a harbinger of doom, with each ring causing his heart to race. Damn it, you 3 dare to betray me. Bai Kai, in a panic, hurled the recording device out the window, but the bell continued to resonate in the now silent room. Ding. The frequency increased. The sound grew louder and more chilling. No, don't come for me. Don't come for me. Go to 208. Don't come for me. The damned ones are not me, but those 3 wretches. Bai Kai let out a blood-curdling scream. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure in the corner of the room, where nothing should have been. In an instant, a person stood there, back turned to him. Their emaciated spine visible beneath their clothing, arms dangling limply. Just their mere presence sent chills down his spine. Get away, Bai Kai screamed, frantically attempting to escape the room. Yet, as he reached for the door, he was horrified to find it wouldn't budge, no matter how much strength he exerted. Desperate, he slammed his shoulder against the door, but it was as solid as steel, causing his shoulder to throb painfully from the impact. In that moment, terror washed over him like a tidal wave. Ho! A piercing sound broke the silence behind him. Bai Kai slowly turned his head, and an utterly horrifying face appeared before him. Without any tools to defend himself, he was utterly defenseless against the spirit. A shrill scream echoed through the room. The next day, a pool of fresh red blood lay before room 204, with some of it already coagulating. Good riddance. Jiang Xia clapped in satisfaction. This vile creature had been scheming to harm others since entering the instance. His heart was black, and he deserved this fate. The door was gently pushed open. The door that Bai Kai had struggled to open the night before now yielded effortlessly. Inside the room, Bai Kai's corpse lay in a horrific state, kneeling on the floor. His body grotesquely contorted, covered in wounds, with not a single unscathed spot, clearly having suffered immense agony before his demise. The others felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon seeing Bai Kai's tragic end. Today marked the final day of their mission, and it was the most perilous day. If they did not escape by midnight, something truly horrific would surely occur. However, what that entailed remained a mystery. If they failed to escape, they might meet a fate worse than Bai Kai's. The long-haired woman and the bespectacled woman were the first to leave in search of clues in the village. And one by one, the remaining man and woman followed suit. Where should we go now? To the ancestral hall. Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao spoke in unison. The ancestral hall was the only place they had yet to explore, and perhaps the truth lay within its confines. Naturally, the ancestral hall was also the most dangerous location in the village. Whether considering the missing player or the encounters with spirits experienced by Qiu Sheng and Tao Ji near the ancestral hall, or the pair of feet Jiang Xia had seen at the beginning, it was undoubtedly a terrifying place. Ancestral hall. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xia steeled herself. I will go with him. You need not accompany us, as you have other matters to attend to. Having finally made up her mind, Jiang Xia looked at Nan Zhao curiously and asked, what do you mean by other matters? You should check the village chief's house. I have a suspicion that perhaps. Nan Zhao shared her conjecture with Jiang Xia and Jiang Xia, who were both taken aback by her words. No way. Nan Zhao shook her head. This is merely my speculation. We need to gather further evidence to validate it. Ancestral halls typically contain village chronicles. If we can find the village chronicles, we might confirm my hypothesis. All right. The three of them quickly descended the stairs, and, once in the village, separated. Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao headed towards the ancestral hall, while Jiang Xia made her way to the village chief's residence. They were now merely a few meters away from the ancestral hall. Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao concealed themselves in the shadows at the corner of the alley, a location that afforded a clear view of the ancestral hall while remaining discreetly hidden from prying eyes. They resolved to send one individual to assess the situation first. Should danger arise, that person could divert it, facilitating the entry of the other into the hall. Naturally, those who entered the hall would face greater peril. Shall I proceed into the hall? You have already utilized your tool, while I still possess one. My chances of survival are greater than yours. I shall go. The tool is usable solely by the individual who possesses it, and regardless of how many tools a player has, only one may be employed within a single instance. Very well. I shall scout the situation. After reaching a consensus, Nan Zhao would lure away the danger while Jiang Xia entered the hall. Seize your opportunity. After uttering this phrase, Nan Zhao gradually made his way toward the ancestral hall, striving to disguise himself as merely a lost soul who had inadvertently stumbled into the sacred space. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Xia felt a surge of tension as he fixated on Nan Zhao's approach. Closer, even closer. He watched as Nan Zhao reached the hall and ascended the steps, then extended his hands toward the heavy, ancient, crimson door. This is nerve-wracking. Please. Let there be no danger. No danger? What nonsense. That false Xingzhong explicitly stated that outsiders are forbidden from entering the hall. Can you guess why? High alert ahead. Prepare yourselves. 3, 2. Run. Don't go in there. I implore you. My heart cannot bear it. It's opened. Just a crack. What lies beyond? What is there? Creaking. Nan Zhao squinted, a glint of danger shimmering in his narrow eyes. The door creaked open slowly. Chapter 54. The Truth of Pian-Siyuan. The door swung wide. Nan Zhao darted into the ancestral hall. Moments later, he emerged, his complexion ashen, clutching his shoulder with his right hand. Droplets of blood cascading to the ground. He cast a fleeting glance toward Jiang Xia before fleeing in the opposite direction. Jiang Xia, hidden in the shadows, observed intently. After Nan Zhao's departure, he refrained from entering the hall immediately and instead waited a moment longer. As anticipated, the next moment, Zheng Zhong appeared. He stood before the entrance of the ancestral hall, his pallid skin stark against the crimson door, evoking an unsettling aura. Zheng Zhong lifted his gaze, momentarily staring at the direction in which Nan Zhao had fled before pursuing him. Exercising caution, Jiang Xia resolved to wait a few more minutes outside the hall before making his entrance. A few minutes later, just as Jiang Xia prepared to approach the hall, the once creaking crimson door was suddenly shut. Jiang Xia halted in his tracks, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at the hall. He was certain that the door had not been closed by the wind. Who or what had closed it? What was transpiring within the hall? If it was a person, why had Zheng Zhong, who should have remained inside, not taken action against him? Jiang Xia swallowed hard, contemplating the now closed door of the ancestral hall. Entering through the main entrance was no longer an option. He would have to scale the wall. He approached the outer perimeter cautiously, eyeing the towering brick wall that loomed above him. After gauging the height, he took a running leap, grasping the topmost bricks with both hands. With considerable effort, He hoisted himself over the wall and into the hall. Upon landing, a chill swept over Jiang Xia. Before him lay the main structure of the hall, adorned with offerings and incense, wisps of smoke curling upward. He quickly sought refuge in the shadowy recesses of the corridor. Inching along the walls toward the interior of the hall, crossing a threshold, he entered the hall's inner sanctum, surveying the desolate space, eerily silent and devoid of life. The stillness only heightened his anxiety. His gaze fell upon the incense, burning vigorously, and he felt a sinking sensation. It was evident that it had only recently been lit. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind the offering table, heavy and plodding, reminiscent of a 300-pound individual thudding upon the floor. Jiang Xia's heart sank. Upon hearing the sound, he swiftly concealed himself beneath the offering table, where a piece of black cloth provided adequate cover. Thud, thud, thud. The sound persisted, heavy and ominous. What could it be? Were they transporting something? Jiang Xia speculated, crouched beneath the low table, discomfort creeping in as time passed. He shifted slightly, inadvertently bumping his head against the table, producing a dull thud. Strangely, he felt no pain. Lifting his head, he discovered a recess beneath the table, within which lay an old, yellowed book, his head having rested upon its soft cover. Suddenly, the footsteps approached rapidly. Jiang Xia's heart raced, and after a few agonizing seconds, he peered from beneath the table to catch sight of a pair of feet clad in black cloth shoes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled where he had seen those shoes before. He pondered for an eternity, yet could not recall whose feet they belonged to. Oddly, there had been a sound moments ago. Could he have misheard? A harsh voice echoed from outside, followed by the footsteps pacing within the hall, seemingly searching for any concealed presence. After a prolonged interval, the owner of the feet retreated deeper into the hall. Once assured of their departure, Jiang Xia retrieved the book, a weathered volume bound with string, its pages slightly yellowed. The cover bore two prominent black characters, Cunj. He had found it. Jiang Xia's expression brightened with excitement. He eagerly opened the book, which chronicled significant events within the village, including its history and culture. He hastily searched for information regarding the turmoil that had transpired 30 years prior. After some investigation, he quickly discovered that a band of bullies had plagued the village 3 decades ago, oppressing the villagers and committing unspeakable acts. The newly appointed village head, Qiu Hai, had personally led an effort to eliminate these tyrants to restore peace to PNCUN. However, a couple among the bullies had left behind a child of merely 10 years. The villagers unanimously agreed to execute the child, yet Qiu Hai stood against the crowd, asserting that the child was innocent and thus deserved to live. In the end, Qiu Hai took the child in and renamed him. The final 2 characters were marred by ink stains, rendering the name illegible. Suddenly, Jiang Xia recalled that Qiu Zheng was indeed the son of the former village head. Could it be that he was? Qiu Zheng. Jiang Xia jolted, realizing that the voice he had heard was not his own, but that of Qiu Zheng. The distorted face loomed before him, and Qiu Zheng's bulging, terrifying eyes were fixated on the last 2 ink-stained characters in Cunj. Jiang Xia, recognizing that familiar visage, finally recalled where he had seen those black cloth shoes. The day before, when they had sought out Qiu Zheng, he had inadvertently glimpsed the shoes upon his feet. Indeed, they were the very same black cloth shoes. You have quite the audacity. The voice bore a ruthless edge, intensifying the ferocity etched upon Qiu Zheng's countenance. In the village, the decree was clear. Any outsider who dared to enter the ancestral hall faced but one fate: death. A sudden realization struck me. It was Qiu Zheng who orchestrated it all. The apple does not fall far from the tree. With parents like his, notorious bullies, what could he possibly be? One question troubled my mind. Why did the vengeful spirit Zheng Zhong obey his commands? After Zheng Zhong's demise, one would expect him to return and seek vengeance rather than allow himself to be manipulated into killing the villagers. Why, indeed, did Zheng Zhong, now a ghost, not turn against him? Was I the only one concerned about how Jiang Shun would escape this predicament? We were truly cornered this time. But what need for concern? Jiang Shun was undoubtedly prepared, as evidenced by his calm demeanor. Jiang Xia appeared utterly unfazed, causing me to feel anxious on his behalf. Jiang Xia, exuding confidence, smiled and taunted Qiu Zheng. Do you think you can kill me? However, that smile quickly vanished when he noticed Qiu Zheng producing a copper bell from behind him. Jiang Xia squinted, fixating on the bell. As Qiu Zheng shook it, the bell rang out with a sound all too familiar, one I recognized from a recording, yet clearer than any playback. The eerie chime echoed throughout the hall, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, the offering table began to tremble violently. Incense and offerings toppled to the ground. Something had leapt onto the table, causing its legs to quiver under the strain. Fearing that the table might collapse and crush him, Jiang Xia scrambled from underneath it. But as he emerged, he was met with a horrifying sight. Standing atop the offering table was a figure he recognized all too well, the deceased Wu Lin. Her skin was deathly pale, her face marred by cracks resembling a shattered porcelain doll. Her missing limbs had been grotesquely reattached with wire, evoking both disgust and terror. Witnessing this ghastly scene sent chills down Jiang Xia's spine. Hadn't Wu Lin been dead? Could Qiuzheng truly resurrect the dead and command them with that bell? Panic surged through him as he turned to find Qiuzheng had vanished. The only sound remaining was the bell's haunting toll. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Xia grasped the edge of the offering table and heaved it forward, toppling it and pinning Wu Lin beneath it. Seizing the opportunity, he bolted from the ancestral hall. Yet upon escaping, he froze in place, dumbfounded. At the entrance, Qiuzheng wore a sinister grin, slowly closing the door as despair washed over Jiang Xia. "Why won't you save me? If you won't, then let us perish together," echoed Wu Lin's voice behind him. Jiang Xia could already envision her terrifying visage. Even more frightening was the realization that his legs had become immobile. He had refrained from using the paper money given to him by the female ghost, thinking it better to face death once more. From behind, two bloodless hands reached around to cover his mouth and eyes, dragging him back into the ancestral hall. Jiang Xia gasped for breath, his heart racing. The woman was indeed merciless. He had met a gruesome end. Had he foreseen it? He might have chosen to end his own life, sparing himself the agony. Watching the ominous black shoes approach, Jiang Xia silently counted down the moments. As Qiuzheng turned to leave, Jiang Xia seized the chance to crawl out from beneath the table. However, he soon realized that Qiuzheng had not departed. He stood just behind the table, watching him intently. "Did no one ever tell you that entering another's abode without permission is forbidden?" Qiuzheng's voice dripped with malice, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Jiang Xia, sensing danger, flipped the table in a desperate attempt to attack Qiuzheng while he crouched to evade. Instead of fleeing, Jiang Xia charged towards him, aiming to seize the copper bell. If Qiuzheng relied on it to control the vengeful spirits, obtaining it was crucial. Gathering his strength, Jiang Xia swung a punch aimed at Qiuzheng's face. Today, it was either he or I who would perish. Just as his fist connected, it felt as though he had struck a sponge. Qiuzheng's face caved in, yet did not rebound. This bewildering sight defied all logic. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Qiuzheng's complexion drained of color, rendering him as pale as a corpse. The indentation from Jiang Xia's punch made him appear even more grotesque. "Are you human or ghost?" Jiang Xia retreated cautiously. "I am human, but soon, you shall become a ghost." The chilling proclamation reverberated through the air. Wu Lin lunged from the shadows, and in that moment, Jiang Xia jolted awake. Realizing Qiuzheng had not utilized the copper bell this time, so he could control the spirits without it. This was beyond comprehension. Once more, Jiang Xia returned to life. He quickly concealed the village records on his person and, timing his move, bolted from beneath the table. He flipped the offering table over and dashed for the exit, not daring to look back, haunted by the fear of Wu Lin's terrifying face. "Damn it," he cursed through clenched teeth, quickening his pace. The crimson door loomed ahead like a beacon of hope. If he could just burst through, he would be saved. As he reached the threshold, he glanced back to see Wu Lin close behind, mere inches away. In a split second, as she neared the door, Jiang Xia slammed it shut with a resounding thud, the impact visibly staggering her. "There!" He heard Jiang Qiu's voice call out. Looking up, he spotted Jiang Qiu and Nan Zhao standing nearby, Jiang Qiu waving frantically. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and without hesitation, they turned to flee. Seeing them run filled Jiang Xia with dread. Wu Lin and Qiuzheng were in pursuit. The sound of the door being pushed open echoed ominously behind him. Jiang Xia dared not look back and ran frantically. Yet he chose a direction opposite to Jiang Qiu and Nan Zhao. The reasons were twofold. First, a larger target is more easily detected, and second, three individuals running together are more prone to be captured at once. Jiang Xia twisted and turned through the alley, and after what felt like a little over 10 minutes, just when he thought he had shaken off Wu Lin, he turned around only to see her shadow pursuing him. Despite her limping gait, she was somehow faster than Jiang Xia. Cursing under his breath, he resumed his flight, legs feeling as if they were leaden. Just as he was about to reach the end of the alley, Zhengzhong appeared, crouched and blocking the scant light that filtered into the narrow space. Despair washed over Jiang Xia. Why are they pursuing me? With danger ahead and behind, he found himself ensnared. In Chapter 56, Pian Siyuan, two vengeful spirits exuded a terrifying aura of resentment. then simultaneously lunged towards Jiang Xia. After being killed by the combined forces of Wu Lin and Jiang Xia was reborn. Before the crimson lacquered doors of the ancestral hall, upon hearing Jiang Xia's voice, Jiang Xia's gaze dulled for a few seconds. Without raising his eyelids, he swiftly fled in the opposite direction. Why did he run upon seeing us? Jiang Xia wondered, bewildered. Upon catching sight of Wu Lin, her mouth fell agape. Wu Lin. Immediately, Wu Lin's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. She could hardly fathom that Wu Lin had returned, no, transformed into a ghost. Jiang Xia turned to flee, only to realize that Nan Zhao had already sprinted several meters ahead. Jiang Xia's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving with frantic breaths, as Wu Lin relentlessly pursued him. Why is she fixated on me alone? Is it because of that Cung book? He knew that if he continued to run, it was only a matter of time before Wu Lin caught up, especially with Jiang lurking, ready to strike. I cannot continue like this. Even if I escape the ghost's clutches, I will succumb to exhaustion. Jiang Xia halted, turning to face the advancing Wu Lin with a fierce glint in his eyes. I must fight. He retrieved the paper money hidden on him, its warm texture easing a sliver of his anxiety. Why won't you save me, why? A chilling voice echoed from behind him. Wu Lin, her body feeble and hunched, had grotesquely protruding bones, her pale hands bound with wire, dragging along the cobblestones, leaving a ghastly trail of flesh and blood. You shall die, you shall die? The horrifying wails reverberated through the alley, the stench of blood mingling with resentment engulfing him. Jiang Xia swallowed hard. Suddenly, the paper money in his hand emitted a faint red glow, and a woman in red materialized in the alley, one of the bosses from the previous chapter. Jiang Xia's spirits lifted. Now, the tide of pursuit could turn. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. An attack-type item. Impressive, such items are exceedingly rare. Ordinary items can only defend against vengeful spirits, while attack-type items can genuinely harm them. This is the first time I've seen a player utilize an attack-type item. The fellow upstairs lacks experience. He should observe the top 10 players on the leaderboard. The woman in red is that boss from the last chapter. Can she defeat this ghost? If it's the original entity, she would undoubtedly triumph. But the attack-type item merely carries a fragment of the ghost's will. It surely cannot prevail. Lasting even a minute would be remarkable. Wu Lin and the woman in red unleashed spine-chilling cries. The battle between them left Jiang Xia on edge as he observed the paper money deteriorate after use, its once pristine surface now marred. A crack had formed along the edge, extending a third of the way across the bill. This won't work. Jiang Xia gasped, retreating slowly. Witnessing the woman in red faltering, he realized she would not last much longer. So, he pocketed the paper money and hurriedly exited the alley. The village's paths were labyrinthine, and Jiang Xia floundered like a headless fly, quickly losing his way. Soon, he heard Wu Lin's voice again. Where are you? I will kill you. How could she have caught up so quickly? More alarmingly, the item had already been used, leaving him defenseless against Wu Lin. In a panic, Jiang Xia ducked into a narrower alley on his right, squeezing through sideways. Wu Lin's terrifying wails grew nearer. Jiang Xia quickened his pace, his shoulders colliding with the walls, dislodging flakes of white dust. I see you. Don't hide. The ominous voice closed in as if it were right beside him. Jiang Xia felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, his speed intensifying. Just as he passed the alley's midpoint, a shadow suddenly loomed ahead, appearing as if split in two by the wall's corner, provoking an indescribable sense of unease. Should he advance or retreat? At that moment, he heard a youthful voice. Brother, over here. Jiang Xia looked around, spotting a hand reaching out from a hole beneath the wall, grasping at his pant leg. He crouched down to find it was Zheng Luo. Brother, hurry and crawl over. The opening was small, but he could just about squeeze through. Jiang Xia wasted no time, crawling like a wriggling caterpillar. Pull me in. I'm stuck. Jiang Xia was maneuvering backward, fearful that Wu Lin might find him in the unseen depths while he crawled. Zheng Luo pulled with all his might. There you are. I found you. Wu Lin appeared at the alley's entrance, her head slowly turning to peer into Jiang Xia's hiding place. Fortunately, before Wu Lin could spot him, Jiang Xia successfully wriggled through the opening. Zheng Luo quickly placed a stone to block the entrance. Thank you, Zheng Luo. Zheng Luo scratched his head, a bit shy. No need to mention it, brother. This place is known only to me. I used to hide here during hide-and-seek with Da Hu and Xiao Qian, and they could never find me. Zheng Luo said with a hint of pride, though his eyes soon flickered with disappointment. What a harrowing escape. I was sweating bullets for Jiang Shun throughout the ordeal. In a life-and-death race, if it were me, I might have been caught by Qiu Zheng and turned into mincemeat back in the ancestral hall. No, perhaps not that severe. No. The person upstairs must have been restrained before entering the ancestral hall, as if they were a pig being pressed down, likely even simpler than that. Does this Wu Lin have a fondness for Jiang Xia? Why does she seem to pursue him relentlessly? There is a saying that love and conflict often coexist. Am I the only one who finds the female ghost rather delicate and pretty? You upstairs must be quite hungry, able to eat anything. To the person on the 5th floor, I have a suggestion. Capture a segment of video and play it repeatedly on the television at night. Perhaps she will emerge from the screen to find you. A splendid idea. I shall attempt it immediately. Then I can embrace a Jinzi and steal a kiss. And happiness will be complete. Jiang Xia stared at the blocked hole, lost in thought. Suddenly, a cough broke the silence behind him. Cough, cough. Chapter 57. Pian fairness. Listening to the cough behind him, Jiang Xia turned slowly, glancing at Zheng Luo. When he recognized the person coughing, he was momentarily taken aback. It was the owner of the small shop. Boss, what brings you here? This is my home. After hearing the owner's words, Jiang Xia scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. He surveyed the area and realized it was a backyard, complete with a plot of land cultivated for farming. Jiang Xia exchanged a glance with Zheng Luo, blinking silently, as if saying everything without uttering a word. Sir, Zheng Luo called out to the owner. The owner nodded and then gestured to Jiang Xia, indicating for him to follow. Jiang Xia nodded in response and trailed behind the owner into the house. Upon entering, he was astonished to find Nan Zhao and Jiang Xia already present. Nan Zhao leaned against the wall, his expression indifferent, while Jiang Xia sat on a bamboo stool, looking somewhat troubled. When Jiang Xia saw Jiang Xia entering behind the owner, her mouth fell open in shock. Are you human or ghost? Human, Jiang Xia replied flatly. Nan Zhao, standing by the wall, appeared somewhat pale. He nodded at Jiang Xia as a form of greeting. Jiang Xia noticed that the fabric over his left shoulder was soaked with blood. Are you all right? The bleeding has stopped. I'm not going to die. By the way, how did you end up here? How did you come to be here? Jiang Xia and Jiang Xia asked in unison. After Jiang Xia's explanation, Jiang Xia learned that the two had encountered a long-missing female player named Cheng Hui after their escape. She too had transformed into a ghost. While fleeing, they had been brought here to hide by the small shop owner. Not only her, but Wu Lin had also become a ghost. Jiang Xia revealed a disheartening truth that none wished to believe. Jiang Xia expressed her concern. When I saw the deceased Wu Lin at the entrance of the ancestral hall, I thought I was imagining things until I saw Cheng Hui. If all deceased players become ghosts, then there is no way they can escape tonight. They must leave by midnight. But if a ghost blocks the entrance to the village while others hunt the remaining players, it will turn into a bloody carnival of ghosts. The atmosphere among the three grew heavy. Just then, the sound of someone munching on snacks shattered the somber mood. Jiang Xia turned toward the source of the noise. It was Zheng Luo, sitting nearby, crunching on a snack called prawn chips, which made a delightful crunch. Brother, sister, would you like some? Seeing Jiang Xia and the others looking at him, Zheng Luo shyly smiled and offered the prawn chips. The owner remained silent, simply watching Zheng Luo intently, as if wanting to say something. Jiang Xia grabbed a handful of the prawn chips Zheng Luo offered and popped them into his mouth, enjoying the crisp chicken flavor. Nan Zhao shook his head, displaying no expression. Jiang Xia smiled, saying, Sister won't eat. You enjoy them. Oh, if you want some, just let me know. Don't be polite. Zheng Luo imitated his mother's hospitality. Boss, you must be familiar with this snack, Jiang Xia said after finishing the prawn chips. He clapped his hands and took out the cung he had hidden in his coat, displaying it before everyone. Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao leaned forward eagerly, examining the cung that Jiang Xia had risked his life to bring back. The small shop owner's pupils contracted as he gazed at the book, his usually expressionless face displaying emotion for the first time. Jiang Xia took note of the owner's reaction and slowly spoke. 30 years ago, a group of bullies emerged in the village. The old village chief led a campaign to eliminate them, but against all opposition, he spared one bully's child, who is now the current village chief of Pian, Qiu Zheng. You were correct in your previous guess. Qiu Zheng is the origin of all the turmoil in the village. Jiang Xia then turned to Nan Zhao. Boss, if I am not mistaken, Zheng Zhong is your son, correct? Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Jiang Xia appeared shocked. While Nan Zhao merely glanced at the owner before returning to the cung, Jiang Xia had deduced this from the owner's previous peculiar behavior and his attitude toward Zheng Luo. At that moment, the owner trembled slightly and nodded. Zheng Zhong is my son. Zheng Zhong was killed by Qiu Zheng. Why did he kill him? With a sudden crack, the prawn chip in Zheng Luo's hand fell to the ground as tears streamed down his face, staring at his grandfather without uttering a word. Child, the shop owner said. His face filled with anguish as he tenderly stroked Zheng Luo's head, his eyes flashing with rage. His wrinkled face was etched with pain and humiliation. That beast killed the old village chief, and my son witnessed it. He sighed deeply, casting his gaze toward the inn. His eyes, once clouded, now glinted with ferocity. Old village chief, you should never have spared that wolf cub. Now it has grown into a vicious wolf, poised to destroy the entire village and kill everyone in it. This wolf will stop at nothing. It has turned Ping Siyuan upside down. I am the only brother left from that time. Perhaps tonight or tomorrow will be my end. My son is already dead, and I cannot allow my grandson to meet the same fate. As the old man spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he knelt down, bowing 3 times toward a certain direction. Thud, thud, thud. Boss, what are you doing? Jiang Xia sensed something amiss. The owner raised his head, visibly agitated, saying, years ago, the old village chief led 5 of us to cleanse those bullies and provide the Ping Siyuan villagers with a stable life. Now, I shall cleanse the new bullies and restore peace to Ping Siyuan. Jiang Xia realized that the old man intended to confront Xiao Zheng single-handedly. The old man's once dark hair had turned white, and his once robust physique had been ravaged by illness. This endeavor was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Zheng Luo used the back of his hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of the owner's eyes. If only the village chief were still here. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if the old village chief were still here. Had he been present, he would have categorically prohibited the malevolent wolf from engaging in its current misdeeds, the proprietor candidly remarked. Nanzhao suddenly recalled something and slowly inquired. Everyone is equal and treated the same, boss. Do you still remember what the last line of small characters on the wooden sign at the village entrance was that had been crossed out? The wooden sign? Are you referring to the village rules established by the old village chief for Pingsuan? Precisely. Fairness, fairness, and again fairness. Zheng Luo interjected eagerly. That wooden sign was originally crafted by Chun the carpenter for Pingsuan under the direction of the old village chief. After his demise, it vanished, only to re-emerge now. It must be fate. This is indeed fate, commented the small shop owner. Jiang Xia pondered Zheng Luo's words and exchanged glances with Jiang Xia and Nanzhao before murmuring, additionally, I have a rather excessive request. Do lend your industrious hands and kindly leave a review. Thank you, dear ones. Chapter 58. The method of Pingsuan. The small shop owner wore a complex expression and sighed. I advise you to leave Pingsuan as soon as possible. After a moment's pause, he cast a guilty glance at Jiang Xia. The reason I did not disclose the truth to you earlier was that I feared revealing it would lead to misfortune for Hong Ying and her child. Thus, I refrained from sharing the truth. That wicked wolf has not spared Zheng Wu and the others, nor will it spare me, Hong Ying, her child, or anyone in the village. Its hatred for Pingsuan is profound, hatred that has penetrated to its very bones. It harbors resentment towards the old village chief and everything about Pingsuan. For 30 years, it has lain in wait like a wolf poised to strike. The owner spoke with great agitation, his neck reddening, veins visibly throbbing. Upon hearing the owner's advice to leave, Jiang Xia could not help but smile bitterly. If only he could depart the village swiftly, he would not linger here. Should he defy the task and leave the village before the 4th watch of the night, he would face dire consequences. After exchanging a glance with Jiang Xia and Nanzhao, Nanzhao stood and said, Boss, we have other matters to attend to, so we will take our leave. Thank you for saving us. Be safe. But remember my words. Leave the village at your earliest convenience, responded the owner. Thank you as well, Zheng Luo. Indeed. Zheng Luo nodded earnestly and added, Brother, if you crave shrimp chips, come find me at my home. I shall treat you. It was evident that Zheng Luo had a genuine fondness for shrimp chips. Jiang Xia nodded with a smile. After confirming that no danger lurked outside, the 3 departed the small shop. Let us return to the guest house. 3 ghosts are now roaming the village, and wandering about carelessly could lead to trouble if we encounter them. The trio swiftly made their way back to the guest house. Just as they ascended to the 2nd floor, a head peeked out stealthily from room 203. Who is it? It's me. The long-haired woman from before, Luo Hui. Upon seeing the 3, Luo Hui's pale face broke into a faint smile. Yes, it's you. However, her expression quickly shifted to one of anxiety. After scrutinizing them for a moment, she suddenly exclaimed, I saw the deceased Wu Lin and Cheng Hui. They have turned into ghosts. Jiang Xia sensed something amiss and inquired, What about the others who were with you? Hearing his question, Luo Hui's eyes brimmed with profound unease and terror. They are dead. Zhang Qian is dead. Those 2 are most likely dead as well. They are all dead. Suddenly, Luo Hui clutched her head and sank to the ground in agony, evidently haunted by the harrowing scene she had witnessed. I thought I was the only one left. I never imagined you all were still alive. They are all dead. Nanzhao's pupils dilated slightly, while Jiang Xia gasped in shock. Only Jiang Xia managed a stiff smile, for he found humor in his own predicament. He had perished 3 times, each more harrowing than the last. Yet the audience in the live stream held a different perspective. This newly released scenario is truly perilous. It should rank among the top 20. Yet Jiang Xia can still smile. What remarkable mental fortitude. Is he even human? You must consider that Jiang Xia's survival from an assault by 2 ghosts is no small feat, though luck certainly played a part. 2 ghosts? You underestimate Jiang Xia. Remember, his first scenario involved an assault by 3 ghosts, and at the last moment, 4 appeared. To be honest, even if you tossed Jiang Xia into a horde of vengeful spirits, he would remain unflustered. Jiang Xia's laughter makes me laugh too. It's certainly not just a simple laugh. This laughter holds profound implications. This scenario is secure. Just watch. When Jiang Xia laughs, life and death become unpredictable. I mean the disruptive ghosts. Jiang Xia, please perform an unarmed exorcism. Unarmed exorcism? How about a raw ingestion? Enough of this. I'm laughing so hard I'm shaking. To the one upstairs, I'll help you shake. In room 203, the 4 individuals were either sitting or standing. Today's weather was unusually clear, yet a shroud of gloom seemed to envelop their heads. Today was the final day. If they could not escape, all would perish here. The atmosphere in the room was stifling and oppressive, punctuated only by the increasingly labored sounds of their breathing. I know what dreadful events will unfold tonight, Nanzhao suddenly declared. The silence was shattered as the other 3 turned to face him in unison. The deceased do not all transform into vengeful spirits simultaneously. There is a sequence, starting with Wu Lin, followed by Cheng Hui. Perhaps tonight, before the witching hour, marks the last chance to flee. Should they fail to escape by then, all the deceased will return as vengeful spirits, and with Zheng Zhong included, that amounts to a total of 9 terrifying apparitions. Faced with 9 vengeful spirits, we stand no chance. The moment his words fell, the sounds of their breathing grew heavier, as if an invisible hand were tightening around their throats. Time had become an executioner. If Nanzhao's conjecture proves correct, when the moment arrives for the 9 vengeful spirits to re-emerge, each of them will meet a grisly end. What shall we do then? Are we all destined to perish here? I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Luo Hui clasped her head, on the verge of a breakdown. The torment of the dying process is far more terrifying than the moment of death itself. Death is but a fleeting instant, while the lead up to death renders the days interminable with dread. Jiang Xia sat on the bed, her expression despondent. She gazed vacantly out the window. Nanzhao lowered his head, his elongated eyes blinking rapidly, lost in thought. Jiang Xia observed the expressions of the others. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room grew even heavier than before. I do have a plan, one that may allow us to escape tonight, though I cannot ascertain its feasibility. What plan? Yes, do share it quickly. This is merely a conjecture of mine, Nanzhao replied with a self-deprecating smile. Now, do we have any other options? Rather than waiting here for death, we might as well attempt something. Speak, tell us what we should do. Heh, Jiang Xia only takes action at critical moments, does he? I wager he has long since devised a plan, deliberately waiting for others to succumb to despair before revealing it. I noticed this long ago. Everyone else wore glum expressions while Jiang Xia simply smiled, as if amused by their folly. How should one communicate? The southern deity is certainly not foolish. Do not tread on delicate matters. Just now, I observed the esteemed Jiang Xia casting a glance at others, his lips nearly curling into a smile. Yet he restrained himself with great effort. I believe I witnessed that faint hint of amusement as well. Everyone, clear the way and perk up your ears. Jiang Xia is about to showcase his prowess. Chapter 59. The Secret of the PNC Yuan. Since Qiu Zhang possesses the ability to summon the deceased in the form of vengeful spirits, we too can resurrect the old village chief. 30 years ago, the old village chief purged the village of bullies who tormented the villagers, providing a stable life for the residents of Pingxi Yuan. According to the proprietor of the small shop, the 4 deceased elders were all part of the group that followed the old village chief in his efforts to eradicate the bullies 3 decades prior. Why did they repeatedly utter the phrase inscribed on the wooden plaque before their deaths? I suspect they believed that someone would rise to cleanse Pingxi Yuan of its new tyrants. Qiu Zhang. That person can only be the old village chief, for he alone possesses the capability to confront Qiu Zhang. Jiang Xia halted, surveying the varied expressions of the crowd. When the old village chief returns and learns of Qiu Zhang's deeds, do you think he will tolerate such actions? Jiang Xia furrowed her brow in confusion, asking. But we do not know how to bring back the old village chief, and besides, we do not even know where his corpse lies. Surely, we need the body for his return. The body is right above us, Nanzhao pointed upwards. But without a head, It is merely a corpse, Jiang Xia stated calmly. Initially, upon discovering the headless corpse in the ceiling, Jiang Xia was unaware of its identity until today when he saw the shop owner addressing the old village chief. Facing the direction of the inn, that headless corpse belonged to the old village chief. After killing the village chief, Qiu Zheng cruelly severed his head and concealed the body in the ceiling of the inn's third floor. The primary issue now is, where has Qiu Zheng hidden the old village chief's head? Therefore, our only course of action is to locate the old village chief's head, then utilize Qiu Zheng's method to resurrect him, ensuring our survival. Jiang Xia concluded, her expression invigorated. Qiu Zheng would not foolishly divulge his secrets to us, interjected Luo Hui, dousing Jiang Qia's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. If he does not speak, why not search his home? Jiang Xia mused, her eyes darting. We could employ a strategy to draw the tiger from its den, sending someone to divert Qiu Zheng while the rest of us search his home for the secret of transforming the dead into vengeful spirits. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xia replied, perhaps Qiu Zheng has not concealed the secret in his home. If not at home, where could it be? In the ancestral hall. Jiang Xia recalled the strange footsteps he had heard while hiding beneath the offering table in the ancestral hall. The heavy, deliberate steps could only belong to someone weighing over 300 pounds. Qiu Zheng, standing at approximately 1.70 meters, possesses an average build, and his weight cannot exceed 150. The disparity is significant. I too believe that Qiu Zheng has likely hidden the secret within the ancestral hall. Do you remember what the false Zheng Zhong said as we approached the hall? Luo Hui inquired. Yes, he forbade outsiders from entering the ancestral hall. Exactly. The prohibition against outsiders may relate to certain customs, but I am convinced that the ancestral hall harbors secrets. Let us take a gamble. We have no way out. And time is of the essence. Only 4 hours remain until dusk. The sole question now is, where has the old village chief's head gone? We could inquire with the small shop owner. He might have insights, Jiang Xia suggested. All right, let us retrieve the old village chief's body first, and swiftly. Both the ancestral hall and the third floor of the inn are perilous. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Xia discovered a ladder in a storage room on the first floor and unearthed a hammer from a pile of debris. Together with Nan Zhao, he hoisted the ladder and hurried to the third floor. Luo Hui and Jiang Xia stood guard at the staircase, silently awaiting their return. Fortunately, until they reached the location where the old village chief's body was hidden, they encountered no sign of Zheng Zhong. Hurry, you hold the ladder while I strike. Jiang Xia instructed. Understood. With Nan Zhao steadying the ladder, Jiang Xia climbed a few steps, turning to strike in a precarious and laborious manner. 80. Dust and debris rained down. Jiang Xia recalled the earlier escape of Jiang Xia and Nan Zhao, and with worry, he cautioned, if you find yourselves in danger, remember to call for me. You can rest assured, Nan Zhao replied confidently, though Jiang Xia felt a twinge of unease. Never mind. I shall continue striking. 80. After delivering 49 blows, the ceiling cracked like a spider's web, and a substantial chunk of cement fell, along with the headless body of the old village chief. Jiang Xia, drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted, felt his arms ache to the point of immobility. Subsequently, the two hastily carried the old village chief's body downstairs. Thankfully, they did not encounter Zheng Zhong throughout the process. After concealing the old village chief's body, Jiang Xia turned to the others. I am familiar with the ancestral hall. I will go. You three head to the small shop, and then we shall regroup there to search for the village chief's head. Very well. Take care, they cautioned. You all be cautious as well. Upon entering the village, the four separated, with Jiang Xia heading toward the ancestral hall while Nan Zhao and the others made their way to the small shop. I wonder if Qiu Zheng is still in the ancestral hall, Jiang Xia pondered, gazing at the structure not far off, a place he despised deeply. At worst, I can die a few more times. With a resolute bite of his lip, he sprinted toward the ancestral hall, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Confirming that no spirits lurked nearby, he quickened his pace toward the hall. I must continue to scale the wall. Entering through the front door would surely lead to my demise. With a running leap, Jiang Xia nimbly vaulted onto the wall, pausing to observe before concluding that the courtyard was empty, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Safe at last, Jiang Xia descended, recalling his previous experience, and stealthily concealed himself in the shadow of the building as he crept toward the ancestral hall. Chapter 60. The PNCUN red candle. Jiang Xia dared not breathe too heavily. He fixated on the black double doors of the ancestral hall, noting that the right door stood ajar, permitting entry. However, suddenly, he watched in disbelief as that door closed. Concealed behind a massive pillar, he peered at the now closed black door. It must have been Qiu Zheng who shut it. The noise of opening the door would be considerable should he attempt to enter. Qiuzheng would undoubtedly hear him. This situation has taken a turn for the worse. Jiang Xia frowned, sighing, time is of the essence. I cannot wait for Qiuzheng to leave voluntarily. I must lure him away. What should I do? Casting a distant glance at the tightly shut vermilion door, an idea began to form in his mind. Uncertain of success and with no alternative left, Jiang Xia approached the door, pushed it open, and picked up a brick from the ground, weighing it in his hand to ensure it was suitable. He then concealed himself behind a pillar, aimed at the imposing black door, and hurled the brick with all his strength. It struck true, creating a small dent with a resounding thud. Who goes there? A terrifying roar echoed from within the ancestral hall. Qiuzheng emerged, axe in hand, his countenance dark and brooding. He scanned the courtyard before fixing his gaze on the open door. Damn rodents, you dare to disturb me repeatedly. This time, you shall not escape. Qiuzheng strode down the steps with purpose, but paused as he neared the door. A diversion. You wretched mice think to sneak in while I am away. His eyes lingered on the courtyard's pillars, the only possible hiding spots in such an expansive space. He spoke loudly, deliberately intending for the concealed intruders to hear, instilling fear within them. You cowardly mice, why do you hide in the shadows? Have the courage to face me. I shall personally sever your heads and bury them deep. Raising his axe, he brought it crashing down onto the nearest pillar, splintering it and sending wooden shavings flying. Jiang Xia swallowed hard, his palms slick with sweat from anxiety. The axe dragged across the ground, producing a torturous sound. Jiang Xia felt Qiuzheng drawing closer. I see you. The voice thundered in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. He caught a glimpse of Qiuzheng's cloth shoes. If he took another step, he would surely discover Jiang Xia concealed behind the pillar. At that moment, a shard of porcelain flew through the air like lightning, striking Qiuzheng's head and causing a portion of it to cave in. Who? Qiuzheng spun around, his face a mask of rage. Repugnant rodents, you cannot evade me any longer. After tonight, I shall tear you to shreds bit by bit. With his axe raised, Qiuzheng charged out. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xia emerged from his hiding place. That was close, he nearly got caught. But who attacked Qiuzheng? Observing the shattered porcelain on the ground, he noticed characters inscribed on the fragments. As he pieced them together, they formed 5 words, Shi Fu de Chusheng. Jiang Xia blinked. No time to ponder that now. He needed to enter the ancestral hall. With trembling legs, he ascended the steps cautiously. Inside the hall, he brushed past the scattered tablets and incense offerings, making his way toward the rear. The front and back felt like 2 separate worlds, divided by an invisible barrier. As he stepped further inside, a nauseating stench invaded his nostrils. The ground was coated in a thick layer of grime, and the air was laced with the scent of rust. In the corner lay several bloody corpses, their limbs entwined with bloodied wire, as if intentionally arranged. Jiang Xia instantly recognized the nearest corpse, Bai Kai. Turning swiftly, he spotted a circle of 9 burning red candles on the ground, with a half-burned candle in the center. The 10 candles blazed fiercely, their flames casting grotesque shadows on the walls. Jiu Guei. What does Jiu Guei mean? The 9 outer candles are low, while the central candle is tall, symbolizing the supreme nature of the divine and the unity of all things. In reverse, it signifies chaos and the dissolution of authority. Chaos. What are you speaking so mysteriously? I'm just here for the Xingqiong Tai Dao and Valorant. A Taoist. Are you a genuine Taoist or a fraud? Fool, do you think this is a joke? He is a true Taoist, officially certified by the Longhu Mountain Taoist Association, a purple-robed Taoist. One palm thunder could obliterate you. What era is this? I don't believe in palm thunder. Oh my goodness, is that real thunder? Inside the ancestral hall, Jiang Xia frowned at the burning candles, picking one up to examine closely. The scent, texture, and stickiness were identical to the candle from the first quest. Suddenly, he understood how Qiuzheng could turn the dead into vengeful spirits. He extinguished all the candles, stowed them away, and fled without looking back. Jiang Xia avoided the front door, fearing Qiuzheng might be waiting to ambush him. He opted to climb over the wall instead. With a running start, he deftly scaled the wall, but as he prepared to jump down, he inadvertently glanced back, locking eyes with Qiuzheng, who was raising his axe. Confirmed eye contact. I have encountered the right person. Isn't this a shared fate? You run, I chase. There's no escape. Jiang Shun has predicted your prediction. What a splendid performance. Qiuzheng had not anticipated that Jiang Xia would scale the wall. He had been waiting to strike as Jiang Xia revealed himself. The atmosphere hung in tension for a moment. Qiuzheng erupted, swinging his axe toward Jiang Xia's feet. Die, wretched rodent. Chapter 61. Pian Siyuan Sin. Die. Qiu Zheng's face twisted in rage as the sharp axe came crashing down. Jiang Xia narrowly evaded the descending axe, which shattered bricks and tiles beneath its weight. As the axe prepared to strike again, Jiang Xia hurriedly leaped back into the ancestral hall. Moments later, the door burst open, and Qiu Zheng charged in with his axe raised. But Jiang Xia had already escaped over the wall. Qiu Zheng's expression darkened. Squinting, he glared in the direction Jiang Xia had fled, gritting his teeth. Do you think you can escape? The axe struck the ground with a heavy thud. Time was running out. What did it matter if he took the candles? Once tonight passed, he would ensure that these dead rodents found no resting place. Zheng Zhong was already stationed at the village entrance, while Luo Hui and Wu Lin pursued the remaining three. Qiu Zheng produced a copper bell and burst into maniacal laughter, the sound echoing hauntingly in the empty ancestral hall. Father, mother, tonight, I shall make the entire Ping Siyuan village accompany you in death. And as for Qiu Hai, I severed that old fool's head. That night, I held his head in my hands, examining it for what felt like an eternity, yet found nothing remarkable. Father, mother, Qiu Hai's head is buried in your grave. I want him to remember the atrocities he committed against my family. The burial site, painstakingly unearthed by the youthful Qiu Zheng, was the very ground upon which he had labored, his hands bloodied and raw, on that fateful night. From that moment forth, he vowed to make Qiu Hai and the entire Pingsuan pay dearly for their transgressions. Decades later, after enduring the passage of 30 years, the village expanded, and the original burial site transformed into the very boundary of Pingsuan. Qiu Hai, do you not pride yourself on your sense of justice, fairness, and impartiality? I am eager to witness how you will champion justice for those souls this very night. Jiang Xia hastily made his way to the small shop, a candle in hand. He scoured the vicinity, but found no trace of Nan Zhao and the other two. The shop's door was ajar, a wooden sign proclaiming business suspended hanging on the latch. Through the gap, Jiang Xia beheld a large pool of blood staining the floor. A chill coursed through him. The metallic scent of blood filled the air as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The shop's lights were on, casting a harsh glow over the chaotic scene. Shelves lay toppled, their contents scattered indiscriminately across the floor. More horrifyingly, Jiang Xia discovered the lifeless body of the shopkeeper, immersed in a pool of crimson. His head lay grotesquely upon the counter, eyes wide open in eternal terror. Jiang Xia stood frozen, staring at the shopkeeper's corpse, blinking in disbelief. His heart raced uncontrollably. After searching the shop in vain for Nan Zhao, Zheng Luo, and the other two, he approached the severed head and gently covered it with a cloth before turning away and exiting the small shop. At the crossroads of the village path, Jiang Xia found himself at a crossroads of his own, torn between the choice of seeking the head of the old village chief alone or returning to the guest house. Could Nan Zhao and the others have gone to confront the very individual who had drawn Qiu Zheng away? After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to pursue the old village chief's head first. With only an hour and a half until midnight, time was of the essence. If all the deceased were to return, it would not only spell doom for Pingsuan, but for them all as well. But where was the head of the old village chief? In the well? In the mountains? By the pond? The vast expanse of Pingsuan made this blind search seem futile, and he felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him as he gazed skyward. The sky was dim, shrouded in ominous clouds, and the moon was nowhere to be seen. If I were Qiu Zheng, having slain the old village chief, who had been the object of my hatred for 30 years, where would I place his head? Jiang Xia furrowed his brow, recalling the words of the middle-aged man he had questioned earlier. Whenever there is a death in the village chief always goes out. In the past month, 5 individuals had perished in the village, including the shopkeeper, all of whom had participated in the purge of the bullies from years past, bullies that included the parents of Qiu Zheng, who had been slain by the old village chief. With each death, Qiu Zheng ventured out. Jiang Xia murmured to himself as the fog before him began to dissipate. All these deceased were either directly or indirectly slain by Qiu Zheng. With each death, he would venture forth. What purpose could he have? A possibility struck Jiang Xia. He might be paying homage to his parents. If I were Qiu Zheng, I would undoubtedly use the head of the old village chief to honor my parents. This is a common trope in both film and literature, where protagonists confront the murderers of their kin in such a manner. Thus, it is highly probable that the head of the old village chief lies in the very burial site of Qiu Zheng's parents. Now, a new dilemma arose. Where was the burial site of Qiu Zheng's parents? Perhaps he knew. Jiang Xia departed the crossroads, sprinting deeper into the village, swiftly disappearing into the encroaching darkness. The village was eerily silent. Even the barks of dogs had ceased, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. In the village, a shadow darted swiftly along the path. Faster, I must go faster. Jiang Xia accelerated, nearly colliding with the door of a courtyard, yet instead of slowing down, he surged forward. With a powerful kick, he crashed through the door with terrifying speed. Who dares kick my door? The lights flickered on in the room, revealing a man draped in a coat emerging from within. Upon glimpsing the silhouette of the intruder, his furious shout lodged in his throat, his expression shifting from anger to dread. You, how dare you return? In the darkness, Jiang Xia fixed his gaze upon the man's shifty eyes and calmly declared, You moved Zheng Zhong's body to the guest house's 3rd floor. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The man began to retreat, his furtive glance darting to the chopping knife concealed beneath a pile of firewood under the eaves. He intended to silence Jiang Xia before he could reveal the secret. Sensing the man's intent, Jiang Xia lunged forward, delivering a knee strike to the man's abdomen with tremendous force. The blow rendered the man weak, his body curling in agony. Jiang Xia seized the knife from the ground, its sharp blade poised against the man's throat. Whenever someone dies in the village, where does Qiu Zheng go? The man, trembling on the ground, stammered, I don't know, I truly don't know. Regardless, tonight, the entire Pian village will meet its end. I will kill you first. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by end? Once the clock strikes midnight, Qiu Zheng will slay everyone in Pian village, including me. You're talking nonsense. The man retorted defiantly. He told me he would only kill those 5 old geezers who made trouble for his family. With reddened eyes, the man shouted. It wasn't just his family that was targeted. My family suffered as well. Qiu Hai's scoundrel of a father killed my dad. I harbor hatred too, for Qiu Hai. For those 5 old geezers. Do you even comprehend the evils your father committed back then? Jiang Xia exclaimed, thrusting the village record into the man's face. Before Qiu Hai emerged, the thugs in the village had banded together to oppress the other villagers, committing atrocities that included the burning alive of Zheng Ernyo's family and the harassment of a village girl who was driven to leap into the river. They even murdered Qiu Hai's father. Among them was your father. This is what you refer to as settling the score. If it were up to me, I would have skinned them alive. Every heinous act committed by those thugs is an abomination that deserves the gravest punishment. How could this be? They were merely petty thieves. How could it be possible?